Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Hello and welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup in Paris. This is the Last Chance Qualifier in chess, a 3-day event that concludes today in a double elimination knockout system. 5 qualification spots are still up for grabs in chess for the main event that will take place next week, and the stakes could not be higher because the prize pool for the main event is $1.5 million. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolph, and I'm thrilled to be here with Grandmaster Arthurs Nixons to call the action today. Arthurs, how excited are you for the final day of the Last Chance Qualifier? 5 players will be very happy and might get the biggest paycheck of their lifetime.
Hey, Anna, of course, hi again, and everybody else who's watching and tuning us for the third day already. I feel really great, to be honest. Essentially having the best seats of the house, follow some of the best players in the world, qualifying for one of the most exciting events in the chess circuit, the Esports World Cup. It feels very, very special, and we already saw a lot of action. The first 2 days, the group matches, we saw some time scrambles, we saw some blunders, even coming from legendary players. I still remember this expression of Peter Leko once his opponent jumped with the knight there and he missed that move. So it is a special event to follow, and I have a feeling today is going to be a great day.
It's going to be an absolutely epic, great day. As you said, the atmosphere is buzzing already in Paris at the Esports World Cup. This is a 7-week event, the Esports World Cup, and chess is one of the main games this year. Again, for the second year in a row, it matters so much also for the club championship points and matters so much for the individual prizes, as we mentioned. $1.5 million, that's unheard of in chess. We wish there were more events like this where the stakes are this high and the atmosphere is absolutely unique. It's an ancient game, chess, a board game that has been around for about 1500 years, but now they are playing with noise-cancelling headphones facing each other on computer screens. Mouse skills matter, speed chess skills matter so much, and today, everything is on the line. Only 5 players will qualify. Let's take a look at what the format is for the playoffs today. Since we started with over 100 players in the group stages, every group featured a round of 7 where the top 4 made it to what we are seeing today, the playoffs. So we are focusing now on the 16 players that remain from this huge player pool of over 100 players. 16 only we have left, but it is a double elimination bracket, meaning that out of the 16 players, every match, a best of 2, there will be a player who makes it through and another one that might have to say goodbye to the event. Depending on whether you're in the upper bracket or lower bracket, you have more or less chances, because what we have here is the first 2 players from each group qualifying to the upper bracket. These players, they need to win 2 matches to qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, while the players in the lower bracket, they are the players who were 3rd and 4th in their groups, in the group stage. Now, for them, the road is a bit longer. It will take 4 matches to win to make it to the qualification spots. And if you lose in the upper bracket, you're going down to the lower bracket. If you lose in the lower bracket, you are out of the tournament. There's $50,000 at stake in the Last Chance Qualifier, but the 5 top spots, that's more than the $50,000 prize pool in total. That is the ticket, the key they need to enter the main event in chess. Again, $1.5 million is at stake for next week's main event, and the defending champion, Magnus Carlsen, will be there waiting for the qualified players. We are about to start with the first matches of today. It will be a best of 2, as we mentioned. And in case it's all ready for a qualification spot, we extend the matches to a best of 4. Time control is the same as it has been throughout the entire Esports World Cup. 10 minutes, no increment. And that no increment part, Arturs, is very important, isn't it?
Absolutely, and this is, I think, Hannah, what makes this time control special, because ever since chess joined the esports family, it's going to be all about playing chess with no increment, because it means managing the time is becoming a vital skill, vital part of the game. And maybe this is something we're not really used to seeing over the board chess, because nowadays the golden standard, at least for over the board chess, is to have this extra time per every made move. Not here, not in Esports World Cup. It's just 10 minutes and that's it. So that's why the players have to find a way to properly manage this, not to get in the deep time scramble. Here we're seeing the Frenchman Jules Massard getting his final instructions in his matchup against Peter Leko, the fan favorite Anna. Again, this is our very first featured matchup, and I expect it's going to be a great one.
It is going to be an absolutely great one, and I am so excited to see again these two grandmasters. Peter Leko adjusting his seat. Of course, it matters that your Secret Labs chair is at the perfect height, looking at the perfect angle on your monitor. The mouse skills, the noise cancelling headphones are on already as well. The atmosphere is absolutely buzzing. All the other gaming competitions are taking place at the same time as well. The crowds are cheering oftentimes in the background. You will hear it today again. What is it like to be at the Esports World Cup? And Jules, he's also making sure that his cables are not tangled. You know, this is part of esports. This is what we are about to have today. Chess in a very different scene.
That's right, absolutely. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be amazing. Two very strong grandmasters, of course. Peter Leko, former World Championship challenger. He almost became a world champion back in 2004. All he needed was a draw in this final game against the former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. Unfortunately, he didn't do this. But ever since, he's been a world-class player, commentator, coach, like wearing so many hats. And of course, Jules Massard knows who he's playing against, and he's an incredibly strong grandmaster himself. Anyway, the game is starting, and the Hungarian chess legend opens with the opening knight f3.
That has been his choice, and just one more thing about Jules Massard, that he does have the home audience buff. He has the support of his team Vitality, the local sports org that is. And for Peter Leko, I think he's one of the few from his group who qualified that is actually listening to music. I feel like oftentimes you see him moving to rhythm. I feel like he was even singing a little bit before the game. So that is a very different Peter Leko. You wouldn't have seen him at the World Championship match singing, but here he is at the Esports World Cup, headphones on, the music, the vibe, and the game is on. So much at stake. Best of two this match is, and they are both in the lower bracket, so whoever loses this game is out of the tournament. Sorry, not losing the game, but losing the match. Best of two. If you lose the match in the lower bracket, you are eliminated.
No margin for errors in this match, and especially in the lower bracket, no mistakes are allowed. D4 was just played by White here, and typically in this kind of position, of course, at the highest level, this is one of the most researched lines where White is aiming for a bit of a pressure. You see, White has this light square bishop on G2 that is controlling this long diagonal, perfectly lined up against Black's queenside. And typically in this position, Black is trying to find a way to solve the problem of this light square bishop. So the word normally is, if he finds a way to bring it out immediately, he should be fine. And b5 Anna, now that is a really bold choice. Apparently the Frenchman is not afraid of any knight jumps.
He's not afraid at all. I would be scared. You're opening up the diagonal where Peter Leko's bishop is already looking menacing, but apparently Jules must still be prepared. I feel like this is the kind of move that you play when you're sure that it's okay, so that there's no discovered attacks. The knight on f3, if it jumps away, it will be targeting the rook. The bishop will suddenly see the diagonal, and his bishop f4 as well, coming at first with a development to target the black queen, and then the knight could jump. But apparently Jules must have it all figured out.
Yeah. He played it very quickly. This bishop attack to the queen gained White a critical tempo, but the question is, can he really exploit it? Because White doesn't have so much time. Black needs to make like one move here, put this queenside bishop on b7, giving it the control of the long diagonal. Also protect the rook here at a8 square. And that's why here Peter is thinking, probably not something like a short castle or grabbing the pawn on c5. He's thinking, can I find a way to exploit this? And I'm pretty sure that one of his top priorities right now is to evaluate the consequences. What happens if he makes this discovered attack with a knight jump? Black responds probably with the bishop move, and what's the follow-up after that?
What is the follow-up, and how much time are you gonna invest on this decision? Because this is speed chess, 10 minutes, no increment, and I think this b5 move by the French grandmaster was a really great choice for making it a surprise for someone as experienced as Grandmaster Peter Leko and making him think longer. So it's already quite a big time advantage for Jules Moussard.
Yeah, and at this time control, I think it's very important because 2 minutes, it does feel like even having an extra pawn or something, maybe even more. And now we saw White snapping the knights here on d7. And the big question here, how White intends to continue. There is, of course, the simple capture on c5, but I think Black would be very happy to recapture with the bishop and complete development. Anna, I'm looking at this move here. The d pawn goes forward, d4, d5. Try to change the pawn structure a bit, but what I'm not entirely sure about is, am I not creating myself some problems? Because you see this bishop here on g2 would be under a pin, meaning I don't really threaten to take on e6.
Yes, that is the problem, that while it would avoid the trade of the bishop, it is stepping into a pin, as you already highlighted, after d5. If then Leko castles kingside, finally that bishop on g2 would be protected and you are threatening to capture the pawn. But again, it's decision time and it's precious seconds and precious minutes that have disappeared from White's time because of these moments.
Yeah, the takes on c5, that's not the kind of move that Leko wanted to play here, but apparently he had no choice, and I think he understands that most likely Jules has equalized the position. But again, I mean, the game is still ahead of us because even though Black has solved the problems, you can try to outplay your opponent in the middle game. Short castle, bringing the king to the safety makes perfect choice because Black was lining up with some potential attack here against the pawn on f2. So here the ball is back to the court side of the Frenchman. Is he taking this light square bishop on g2 or castling short? Both of these choices look good to me.
They both look good, and the 2.5 minute time advantage is looking great as well. I think this is an opening success by Jules Moussard. He managed to surprise a very experienced world-class player that Peter Leko is, and this could really hurt Peter's chances if he doesn't speed up. There is no increment in this format. 5 minutes, 42 seconds is all that Peter Leko has left, and that can be worrisome if the position doesn't simplify to such an extent that you can finish the game within those 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. And also, I don't think, Anna, we have seen Peter Leko so far handling a severe time scramble. Like, we did see a couple of games yesterday where he was pretty close, but to be honest, I'm curious how he would handle a situation where you have to have like 30 seconds each where total madness is going on and it's the flagging. I suppose we might still see that today. By the way, he just played Queen B3 Anna to walk away from a potential attack against the Queen. And I think if he wants to do something in this game, except for a draw, maybe it makes sense to push forward his queenside pawn and create a target here.
I think he might be looking in that direction, and Jules finally also starts spending some time. I think Peter badly needs that his opponent is also investing more time in the middle game position. It has been a great opening choice, an opening surprise by the French Grandmaster, and he still is speedy. He just drops the bishop back to e7, making sure that the knight cannot capture the bishop. Now, Peter Leko's rook is staring into the souls of the other rook of Black and offering a rook trade on the open file.
Yeah, the position, I think it's quite even, and maybe at this point here, it is Jules Moussard who might be thinking, can I become ambitious here? Because, of course, when it comes to the match strategy, typically there's a golden rule. With Black, you try to be solid, and with White, you try to use the advantage of your one extra move. But, of course, sometimes you look at the position and you estimate you have some realistic chances to fight for advantage. Why not here? And Black does have those extra 2 minutes on the clock. Knight f6, so far, still a solid choice by the Frenchman here. The evaluation bar gives Black a tiny bit edge, but Anna, to be honest, I don't think it really matters here.
No, I don't think the evaluation bar and the slight edge matters. What will matter more is the time difference. If this game doesn't peter out, so to say. But with this rook trade, I think Peter Leko is going in that direction. He knows that this was not a successful opening for him, and he is trying his best to at least simplify the game so that even if it is for him a disappointment that with the white pieces he didn't get a chance to play for a win, at least he's not going down because of the time disadvantage.
Yeah, so here Jules needs to ask a very big question here. There was the answer. He decided to trade rooks because I think that giving up the c file was probably a bit dangerous. Currently, we have a completely symmetrical position on the board, but black does have a bit of a pressure here. Look at this. This bishop here is applying some pressure against the pawn on b2. So if black has some sort of a window here and it's closing rapidly, and he needs to show something very quickly. Otherwise, I think this game is heading to a peaceful outcome.
Exactly, and what Peter also had to count in is that now black could give a check, which will be targeting that c1 bishop that's unprotected, but the idea of white is that you will block that check with the queen, and black cannot capture your piece because you're getting checkmated on the back rank. So if we show it just for 1 second, Arthur's why Jules is thinking that queen to c6 check, it looks like black is winning, but you can and will be blocking that check with the queen, and if black captures your bishop, then this gigantic check on the back rank, you can block with the queen, you can block with the bishop, but everything will be captured and you are checkmated.
Precisely. So that's why, yeah, this is actually a very good point, Anna, right there. So queen c6 will be seemingly a dangerous threat, but it quite doesn't work. Maybe that's why black needs to make a window for his king. Possibly something like h5, I'm thinking. Maybe h6 is a cautious move. So black's advantage on the clock is also rapidly evaporating. It's only now about 20 seconds left. He used to have 2 minutes. And I think that right now, if Musard wants to be ambitious, this is it. This is the moment. Otherwise, later, there's not going to be any chance in this game.
Yeah, but as you highlighted, the time advantage is evaporating. In fact, it's now almost fully equal. He does give that queen check and trades queens. I think this is basically a draw offer. He realized that the time advantage is gone. There's no pressure in the position anymore. It's way too simplified. I think this game is heading toward a draw, and every match is a best of 2. So then they will be playing again, and the French Grandmaster will have the white pieces. If we have a tie after the 2 games in the matches, the tiebreakers and Armageddon. So there will be a result no matter what, but this first game of the match between Peter Leko and Jules Musard is heading toward a peaceful result.
And Armageddon is very often the best thing that can happen to any chess fan who is watching the broadcast. Maybe not so much for the players, because once you've been in that situation, you know that the fate of your entire tournament really depends on the performance of this one single game, very often just one single mistake. But we still have more games to be played in this matchup. Look at this, Anna. F5 here, pushed by black. He's trying to limit the white king and king e3. I was actually wondering if black can create an outside pass pawn, but I'm pretty sure that Leko saw this and he is not really evaluating this as a even remotely potential threat.
Yeah, that was an important move, and I feel like maybe both players can still become ambitious, especially if one player or the other falls a little bit low on the clock. So both of them are making sure that that's not the case for now. Speedy moves are coming in. 3.5 minutes roughly is what's left for both players. There is no increment. So this bishop endgame, and there are 3.5 minutes. That's all we have for the finishing the moves for the final stage of this game.
It could be really interesting, Anna, if there would be a bishop trade. For example, black would put the bishop here on d6, and I would love to see the reaction of both players. Are you going to dare to go into this pawn endgame? First, of course, black needs to make this decision, because the pawn endgame, I think here could be very, very tricky. Like, you lose a tempo in some lines, and your position suddenly from a winning position becomes a losing position. So I'm not really sure if Musard is going to risk it. In terms of the match strategy, he doesn't need that. And of course, on a g6 is the solid choice here.
It's solid. He's keeping his pawn structure very well protected. And I think this king move by Peter Leko, again, is one of those moves that you can make this move and then maybe go back to where you came from if you just want to repeat moves, if you don't want to touch your position. So the white pawn structure, all pawns on light squares, it makes sure that black cannot target any of those pawns. The bishops are on dark squares. And we can say the same about black's pawns. This is so instructive how to play in a bishop endgame. We have bishops on dark squares. All pawns for both players are on light squares. No one can make any progress unless you manage to infiltrate the position with your king.
But look at that, what happened, Anna. I mean, the Frenchman did play bishop d6. That was quite something to so this shows, I think, that he wants to keep the game going, and he wanted to have this pawn endgame, and Peter Leko immediately rejected. Like, I think he expected this choice. So the one thing which really puzzles me, to be honest, at this stage, none of the players is offering a draw right here. At least it's still continuing.
Is continuing, and I feel like if anyone could get ambitious here, it's Grandmaster Peter Leko, because suddenly he is the one with an extra minute on the clock. So if he wants to use that advantage, he will maybe not repeat moves. But at the moment, what we see is a threefold repetition, and the game ends in a draw, which was the most likely result. It was a great opening surprise by Jules Moussard, which made Grandmaster Peter Leko spend quite a long time in the opening and in the middle game, and that's why he went for the simplifications and the position petered out. We will have now the second game starting very shortly with colors reversed. The French Grandmaster with the white pieces, and it's the best of two. Whoever wins this next game is through, and the loser in this match, since they are in the lower bracket, will be eliminated.
Yeah, so everything depends on this one game. And Anna, something tells me that Peter is not really in the business of flagging. So he had this extra 1 minute, and maybe somebody else would push this for a longer time, but not Peter. I think he just treats this as you don't do this in chess, even though, like, especially in esports, flagging is an integral part of the game. He is still part of the old guard, believing in the logical outcome of the game. So that's why I would be really surprised that he would attempt to do this. But of course, maybe with the stakes raising with every game and every match, who knows, maybe we might still see this.
I agree with you. Grandmaster Leko is an absolute gentleman, and he did not want to even try to use his time advantage at the end. But it's really such high stakes that they do need to use the time. And the flagging skills have been a huge part of the group stages. I think we will see it again today in the playoffs, how much it matters in esports, especially in this time control with no increment. Now we have the players' cameras as well ready, the moves are ready, and we do have quite an opening. Artur, so over to you.
This is something spicy, and I don't immediately recognize what is this. Apparently here, Moussard is playing a very interesting gambit, and he sacrificed 2 pawns, which was just rejected by black, because he could have grabbed the second pawn on c3 and say, I'm going to figure out things later. But this is where the experience of Peter Leko kicks in. I mean, he has been there around for a very long time, and he knows that if you grab too many pawns and allow your opponent to get a massive lead in development, this usually ends badly. So that's why he grabbed 1 pawn, gave up the second, and instead prioritized for the king's safety. There you go. Black has castle short, Anna, and at least in the short term, he's not getting checkmated.
Yeah, those are all very important factors that you highlighted. And again, we see an opening surprise by Jules Moussard. I feel like in this match, it's clearly the French Grandmaster that has come to the board with the right preparation. I'm sure that Leko also prepared a lot, but it was Jules who managed to surprise Peter. And in both games, these surprises have cost quite some precious time for Peter Leko. In this game, again, he is lower on the clock. So far, it's a minute of time advantage for the French Grandmaster. But as you said, it's a very dangerous position. Extra material for black, but white is the one that will be going for the initiative and the attack.
Yeah, I think that white definitely enjoys what we call in chess a very good compensation for the missing pawn, because look at this knight on d6, this queenside knight. Maybe in this particular position, they're not positioned in the best possible square. Also, white's bishop is lining up against the opponent's king, and that's why also, if we see this evaluation bar, this white bar on the left of the board, it says that white is a bit better. So this means white has a full compensation and then a little bit more on top of that. So if I would be playing here from the white's perspective, I would be thinking, well, I gotta do something pretty quick because I'm still down a pawn and I want to make this somehow count. How do I do that? Bishop f4, maybe line up the queen and the bishop for a potential king set attack. Go for some centralization of the pieces with knight jumping with the knights to the center. Everything looks good, and to be honest, Anna, I think that here Peter needs to be a bit careful.
He does need to be careful, and it's not obvious how to place your pieces and develop the rest of your pieces while also making sure that white will have no dangerous attacks to be launched. So I think, again, it will cost Peter quite some time. It's not an easy answer, not obvious. I feel like the French Grandmaster is getting again that buff from the time advantage and also from the psychological edge that he has won the opening battle. He has come to the board very well prepared and surprised Peter in both games. And now this surprise, this is a lot more dangerous of a surprise than the previous opening where it went to a simplified endgame.
Yeah. How do you handle this this pressure? Because it's not so easy to continue here from black. I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe do I bring out the bishop here to b7, but somehow I don't like this harmony of black's pieces. Okay, he has an extra pawn, but how do you make them cooperate together? I think that's the part that worries Peter Leko the most, and that's also the reason why he's not blitzing out this move, bishop b7. Maybe he's thinking about the larger picture here. Maybe there's some queenside pawn pushes and then give the bishop a different diagonal. Maybe he's thinking about how to trade off a couple of white's best pieces, but how do you do that? If you attack my light square bishop, I'm gonna walk away. Not an easy task here for black.
Not an easy task, and especially in speed chess with 10 minutes, no increment, this is a very unpleasant task to face, to figure out what's the right way and also to do it fast. Peter ends up placing the bishop on b7, very logical development for the bishop, but of course he is thinking about the position in more depth. It wasn't about the next move only. He had to figure out what will be the overall plan.
Yeah, bishop b7 does make sense because he completes the development. But look at this, he's also giving up the extra pawn, Anna, because white can grab this knight on d6 and collect the pawn on b5 and restore a material balance on the board. But my gut instinct tells me that this is not the reason why Musar went for this gambit, just to worry about restoring the material balance immediately right after this happens. So I think that he instead is going to be going for some sort of a kingside initiative. So we might see here white tossing a lot of pieces either to the center or on the king side, and then the action is going to unfold. Looking at the clock situation, white is doing a bit better. He has 1 extra minute on the clock, but the advantage is evaporating quickly.
You are right, and that's good news for Peter that Jules also needs to spend some time on figuring out how to build up that attack and whether to grab the pawn or not, since it was offered, the b5 pawn after bishop takes d6. Instead, the French Grandmaster says, I prefer to keep my bishop and all the other pieces on the board and bring the rook to the open file. The knight of Peter Leko is attacking the bishop of the Frenchman, but this is what you said, Artus, that yes, of course, we would love to see black being able to trade pieces, but it's now that knight stuck on the edge since the bishop moved away, bishop to d5. So Mossad is saying, I will trade my bishop, but I'm trading it for your bishop, not your knight.
This actually was quite a surprising move to me, because I thought that the logic would suggest that he would have to position the bishop here on the long diagonal and go for the attack, but apparently white has a different idea in his mind, and you're right, Anna, it's all about controlling the d5 square, because if you trade the bishop, the knight is going to be there, and this knight is really difficult to get rid of. Also, black's queenside knight is seemingly not doing much. Not easy for black to continue. I know I'm repeating myself again, but once again, the evaluation bar, it just quite doesn't show the difficulties, the practical choices that black has to make in this position. So the quality of the next moves is going to be very important for black.
It's hugely important, and that's the reason why Peter Leko is falling behind on the clock, because it's not an easy decision at all. How to deal with this bishop on d5, what to do about the activity of white's pieces in general. Now that the knight is on the edge of the board, are you going to try to bring it back? So many questions to answer, so little time left to answer them. Now it's less than 5 minutes for the Hungarian legend playing here with the black pieces. And it has been just absolutely, again, an opening preparation and surprise by the Frenchman that has worked out so well in this game. That's why he has so much time advantage. He puts so much pressure on Peter Leko. We are on move 13 only. It's really hard to surprise such an experienced player and world-class player as GM Leko, but Jules Mussard has managed to do that today.
He came really well prepared for this match. Again, the surprise in the very first game, playing a rare line. In the second game, that's exactly the kind of approach you want to do in the accelerated time control games, because you do not have the time to think about all the nuances. The clock is ticking. Rook b8 was played here by black, just in case defend the bishop on b7 here. Kind of makes sense, but this is the also moment when black has to speed up things rapidly, because if he's going to spend like 1 or 2 minutes in this position, we are still in an early middle game phase, Anna. It's going to be very hard for him to survive this game.
It's going to be incredibly hard. Only 13 moves have been played and 6 minutes of Peter's time is already gone, considering that usually in the opening, grandmasters just blitz out everything because they know the theory, they know their lines, and only in the middle game they start spending time. This game, it was quite a very different script because of the early opening surprise by Jules Mussard going for a gambit, and he was ready to sacrifice 2 pawns for the gambit. Still 1 pawn up for Peter Leko, but initiative for the French grandmaster and huge time advantage.
So here, White decided to trade a couple of pieces immediately, because this pretty much negates black's extra pawn. Look at this, now black has double pawns at the d file, but White also has a beautiful outpost on d5. So I think that if black will be able to solve the problem of this knight and somehow trade off these knights, he can safely look into the future, because White is ready, Anna. White is ready to jump with the knight on d5, and this knight, surprisingly, is quite difficult to get rid of.
It's gonna be so difficult, and you will, I think everyone, if we are looking at that knight on d5, picturing it there, that is a monster. Compare it to the knight of black on the edge of the board. It's the same piece, worth the same amount of points, apparently, but it matters how much, how you pace. I can't even express my words anymore. I'm like, wait, what? It matters not just the quantity of your pieces, but the quality. That's what I was trying to say. And that is a monster knight in the middle of the board. How do you even prevent it? There's no pawns that can target the d5 square. No black pieces can guard it. That knight is going to jump there no matter what.
That's a very good question. Maybe jumping with a queenside knight here to this b6 square, try to trade off the knight, and I suspect this is the reason why Mussard is thinking. Of course, he sees knight e5, he's well aware of this knight jump, but he's also doing a lot of work for Peter Leko. He's thinking, if I was black, how would I continue? I would try to, exactly like this, I was thinking about this, Anna, I would try to limit the knight first. I would push this pawn to b3, I would take away this square for the knight, and then anchor the knight here. But Peter Leko thought even further. He thought that Mussard thought that he thought, and he fully expected that knight e5 is going to happen, and now after b4 he's ready to attack it with the rook, and this is something the Frenchman missed.
He missed it, and that's why suddenly the evaluation bar is saying white no longer has an advantage. What an incredible resource found by Peter Leko to push the pawn and then place the rook on b5. So the knight doesn't go to d5, surprise Peter to some extent. Now the rook can also guard the d6 pawn from the side, and Peter wouldn't mind the trade of his bishop for the knight. We already said how dangerous this white knight is, so the trade would be something that black wishes would happen.
I think the Frenchman also had to change his plans because he realized how strong was black's counter idea of attacking this knight on the central d5 square. So grandmasters are really good at adapting their plans. By the way, knight c6, Hannah, it allows the pawn on d6 to be grabbed. The question is, did black miss this? Or he miscalculated some things, because I'm looking at this pawn right now, this pawn grab, knight x on d6. I'm suspecting that Peter was thinking about, and we call it in chess intermezzo move, include this knight x on d4, attacking the rook on d6, the knight. But is it really working? A critical moment here.
Very much a critical moment, and that's why the French grandmaster is pausing. He is calculating those variations. Can he capture the pawn? Are the tactics working out in favor of white or black? Peter played this move very quickly, which shows confidence, but it also could be a bluff, depending on how Jules sees it. Will he call the bluff, or will he calculate it through and say, no, actually, I cannot really touch that pawn?
It feels good, to be honest. Like, I don't know how to explain this, because I have a soft spot in my heart for beautifully positioned knights. Like, d6 square is going to be even better than the d5 square. So I think that the Frenchman is going to take it. Of course, it's on the board. And after, if you take this pawn on d4, there's the problem. I think this is what Peter missed from afar.
Oh, it's happening. He's taking the pawn on d4. Now the knight on d6 is hanging, and so is the knight on d4, and rook to c8 immediately played by Mossad. This might have been the move that Peter missed. He continues with an immediate capture on f3 with a check, but the black queen has nowhere to go. You need to give it up for a rook and a knight.
So this was done on purpose then. I take it back what I said. Like, I thought that he actually missed, but with the speed that he played at this knight x on d4, trading the pieces and voluntarily giving up his queen, I think he's aiming for some kind of a fortress, a position where white cannot crash through. So I think that if black wants to survive this, he wants to find a way to trade at least one pair of rooks. And Jules, I think he's going to keep the rooks on the board. The evaluation bar gives white some advantage, but it's really all about if black can set up this fortress that white cannot crash through.
It's all about the fortress, and it's all about how those rooks for Peter Leko will manage to harmonize more. Right now, they are not connected, and you're not able to offer the rook trade that you mentioned, Arthur. The rook comes to b5, and h4 looks like a natural move, but the computer is questioning it and says, now black maybe is actually slightly better. Oh, no, those pawn pushes were not favored by the engine. The bar is going up and down again.
I think that it's perfectly understandable, because there was this one moment, Anna, when black had the chance to become a bit aggressive, to push forward his central queen's pawn. But I think that Peter's mindset right now is not about how do I be ambitious here, how do I survive this game, how do I set up a good fortress. So there was a small misstep from white, which was missed by Hungarian chess legend. Now, white immediately fixes the problem, stops the d-pawn from rolling forward, and again, black is on the defense.
Black is under the defense, and under also 2 minutes on the clock. Somewhat more time for the French grandmaster, half a minute of time advantage, which in the final phase of the game actually matters so much. There is no increment, so all the time that Peter Leko has left is 1.5 minutes to try to survive this position where he's fighting with the rook and the bishop against the queen, and he has to answer the question about what to do with the d6 pawn, because if he gives up that pawn, if the white rook enters the position, then there's no hope for a fortress.
The clock is ticking. I really don't like his chances at this moment, Anna, because right now Peter Leko has not made a move for about 50 seconds already. And he's essentially in the bullet territory, crossing the mark of 1 minute left with no increment. And I think here the Frenchman should not force things. Just walk around, try to find some easy targets. That's the kind of position where for Black, it's really difficult to find the moves.
So difficult. Peter ends up giving up the pawn to now activate his rook, but he's on 57 seconds with no increment, but the French Grandmaster still has 2 minutes.
Rook trade. That was a bit surprising. I didn't think that White needs to do this, but apparently he treats that he has realistic winning chances here. And again, that's the kind of position where Black has difficulties to make the moves. I mean, you want to put the pawn here, put the king on g7, and you claim you have a fortress, but the bishop is hanging here by the queen. How do you set up this position? Rook here, pawn here? Is that the fortress?
It could be the idea of the Hungarian legend, but he's down on the clock to such extent that it's only 37 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to make it, Anna, to be honest, because here White can cause Black a lot of problems. This queen attack, queen e8 still should be pretty good, but Black is...
mistake because now Black can activate his pieces.
But Black is one move away from setting up a very good defense here, but ultimately I think it's going to be all about the clock here, Anna.
That is the issue, that even now that Grandmaster Leko has managed to find this fortress and build up that fortress, he has no time. 32 seconds versus 1 minute and 15. There is no increment. You run out of time, you lose the game, and Jules Moussard may very well use his time advantage to get the winning chances he needs, because whoever wins this game moves on and whoever loses is eliminated.
And also here, look at this. Peter has managed to organize some counterplay at the queen side. His b-pawn might be rolling forward. And also White is not exactly playing without any risk because, yeah, this queen move, really tough. He's trying to give a lot of checks here, going back to the fortress, but 20 seconds versus 55. Normally, I think White is winning this.
White is winning on time. 15 seconds left only for Peter Leko, and he's running out of those final seconds as well. Unfortunately for him, no increment. He has the right setup. He has fought so well. He defended very tenaciously. If he had time on the clock, this would be a draw. But because of the 6 seconds left, because of the no increment, he's not going to be able to hold it.
And of course, the Frenchman is avoiding the one thing that would allow Black to make a draw. This is the threefold repetition. The position would repeat 3 times. Black has found the perfect defense here, but it doesn't really matter at this stage because it's only 1.2 seconds here for Black, and White is about to win it in the next moves.
It has been decided on the clock. Peter Leko is about to go down in a drawn position, but time is so much part of speed chess, and the French Grandmaster moves on in the lower bracket, eliminating a world-class Grandmaster that Peter Leko is. Such a hard-fought game. Let's listen to the players as they are discussing the game.
Yeah, you could play queen d7 up to rook f5.
Winning the pawn. King g6?
No, then queen e4, you queen me forever.
Queen d3, I mean.
Yes, queen d3, yes. I mean, I was like in put over that I find the only way to lose the game. Yes, and I was like offering the draw, but I also didn't know, I mean, I had like still 20, just to know, but I did not even get an answer. Then it kept on writing that you declined the draw. I did not know. I declined or you declined?
No, because I kept playing, but I don't know, it probably was much better, no?
When?
At some point, before taking the queen, I was hesitating before taking the queen. I thought it was easy to play with black. At some point you could play g5 instead of h5, maybe. Play maybe g5 and rook d8 and
no, okay, but I thought that this queen against the 2 rooks should be super fine for me.
Yes, but
I didn't. Also, after g3, I could have played g6, not h6.
Yes.
Of course, no, I thought like the Russian
was not thinking?
No, look on b6.
But no, I mean, when I played this game, maybe it was too slow. This game,
okay, but then I'm going c4.
Yeah. No, I wanted a4 first, but then you take it.
I was not even thinking about this one.
difficult one.
I mean, which, so my
You see,
rook on
after-
B7, so
yes.
knight D5, I played...
No, I didn't.
Oh yes, you played B3.
I played this one. This one, A4. A4 and I took the take.
I can take.
I didn't see. I can take with the knight to protect the two, but it seems like not so much.
Yeah, okay, I mean, after you have...
I'm trading to many points. But maybe B3.
Then I will also have B4 square for my knight.
No, but I want to check.
Yes.
Looks very good.
I mean, I should have just checked for 1 second, but I...
Yeah, it's here.
There was some Serbia and Wesley game, but...
Maybe. Yeah, I mean it looks good. Yeah, I was looking at this knight
Yes,
Queen
knight
F5, but
C4, knight B6.
yeah, it's not enough.
And
Yeah,
then
this-
just takes
I was
and
yeah, I
play
was
this
looking,
position.
and maybe some knight H4, F5. It's very unpleasant.
Okay,
but I was
also go knight B5.
yeah, I was not convinced. Yeah,
And then rook B6, rook C6, I'm following that like this.
so this is correct. This is correct. No, this is correct. Yeah.
This is correct, but I
Yeah.
mean, wait a second, so if I play G6, I mean, after takes,
I mean it's of course.
no, not H6, just G6.
Yeah, here D5. I mean,
Yes,
just,
here's D5, yes.
and here I mean you can. It's very easy for you
Yeah,
to
very
play.
easy to play. No, for
D4,
me it's very
rook
easy.
C3.
Yes, no, because, wait a second, so what did I, no,
I
because,
mean I should play rook D1. No, but I should never put the rook on E1. I should just play
but
H4.
okay, can you just, because I was so angry with my H6. that
No,
I
D6
played
from
G6.
D1.
Okay, but I give this pawn, I mean, I get rook to F5 and start contra-attacking.
No, of course. It's
But the
probably
rook
draw,
on
but,
D7 stops bishop D4 always, yeah?
yes.
Stops the counter
And I have played also on the 7 or 8 rank.
Yes.
No, but here I was only playing for time. I don't know what I did. It's so
But I mean, okay, I still have time.
I know, but I just so
Yeah.
stupid, yeah.
And then what happened? So this.
Okay, and here I wake up, I finally go back. And here maybe I should not trade rooks, but
Yeah, but then I will
no, but
play
here I was
counterplay.
here already I was playing for time because you're below 1
Yes,
minute.
exactly. No, that was the problem. That with this stupid H5 rook D1, I lost so much because
course,
I,
yes.
I suddenly realized, okay, I can play this A5 and rook E5. I was very happy with this concept.
Yeah, and here I should of course keep the rooks, yeah, like here,
Okay, but rook C.
Check.
You in check?
here. So you cannot go. See, you can go rook
I
C2.
can go here. But okay, only computer can play this so precisely. Yeah, that
Yeah.
rook takes F6.
What does he want?
I mean, queen F3 back and then rook A2, rook F6.
Yeah, no, but actually I was considering rook F6 here.
Yes.
Is it
I
bad
was-
or?
Yeah, but now I
Yeah,
just the double protect, rook C5 or whatever. Yeah,
safe.
this was
100. Yeah, that's why I
this
didn't
was
like
my
it.
this was my stuff, and then
So wait, what's the big difference? Ah, because here I put your king on H7. That's why. In this line. Here, like if you go rook C2, here.
And these were the final moments in the first game. This is a best of two each match. In the first game, Peter Leko had the white pieces, but the game ended in a draw in this bishop endgame. It was an opening surprise by the French Grandmaster that cost precious minutes for Peter Leko to tackle, and in the second game again an opening surprise but in a lot more aggressive way by Jules Moussard. He ends up building up a fortress. Grandmaster Peter Leko, it was at the end a drawn position, but he was so low on time he couldn't hold it without increment on the clock, and he is knocked out by Jules Moussard for Team Vitality. The French Grandmaster makes it through in the lower bracket, and they still are analyzing the game, both games actually, from the match. It has been a really exciting battle, but at the end of the day, it was the Frenchman who came to the board in both games with a really interesting opening surprise, which again in speed chess can cost you precious minutes, and that was at the end of the day the decisive factor.
And I also loved, Anna, how Jules openly said, I was just playing for the time. And he didn't really see any plan. And it's like, he was like, I'm sorry, because there's that's the kind of thing you normally don't do over the board, because there's always the extra added time, and it's basically impossible to flag your opponent like that. But that's why esports is a bit different. You have to adjust to this time control, no increment there, and well, apparently Peter Leko could have played a bit faster before. He had to come up with a lot of difficult moves, but ultimately I think that Jules is walking away as a fair winner of this matchup.
He's a fair winner, and sadly for us, we need to say goodbye to Peter Leko, and it is the case in other matches too. But one match in the lower bracket that has not been decided yet is actually the match between Valery Kazakowski and Maxime Lagarde. Both of them have won one game each, which means a tie after 2 games, and we will have an Armageddon tiebreaker. The players are now bidding to see how much time they are willing to give up to have draw odds with the black piece. So in Armageddon, white starts with 10 minutes and black is willing to give up some of their time in order to have draw odds. Both players are writing down the amount of time they would be willing to have to start the game with, and whoever wins the bid will have the black pieces and will have to play the game with the amount of time that they bid. This is such an exciting format. We have seen Armageddon at other events too, and I love the fact that the players are bidding for the time. How much time am I willing to give up to be solid, to play for a draw, to not have to win the game? Because white, in case of a draw, is eliminated in the lower bracket. So white with more time, must-win situation. Black with less time, draw counts as if you had won the game and if you had won the match, because they are both in the lower bracket, Kazakowski and Lagarde, and whoever wins this Armageddon will move on to the next match, and whoever is losing this, unfortunately, in the same case as Peter Leko, will be eliminated.
Yeah, and we also have the word that Kazakowski has selected the 6 minutes and 10 seconds for his choice, and Maxime Lagarde went with 8 minutes and 35 seconds. So that's why I think that Lagarde is gonna get the white color. So it's gonna be
huge.
4
Wait a
minute
second, Marcus.
difference.
Can you repeat the numbers? We need to register these numbers. Kazakowski bid 6 minutes and 10 seconds. Was that?
Exactly, and the white bid 8 minutes and 35 seconds. That's the word I'm getting here. So the game is still being set up, and it's actually starting right now. So we can jump straight to the game. And Lagarde is playing with the white color, but this 4-minute advantage on it, that's huge, really.
Absolutely huge. I think this is one of the lowest bids I've ever seen in an Armageddon, that black was willing to give up nearly 4 full minutes to have draw odds with the black pieces. Kazakowski must be very confident about his speech skills, and to make up for those 4 minutes, we do see an opening that oftentimes could lead to solid positions, but white, the French Grandmaster here, Maxime Lagarde, has chosen a more exciting way to face it, because he is in a must-win situation. He's going for castle queen side. Oftentimes black's king will be on the king side, and we might see opposite side attacks.
Yeah, so white is definitely thinking about positioning the king here at the queen side and giving the king side a bit more space to march forward those pawns. But no, on a short castle, change of plans, white is suddenly going for a quieter game, and black is a bit having a tough moment here because he's not castling short here. I think that will be your obvious choice, because white has perfectly lined the queen and the bishop for a potential sacrifice on h6, and this is the kind of thing the players see instantly at the GM level. So maybe for Kazakowski, castling short side is not really an option.
Yeah, interesting how, because of the bishop and queen of white lined up against the h6 pawn and the potential sacrifices and checkmate attacks, that castling is very much discouraged. That's why Kazakowski is moving his knight to e7, trying to regroup his pieces, and maybe if he does not manage to prepare castling kingside, we will still see opposite side castling, but it will be the black king heading toward the queen side.
We just saw a couple of minor pieces being traded. Black is still kind of in trouble, cannot castle short side. The attack on h6 is threatened, and that's why he is probably opting for a long castle instead. And I think also it gives white a very good clue that most likely he needs to start organizing things at a queen side. So yes, c4, b4, a4, a5. Make sure that the black king at the queen side is met properly.
Oh, it's such a difficult position to face. It clearly has been a great opening choice by Maxime Lagarde. He already has so much pressure now, space advantage, the pair of bishops, and the extra time thanks to the Armageddon. But let's remember, this is Armageddon. White is in a must-win situation. Will he sacrifice his bishop on h6 to go for the kingside attack? It wouldn't be surprising given the situation and given that that's what he has been trying to play for.
I think that black has no choice here. He had to castle short, and I don't think that Valery even blundered this. He just realized that, oh no, I cannot really put my king at the queen side because white was already making advances with his pawn, so that's why he's simply giving it up. And I don't think that black is really in the mood to accept this piece because, Anna, look at the queen, the rook. They're going to join the attack very quickly, and the fact that you have 3 minutes less, it's not really helping you. Of course, bishop takes on h6 happened, and I think that black is not going to take the bishop here.
Wow, if you accept the bishop sacrifice, the white queen will be threatening checkmate on h7, and it's not easy to deal with. You might block it temporarily with the piece on the f5 square, but the rook is also coming in with the rook lift through the third rank, so it's a menacing attack. Might be best to not capture the bishop as you're suggesting, Arturs, and try to see, can you bring more pieces to the king side? But even then, how? Because the rook is coming anyway, the queen is there anyway, the bishop is looking in the direction of the black king anyway. What can you do?
That's a very good question. I wish there was an easy answer. Maybe bring the queenside rook to d8, and on top of that, you also have to expect that white might not even retreat and try to capitalize on the extra pawn, or white might just push forward with the move. This queen jump to g5, immediately going for a checkmate threat, and that's why you have to calculate a bit further. Maybe you'd still gamble it all.
He's capturing it. He says, okay, I'm going to bite the bullet and try to survive this attack.
Maybe no good choice for black. I think originally he was not planning to take it, but he just realized the alternatives are simply worse. Now white has a couple of very good continuations. The queen move is one of them. This knight cannot leave this f5 square because there's going to be a checkmate on the board. You see the bishop on d3 is perfectly lined up to attack the king. And white is simply thinking, how do I get the rook here? Again, rook e3, rook g3 might be one of the moves, or maybe a g4 move, or rook e5 jump here. Anna, white is doing fantastic here.
So dangerous, this attack, and 4 extra minutes from Maxime Lagarde, but it is Armageddon. So if somehow Kazakowski manages to survive this attack and also survive the time disadvantage, a draw counts as a win for black in Armageddon. He pushes his f-pawn to chase the rook away. It does give the g6 square up for the white queen, but I think in case of that check, he's counting on the queen blocking.
That's a very good defensive move here by Lithuanian Grandmaster, and I think that also Maxime slightly missed this move because he had definitely other choices. He could have played g4, he could have played probably rook e3.
Oh, he's sacrificing his rook on e6, and it's actually not a good move according to the evaluation bar. White is going all in and is now down at the moment a rook, but he cannot take on f5 because of the back rank checkmate.
Oh my goodness, I think he just realized this because he had 2 opportunities to give up the exchange on a take on e6 or take on f5. This was not his plan. He did not want to trade the queens.
Yeah, he had to take with the queen because of the back rank checkmate, but this is not what he wanted, as you said, and now Kazakowski is not only out of danger when it comes to his king, but he's up an exchange. He has a rook versus a bishop, a very active rook on the second rank. He's bringing his second rook in. Black's position is now winning, and all he needs is a draw in the Armageddon. Wow, what an incredible turn of events.
Yeah, this is really crazy, and maybe also that's the moment when White's extra time finally is going to start to matter, really, because he still has a 3-minute lead ahead of Black here. So Black is technically winning, but again, he only needs a draw. I'm not really sure if this position is going to be easy for Black to lead to a logical outcome, because watch out for these passed pawns. They're rolling forward very quickly with the help of the light square bishop. I'm talking about like this pawn push. The pawns go forward very quickly. It might still go either way.
Yes, it's still, I think, a chances for both players, as you said, because of the big time advantage that White has. So should be a winning position for Black, but he's down to 2.5 minutes, 6 minutes for the French Grandmaster here with the White pieces, who is in a must-win situation. White not only needs to survive this endgame, but he needs to win it, and his best chance to win it is on the clock.
How do you do that? Probably you try to make some unexpected moves. Maybe this is one of them. Rook h6, try to lift the rook behind Black's passed pawns and find the right moment to push these pawns forward. He still cannot do this yet. Again, White cannot repeat the position. Black is ready at any moment to make a draw. That's a very powerful extra weapon he has.
And that's because of the nature of the tiebreaker, the Armageddon. White starts with more time, but Black has draw odds. It is incredible how Kazakowski managed to get out of that dangerous attack that Lagarde built up. But now it's down to this endgame, and apparently the pawn push was not the best. It might be the case that now the White king can enter Black's position, because the Black rook was cutting the king through the fourth rank. Since the pawn push happened, it is not seeing the fourth rank anymore. Rook to h7, cutting the Black king now.
I think that Black is still good. Okay, he did technically miss a victory there, but again, he just needs to be solid there. And I think that if I'm playing from the Black's perspective, I'm quite worried about this White's passed pawn here on g6. So my first instinct would be, I want to trade it off. Okay, have the exchange. I don't want to win this game. Just take it here, get rid of it, and then figure things out later. But is this endgame also so easy? Of course, Kazakowski sees that he can take on g6 and get rid of these pieces here. White also has another passed pawn, and this king for the rook endgame is very unfortunately cut off to the final rank.
It is, and that's the reason why he's not sacrificing the rook for the pawn and the bishop, but rather places his rook on d6 to support the passed pawn. The White king is blocking it. After this check, you have to move the king away, and this rook might be now coming back to g1 or attacking the pawn. If it's a repetition of moves, if the king and the rook go back and forth, that's the result Black wants. With a draw, he is through to the next round. So White has to continue the game, has to play for a win. 4.5 minutes for Maxime Lagarde, only 2 minutes for Valery Kazakowski, but Black has draw odds in the Armageddon.
It's also getting really unpleasant for Kazakowski here, because he's not sure. Can he do this? Can he take on g6? So he's looking for the right moment to simplify the position here. White is ready to also roll forward with the other kingside pawn, play f4, f5. And if these two pawns join the forces, it could be really tough for Black. That's a great defensive move right there. Attacking the pawn at f2 and make sure it doesn't go forward.
Excellent play by Kazakowski under time pressure, and he is managing to make that gap between the time management of the two each time lower. A reminder that he started the game with nearly 4 minutes less. That's how much time he was willing to bid in order to have the Black pieces, have the draw odds, and now it's only 1.5 minutes of time advantage. So it's so far looking very good for the Lithuanian Grandmaster if he manages to keep the pace, keep his speedy moves, then it's looking like White will not have winning chances.
Yeah, and I don't see any chances for him anymore. It's just the clock really here. Speaking about this matchup, I just realized they literally played in the same open tournament before. I mean, the event where Valery Kazakowski played really great in Estonia, Paul Keres Memorial. Also, the Frenchman, Maxime Lagarde, was playing in that event. He didn't really play very well. I think he dropped quite a bit of rating points. We're talking about classical chess. So they already met each other basically a week ago. And again, they're at it here in Paris.
They are, and the bishop has been taken for the black rook. So black has given up his exchange up, but now it's a rook endgame with an extra pawn for the Lithuanian grandmaster, who only needs a draw with the black pieces. So it's all about the time. Minute and a half left versus 3 minutes. White's only chance to not be knocked out is to somehow flag his opponent.
Yeah, 1 minute and 20 seconds should be enough, and that's why, of course, here Maxim is pushing really hard on the clock. He is going to make 50, 100, 200 or 500 moves if he has to, but just to keep the game going for as long as he can. Every single move here by black extracts him at least 0.1 seconds. You can't really pre-move without losing any time, even though he's doing his best. And the game is ongoing. Look at this. He's managed to extract already 20 seconds from black.
Only a minute and 4 seconds left, but the pawns are gone from A2 and B6. So only one pawn left on the board, and that's a pawn for black, a pass pawn. Black wouldn't mind that that pawn is captured just to make sure that the game is going in a very simplified direction. He doesn't care about winning chances. All he needs is a draw with the black pieces in Armageddon. 50 seconds left versus 2.5 minutes.
I think that he's going to play this for 49 moves and then push the D pawn forward. I think that also Kazakowski could have given up the pawn, and this is also precisely the reason why Lagarde is not taking the pawn on D4, because it's all about the rules of chess. If you repeat the position for 50 moves, the game is automatically drawn. That's why he wants to keep it going and going and going. And if he manages to eat the pawn on this D4, then it's... oh, there's the rook trade. And that's it.
Rook trade, and that forces Maxime Lagarde a draw, because you cannot win, even if you win on time, but you only have a king left. That's insufficient material. You cannot win the game anymore. That's what Kazakowski needed to knock out the French grandmaster. The Lithuanian grandmaster is through to the next round and eliminated a very dangerous Maxime Lagarde, who had a menacing attack earlier in the game, but then missed a tactical pattern and had to try to play for the time that, at the end of the day, didn't fully matter. It was close, but not exactly enough. What a thriller this has been. It was one of the many Armageddons, actually. A couple of the matches went to Armageddon, both in the upper bracket and in the lower bracket. And we will take a look later at who are the players who are through to the next round and who were, sadly, the other players to be knocked out. We know two names already. Grandmaster Peter Leko, unfortunately, is out. And Grandmaster Maxime Lagarde has also just been knocked out.
Yeah, crazy matchup. And to be honest, I think that Lagarde might be reliving these moments very clearly in his head, because Anna, he had like 7 minutes, completely winning position. He had a couple of ways to get it done, and I think he rushed with this move. Like, mistakes come in pairs, as they say. So here,
this
once again,
was the moment, indeed.
This was the moment. You take with f5.
Completely missed that he cannot take with the bishop on f5, because then he gets back rank checkmated, and the final moments in the game were in this rook endgame where white is down a pawn but has to win on time.
Yeah, and here black defended really, really well. This rook trade finally sealed the deal of the game, because black got a draw, and according to the tournament rules and Armageddon rules, black makes a draw, and that's it. Here you see Valery Kazakowski is relieved because he is getting to the next stage, but of course it's still not over for him, because he needs to make like at least 3 stages for the lower bracket. The road to the play-in stage is so much harder than the upper bracket, because they have to simply win more matches, Anna.
They have to win more matches. It's a double elimination knockout bracket. There will be so many more matches to come and so much at stake. They are playing for 5 qualification spots. This is a 3-day event concluding today, the Last Chance Qualifier. And if you are one of those 5 players who qualify, you get your key to next week's main event of chess at the Esports World Cup with the prize fund of $1.5 million. The pressure, the stakes are on. We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, this is the final day of the Last Chance Qualifier, and we will see who are the players who have made it through.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, It becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup. This is a 3-day event in Paris. 7 weeks at the Esports World Cup, but 3 days dedicated to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess. And the stakes could not be higher. 5 players will make it to next week's main event in chess with a prize fund of $1.5 million. This could be the biggest paycheck in the career of our heroes competing today. We have seen some very happy players so far and also some sad ones because it's a double elimination knockout system. Some players made it through, others unfortunately had to say goodbye to the competition. We are now continuing with both brackets. There's an upper bracket and a lower bracket. And if it's a match that's played already for the qualification spot, instead of a best of 2, it will be a best of 4. In the upper bracket, Wei Yi has made it through to the semifinals. Yaroslav Zherbuk, since he is in the upper bracket, he lost that match but is not eliminated. He's going to the lower bracket. Andrew Tang and Parham Maksudlu are still fighting their match, while Vladislav Artemyev is already through by winning his match against Alexander Grishuk in the Armageddon. And it was the same for Bortnyk, who managed to tie the score first against Daniil Dubov to then win in Armageddon. It is Bortnyk against Artemyev in the semifinals. Both Grishuk and Daniil Dubov will have a second chance in the lower bracket. Speaking of the lower bracket, we have seen Grandmaster Peter Leko eliminated, and that was the match against Jules Moussard, where the French Grandmaster is through now to round 2. His opponent is none other than 3-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk, who was knocked down from the upper bracket. Erik Hansen won his match against Norwegian Grandmaster Arjan Tari 2-0, and Hansen is now facing Daniil Dubov, who was knocked down from the upper bracket. And Kartik Ventakaraman also is through. We'll see on that end what will happen between the other players. The results will still need to come in, while we saw a thrilling Armageddon between Kazakowski and Lagarde, where the Lithuanian Grandmaster prevailed and will be facing Yaroslav Zherbuk. This is such a stacked field still, Arturs, with all the chances for the players that are still in the bracket alive. But if you lose a match in the lower bracket, you are knocked out. So the stakes and the pressure could not be higher.
Yeah, very unforgiving time control for all the players. It's really hard because, again, there's no increment, only 10 minutes for the game. And we already saw some crazy swings in the previous matchup. But here you go. This is the game. This is the match we're going to follow. Should be a really fire, to be honest, because it's Vladislav Artemyev, one of the fastest, one of the strongest players in the world, formerly a top 10 player who has defeated previously some giants, including Magnus Carlsen himself. He finished in the second place in 2025 World Rapid Championship. But Alexander Bortnyk, of course, he is a speed demon when it comes to online chess, having won so many online events, and this is going to be a match to watch and enjoy, Anna.
It's gonna be an absolute thriller, and for one of them, it's going to mean a qualification to the main event in chess, and for the other player, unfortunately, a second chance in the lower bracket. So at least for now, neither player can be eliminated. But if you win this match, you are through to the main event in chess with a chance to grab a big portion of that pie. That's a $1.5 million prize pool. Artemyev representing Team Spirit, while Bortnyk still doesn't have an esports team. But I'm sure that if this gentleman makes it through, he will be signed as well immediately.
That's actually a bit surprising because Bortnyk is one of the world's best players when it comes to play online. He is focusing a lot on this segment. He's been winning many tournaments. His rating when it comes to online Blitz and Bullet are just insanely high. So I think it's only a matter of time when he finds his team. We are getting ready for the start of the game. Artemyev is gonna open up the very first game with a white color, and yeah, we're going to see. I expect fireworks.
Fireworks for sure, and since this match is already for a qualification spot, it is not a best of 2 but a best of 4. We're gonna get to see 4 exciting games back and forth. 2 games with the white pieces for each player, 2 games with the black pieces. You need to win this mini match in order to qualify to the main event at Chess in Paris at the Esports World Cup. And we do have a Queen's Pawn opening by Artemyev.
And we have a Queen's Gambit not yet accepted or declined at the moment. Both players have pushed forward their queenside pawns. There's the Queen's Gambit accepted immediately, taking this free pawn on c4 and trying to hold on to it. It's a bit uncompromising style here by Bortnyk, trying to apply to white a lot of pressure, but he decided to give it up immediately because that's what the modern chess engines, the modern theory, they recommend that it's probably not good for your health to hold on to this pawn for too long. And here black is just aiming to solve the problems of the queen side by playing, pushing these queenside pawns forward and gaining some space.
That's exactly the plan forward for black, giving up temporarily the space, but then fighting back. And Artemyev is now spending a little longer to decide how to proceed and what would give him the best chances. He's going to try to put pressure on Bortnyk since he has the white pieces in this match. Again, it's going to be 4 games in the semifinals here in the upper bracket. And if you win this match, you are already qualified to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. Huge stakes, huge pressure on both players.
Yeah, but it's not an easy task for either of the players because they're definitely aware of the strength of their opponent. And yeah, Queen c7 was just played by Bortnyk, trying to apply some pressure here against this white bishop on c4. So here, Artemyev needs to decide how is he going to do this, how is he going to defend it. Queen on e2 sounds like a perfect square. And the big first question here is if black is going to commit to the pawn trade, because I'm pretty sure, Anna, that Vladislav would love to recapture on d4 with this e-pawn and give himself some kingston attacking chances. That's why Bortnyk says, no, I'm going to keep the tension, castle short, and then see what happens.
That's exactly what he's doing, and I'm curious to see how Artemyev will react to this and also how long he's going to spend on this decision, because so far he's the one who has fallen behind on the clock, and we have seen how many times throughout this event it was the time management that became the decisive factor. It's 10 minutes, no increment at the Esports World Cup, so it's crucial to keep as much time as possible. Bortnyk is back with his karaoke. I love it. He's one of the few grandmasters who's actually listening to music. You can listen to music at the Esports World Cup. He has his incredible playlist, head bopping, karaoke, you name it, he has it all. He has applied this in the group stage, and now he's back at the playoffs with a banger playlist and banger moves.
Anything that helps you to concentrate or have the better mood, I also fully support it. I've done this myself, Anna. I also have played a couple of online tournaments and the casual blitz games with listening to music in the background. And I can tell you this, it doesn't really distract you, at least me. I'm pretty sure that it also helps the Bortnyk. It just lifts you the spirit. You feel better, feel more motivated. And if it helps to him, why not? H3 was played by white here just in case, walking away from potential attacks against this pawn, and I think that white most likely is going to push the e-pawn to fight for the center.
Most likely that's what he's going to be playing for, and now Bortnyk is taking some time to decide how to develop the rest of his pieces. Very logical to push the b-pawn and want to fianchetto his bishop, place it on b7, but immediate pawn push in the center by Artemyev to pause questions. Now the e6 pawn is hanging.
That's an interesting choice. So again, the pawn structure changes rapidly, and black does not take the pawn here. He goes for a counterattack, attacking white's knight and the bishop. So I would assume that white is very much interested to take it and create a potential weakness here on e6, because that's the kind of target you can always try to exploit. In theory, the more shattered your opponent's pawn structure is, the better you are doing. But again, he's also trading a lot of pieces while doing this, and that's why Artemyev is not going to rush with this choice.
He's not rushing it at all. It's a critical moment in the game with the stakes being so high as the qualification spot to next week's main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. Every single game matters so much. This is a best of 4, ladies and gentlemen. The semifinals in the upper bracket. The player who wins will make it through to the main event next week. The player who loses is knocked down to the lower bracket.
Look at Bortnyk, he's yawning there a bit tired, and I'm wondering if this is jet lag kicking in, because I suspect, Anna, that he came all over from Charlotte in the United States, where he is residing, and yeah, you're crossing so many time zones. I think it's 6-hour difference from the United States of America and Paris, so I don't really know when exactly Alexander arrived here, but from my experience when you're traveling to the east, adjusting to the time zones, that's going to be a tricky thing.
It is a very tricky thing indeed, but he's going to try to wake up fully. I'm sure that the music is helping him and getting into the zone even more. The atmosphere is absolutely buzzing in Paris at the Esports World Cup with all the other gaming events taking place, high-stakes competitions, club championship points. So much matters individually and team-wise as well. And for these two grandmasters, this is a crucial match in order to qualify to next week's main event, where the likes of Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen are already waiting for their challengers.
Yeah, lots of stake here, of course, in this match. They definitely know this, and that's why they're gonna, of course, make sure every single choice is vetted properly. Here we just saw white taking on e6, couple of pieces disappear on the board, and I think that if white has to continue, of course, you have to take on e6 here. And now we have the pawn structure, which is looking a bit different. Here's one pawn island, there's the second pawn island, and the third pawn island here, compared to white's. One is here, and the second one here is at the king side. Bishop h2 checking h1 and putting the bishop on e5. There was no checkmate there. If the queen would be swapping sides with a bishop, that would be really terrific. But the idea of this move was to dislaunch the white king. And the position remains about level, Anna. But because of this weakness on e6, I would say that it is Artemiev who has a bit of a pressure here.
Pressure on the board by Artemiev, but pressure on the clock by Bortnyk, and he's got those moves and the beats are kicking in. You can tell he's in the zone already. He's vibing with his playlist, and he's ready to strike perhaps on the board as well. If he manages to keep his time advantage, that can become a significant factor later on in the game, since it's 10 minutes with no increment, the time control.
Look at this aggressive move. So black is about to organize a passed pawn at the queen side, and I suppose that's what you have to do. Like, I would be thinking, try to help these pawns to be pushed forward and create this outside passed pawn, which ultimately might result in bringing another queen to the board. And now we just saw Bortnyk going for a trade after Artemiev pushed his kingside pawn to f4. I'm really puzzled about the engine's evaluation of this position, because visually, I think that black is doing fantastic. I mean, this knight is a beast. It's threatening with a fork on g3. It's presumably stronger than white's bishop on c3, and yet the evaluation bar favors white.
I'm very puzzled by that assessment as well. If I'm looking at this with my human eyes, I feel like I would give better chances for black for all the factors you mentioned, and that monster knight in the middle of the board. I'm not sure that the players would assess it the same way as the computer here, because it is looking like a very dangerous piece. But Artemiev says, I'm going to move my queen out of the knight fork and at the same time attack your knight. And there is no pawn that can support that knight. Maybe that's one of the reasons why the computer doesn't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, you also can't keep the knight here with moves like queen c6 or queen b7, because white will launch the rook here to the central square of d4, and that's going to be a pin. Most likely here black has no choice. As much as Bortnyk would love to keep this beautiful knight on the central square, he simply can't. An alternative choice, perhaps he's thinking about launching the knight to other squares. Well, look at this, there's this weakness on d3, that's the b3 square, but it's also cost him a lot of time, so he senses it's a big moment here.
Huge moment, and with his 2.5 minutes of time advantage, he's wisely using some of that time advantage in this moment to make the right call, how to proceed, how to keep the position in a more favorable way for him, because as you said, that knight, it doesn't have support, it needs to go. And you also need to evaluate when it comes to that knight, if you want to keep it on the board or will you trade it for the bishop on c3.
And I looked at his body language, Anna, and he was not very happy about apparently something. And I think he just realized that this entire sequence that led to this moment, it's not in his favor. So he played out these moves very quickly. He allowed White to push this pawn. He went for the trade, anchored the knight on e4, and his plan was not to walk away with this knight. And right now he realizes, wait a second, I quite do not like my position here, because if I'm going to trade here, then White most likely is going to centralize the queen, target this weakness here. He cannot push forward the b pawn because at the end of the line, the rook on e8 might be under attack after some trade. So I would easily imagine him here spending not any more time. There you go, I stand corrected. There was immediately the capture on c3. No choice for black.
It was still a long thing. You are right, Artur, that he noticed that the position wasn't actually as good as he had hoped for, thanks to the very precise reaction by Artemiev pushing the f-pawn and with the queen on f3 chasing that knight away. So Bortnyk had to capture the bishop, but this heavy piece endgame is somewhat better for white because of the white pieces being so active and that pin that you are showing on the a file that's making it difficult for black to push on the queen side. And it's on the queen side where black has 3 pawns versus 2 pawns. That's where you should try to create a pass pawn, but it's not simple at all.
That's a very good point. And yeah, if he was able to play b5, Hannah, then of course I think black will be doing fantastic. But the small nuance that the rook is under attack, it changes everything. And also on top of that, you start to see a lot of unpleasant moves for white. How about white is going to centralize the queen, target this pawn, which you, by the way, cannot protect with the pawn on b5. What about white's going to continue with rook to e4, attacking the pawn here to continue with doubling the rooks here at the d-file, potentially crashing through black's defenses. So I think that here, black senses he has to come up with a very big, accurate plan. Rook e8, according to the engine, is the best.
He has found it, but it has cost him quite some precious time. Bortnyk is no longer ahead on the clock. He had like a 2.5-minute time advantage, and now it's actually very balanced, the time management. So Artemiev is on the same amount of time as Bortnyk. But Bortnyk, at his reaction, he's like, oh, did I miss this? What's happening?
g6. Now that's a bit of a mysterious move. I think that here black is threatening to push forward this central pawn, which he could have done immediately, but I think that white could walk past it and establish himself a great outpost here. So black's idea here is to get rid of this weakness on e6. So that's why first and foremost, Artemiev is going to think about, how do I stop this? Can I stop this? Or do I need to stop this? I think his first priority here would be something like, can I attack this pawn here? If black plays b5, what happens then? So if I put the rook here, what happens if black does push forward the pawn? And there you go, it's happening right now. By the way, e5 is strictly the only choice for black to keep the balance.
Will he find it that he can give up the c4 pawn and just get rid of the e6 pawn? It feels like g6, he did that because he does want to push e5, but immediately he had that big reaction and seemed like he missed something. I think he still is sacrificing the pawn. So luckily for Bortnyk, he continues with the most precise move, the only way for black to stay in the game with chances.
I think that he is doing really well, and he is essentially giving up the pawn, and we might be entering a position which might be drawish according to an engine, but it's really going to come down to the time control that both players are having less. I mean, black has a bit more than 3 minutes, but white already has less. And here, white's advantage, it's just not enough to win the game.
Not enough, and you really need to speed up. As you said, Artemiev is below 3 minutes, now approaching 2.5 minutes. There is no increment. You run out of time, you lose the game. And in fact, Bortnyk could try to start playing this game and try to play for a win on the clock if things don't simplify that much. It is black who can win the game because of the extra time.
I think it's still heading to a peaceful outcome here because white is having only 2 minutes versus Bortnyk's 3. We have only 2 kingside pawns left, and do you really play at this stage for flagging? I don't think so. And we just saw a repetition of the moves. And this game was a solid draw in a very exciting match ahead of us.
Very exciting match, and I think a good result for Bortnyk, who was somewhat in trouble after the opening. He did have a lot more time, so the time factor could become more decisive in the upcoming games. But in terms of the quality of play, it's Artemiev who will be happier with how the game went. In terms of the time management, it's Bortnyk who was the speedier player. But there's 3 more games to go. It's a best of 4, the semifinals in the upper bracket. The player who wins this match gets a key to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, where the prize fund is $1.5 million. The stakes could not be higher, and now Bortnyk will have the white pieces in the next game.
Yeah, they're waiting for the start of the next game. I think that we can fully expect it's going to be a very, very tight match. Maybe on paper, Vladislav is a small ELO favorite, but again, when it comes to this time control, 10 minutes with no increment, it all comes down to the speed of your mouse skills, how good you are in the time scale. Look at Bortnyk, is literally just vibing there, listening to his music. I would love to get some of that, but he's listening there. You said, Anna, some karaoke? And what else was it?
I mean, he's singing along a couple of times, even during the games. He did that in the group stage as well. The head bopping is there. The moves are great. It's a banger playlist. I would love to know what songs are on his playlist, but he's one of the few participants who actually is applying this additional feature that you can listen to your own music. So they're wearing noise cancelling headphones, but you can also wear your own earbuds or headphones underneath. Grandmaster Peter Leko was listening to music as well, which honestly surprised me. He's such a class act, such a legend, and he has adjusted so well to the esports environment that he himself was listening to music during the games. It has been working out better so far for Bortnyk with the music than for Peter. Unfortunately for Peter Leko, he has been knocked out of the tournament, and Bortnyk goes for this very interesting pawn push early h3. Artur, what do you know about this variation?
I mean, I have seen it before, so not to really bore the viewers with the technicalities here, why this move is popular here. It's part of a surprise. Let's put it this way, because the so-called 4 knights variation is one of the most researched openings here. And with the move h3 here, Bortnyk is saying, I'm pretty sure that you have not checked this move lately at all. So why don't we try to get a different kind of game? And Artemiev went for fianchettoing his kingside bishop to g7, which I think is improvisation right there. Because of course, according to an engine, if you would switch it on, you have many interesting choices, but you suspect that your opponent is really well prepped. You want to sidestep, and that's what he's doing.
That's exactly what he's doing, and whether it's improvisation or still some older preparation, he's going for something that's not the usual development for that dark squared bishop in openings like this, but it makes perfect sense. And in speed chess, the surprise element matters so much. That's why Bortnyk went for the early h3 pawn push, and that's why Artemiev is going for a slightly different setup.
Yeah, we have a bit of an unusual position here where Black's pawn structure at the king side, it sort of suggests that he might be thinking about eventual attack at the king side, because that's the pawn structure which pretty much suggests that you want to do something at the king side. The last move by Bortnyk, this is a very cautious move. I love it, because very often in these positions, Black is thinking about how do I trade it off? This queenside bishop on c4 with the knight jump, and Black is just not doing this because the bishop is ready to escape to a2.
That's why that pawn push is so useful. It's funny to see both the h-pawn and the a-pawn being pushed one square, the little wrinkles on the edges of the board, but they are very helpful here. One is preventing the bishop coming to g4, and the other is providing space for the light squared bishop of white. Queen e8, it's quite the mysterious move.
Yeah, I suppose he's preparing to play bishop e6, which precisely is what happened in this moment, because Black is not interested to recapture with the pawn, which I don't know, maybe visually it looks logical because it would open up the F file, but Artemiev just knows these pawn structures too good that he doesn't want to double the pawns for no good reason, and I think that he wants to take on e6 with a queen and then potentially go for this pawn push we discussed, either f5 or even d5, of course depending on what it's gonna do.
Exactly, depending on that, those are some of the ideas for black. And Bortnyk simply says, I'm going to bring my rook to e1. Later, when the position opens up, that rook can be very helpful, or even bringing it through the third rank. Unfortunately for him, there's a pawn on h3. Oftentimes, you could see the rook coming to the third rank and swinging all the way to the king side. Not in this game, but the rook is helpful on e1 regardless.
Yeah, somehow it makes perfect sense to position the rook on the same rank as the black queen, and also with this move he says, I don't really mind that you double my pawns. Like, sure, go ahead. I mean, if you're gonna take it, I'm gonna take it, of course, and even though white's pawn structure is a bit shattered, it's all about controlling the squares, and this would give white on the platter the control of the d5 square, and since black is thinking about this, he's not making the move automatically. It's also not very obvious choice for him. It's more about the plans here. Where is your plan if you're playing with either side?
Not easy to find the plans, and you need to find those plans very quickly. If you don't want to fall behind on the clock, speed chess, 10 minutes, no increment. This is the format at the Esports World Cup, and time has been a decisive factor in so many games. In this match, in the semifinals, it's a best of 4, and the player who makes it through is already qualifying to next week's main event in chess. Pawn to h6 to chase this bishop away, to poke it and ask the question, are you going to trade on f6 or will you drop this bishop back?
I think it makes perfect sense to take it, but as you said, also retreating with the bishop looks logical because you could try to exploit this pawn on h6. Okay, Bortnyk already has made up his mind. He is about to control this beautiful outpost on d5. Are we going to see a queen move here? I think queen d8 going back now makes perfect sense. Since this light square bishop has landed on e6, the bishop is ready to retreat on g7, and here's going to come black's counterplay. So if Bortnyk wants to make something work in this game, he needs to organize his plan very quickly. The question, where is it? Most likely it's either in the center or somewhere at the queen side.
That's why we see the pawn push c3, which also opens up the diagonal for the queen. I do think he's looking at those pawn pushes that you mentioned, and he will have to pick in which direction he's going to try to put pressure on his opponent. It's certainly a better situation for Bortnyk than the previous game, where he got into a slight trouble after the opening. This one is looking more promising, but Artemiev is very solid, and now with this bishop dropping back to g7, the black king is really safe, and maybe at some point we will see that pawn push f5, g5, and black might want to build up an attack on the king's side.
And that's why I don't fully trust the engines, to be honest, because right now we see the evaluation bar. It says that white is slightly better. But let me tell you this from my own experience. I'm not sure if this even matters at this stage, because it's all about who has the easier game. And I'm looking at this position. I understand why engine says that white is better, meaning black has a bit bad bishop here on g7, which is not doing a lot, and white has some space advantage at the queen side. But what is it? What is easier to do? Attack some weaknesses here at the queen side or go attacking the king? That's why I think that black's threats should not be underestimated. And again, the idea that you mentioned, Anna, this king move, I think it makes sense to remove the king from a potential x-ray against white's bishop and just roll those pawns forward. If I was white, I would be a bit nervous here.
I think Bortnyk is nervous, and we have seen him being a lot more expressive than his opponent Artemiev with the poker face on by Bortnyk. He's got his playlist, he's got his banger moves, the singing, but this time it was more just some reactions to the position and maybe not fully happy with how things are going. At least there must have been something that he disliked when he was reacting to the position and the calculations that he was going through.
Rook e8. That's an interesting choice. So Artemiev is not going for the kingside attack. Instead, I think he is going to try to equalize the game. And I'm wondering what's the plan of this move. Maybe to prepare the knight jump here to e7, try to trade off this knight, trade off the bishops, and then slowly organize the counterplay in the center. That's a very deep move.
Very deep indeed, and Bortnyk is back in the zone. The beats are kicking in. It must be one of his favorite songs. I feel you can tell that he is vibing with it again, and you need that extra buff if you are one of those players that does like to listen to music while you're playing online. Bortnyk is certainly one of them, and with the queen on b3, he's lining up all his pieces, or as many as he can, on that diagonal.
Yeah, maybe this is going to turn out to be some kind of a positional game where white will have the better knight against the slightly worse bishop, and black decides to play 9b8 to keep the knights on the board. I like this because I think that black is also not really saying goodbye to any dynamic chances. His idea is to play c6, get rid of this white centralized knight, trade the bishops, and then maybe reroute the queenside knight to f6. And typically, grandmasters, they very good feel when they can afford to waste or invest a couple of tempi to improve the position.
Yeah, they have a very good feel for that, and we do see the knight maneuver rerouting that piece to a different location, trying to activate it more. How can Bortnyk now use this moment to improve his position? I do think your suggestion with the pawn push on the queen side makes sense, to expand further, gain further space, and see, do you take on e6 or do you keep the tension between the bishops?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not also sure if it does matter who takes on e6. I have a feeling that, whoa, d4, that's a change of the plans very quickly. I would have thought that Bortnyk's plan was to play the queenside all along, and now suddenly he changes the structure, and instead he goes for a break in the center. I was looking at this plan previously, and I was not sure about it, because I think that black is very much interested at some point to take on d4 and increase the power of the darks with bishop. So, of course, white's going to get a very strong center, but this comes at a price. Black's bishop becomes stronger.
That bishop will be enjoying the opening of the position, and also the black rook that has been moved to e8 a few moves ago will now have a semi-open file if Artemiev were to take on d4. But he's considering whether to take or not, because it also comes at the cost of bringing the c pawn of Bortnyk into the center, opening up the c file for white's rooks. So it is pros and cons whether you want that trade or not.
Maybe it's also part of the strategy, because you are playing a 10+0 time control game, and it's all about easy plans. And perhaps if Alexander would have a bit more time in this position, and this would not be in a rapid game, he would maybe keep it things slow, go for this queenside slow pawn pushes. But you need some clarity, and we just saw the bishops were traded off the board, and he treats, okay, maybe he doesn't really have a lot of advantage in this position, but at least the plan is clear. You're playing in the center. How wrong can it be?
Wow, and the reaction of Bortnyk to b5, it clearly surprised him, and maybe he has not the thought of this move as a good option for Artemiev, but he does have the idea of following it up with c5. If the knight were to jump to a5 before it can land on c6, you're making sure that you're not allowing the white knight to become a beast on c6. Black's idea is to push the c pawn as well.
Yeah, I would be feeling a bit nervous if I was white seeing this move, because now you start to realize black is about to follow up with this queenside pawn push c5 and open up the bishop here. And the more the position opens up, the better black's chances are looking. So white has a beautiful center here, two strong pawns, but what about the follow-up? And white would love to park this knight on c6, but who's going to give him this opportunity? Because as soon as this queenside knight goes to a5, I'm fairly positive Artemiev is going to blitz out c5, and from there, things could escalate quickly.
He immediately has pushed c5 as soon as the knight landed on a5. I don't think it even cost him a single second to push that pawn. There's a pin through the long diagonal, and also the knight and the pawn are supporting the c5 pawn. So it's a lot of dynamic factors here supporting this pawn push, and you had to play it in order to not allow the white knight clamping down in your position on the c6 square. Now the white knight were to jump to c6, it's at least not as unpleasant as it would have been with the pawn staying on the c7 square.
And I want to do it. I want to jump with the knight on c6. It feels such a great thing to do, but what's the follow-up? Meaning, if I do this, black's going to go here with a queen on b6. Am I wasting time? I would love to support it with this d-pawn push, but what happens if black simply takes the exchange? So there's so many things to answer, and the clock is ticking. Look at this. Now suddenly Bortnyk finds himself having less time on the clock. He was pretty much always ahead on the time. And most likely the action is going to unfold at the queen side, but it's getting suddenly pretty sharp.
It's getting sharp, and it's not a good sign, as you said, that Bortnyk is falling behind on the clock when he had a time advantage. The reaction on his face, it says it all. He was really surprised by b5. He underestimated this idea by Artemiev. It came out of the blue, and now it really could be that black is taking the initiative. He's going to be up on the clock, and he's the one putting pressure on white here.
An immediate response by Artemiev, because this is what you do at this level. If you are playing at the Grandmaster level and you are a participant of the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier, you're doing a lot of work for your opponent. Of course, black fully expected Bortnyk's queen d5, immediately responds, knight f6, queen c6, and now what? Does he take the pawn here on d4, or he keeps harassing the white queen, for example? Rook c8, knight takes on e4, the position remains balanced, and look at the clock, Anna. Only 2 minutes here for white.
Only 2 minutes remaining, and for Artemiev it's still about 3 minutes. He is investing more time on this decision because it is a critical moment. He senses that he has a slight pressure now on Bortnyk, and he wants to increase that pressure, but it's not that obvious. How? What can you do from black's perspective to make sure that white has to find some really precise moves? It looks like the white queen is almost trapped, but yet you cannot really win it. So he ends up offering a queen trade instead.
Which apparently is not a good move. It is a mistake, but only if white finds this very aggressive e-pawn push forward, e4, e5. And also look at the body language of Artemiev. He just literally froze. He realized, oh, e5. e5 is played on the board.
He did miss it, and Bortnyk did not miss the chance to push the pawn. Now white is back with the pressure, with the better position, less time on the clock, but it's getting very balanced out. It's getting close to equal amount of time. We do see the pawn taking on e5. You can take on c5. You don't have to take on e5. Will Bortnyk choose that pawn and have a passed pawn?
That was the big idea. No, Bortnyk went for something else. He decided to take the pawn here on e5, which is still apparently good, but now it forces him to do something. Excellent response here by Artemiev, applying the queen, some pressure. We see the queens are coming off the board, and white is getting on a severe time scramble here on only 1 minute and 20 seconds versus black's 2 minutes and 13.
Bortnyk really has missed a few moments in the game, and this is one of those. Again, I don't think he expected this rook c8 follow-up to be this strong, because now the reaction on his face was saying it all, that it's not what he wanted. Look at him. He realizes the position slipping and the time situation also very much not in his favor. 1 minute left for Bortnyk.
The knight is stuck on b7. You want to save it, but if you land it on d6, there's going to be a trade, and your rook on a1 is going to be under attack. That's why, of course, rook d1 is a necessary move. You defend the rook, you give up the pawn on a3, and you try to go for some sort of a counterattack. But of course, for Bortnyk, 1 minute might be still enough, because his skills in bullet time control are legendary.
He's an absolute legend in speeches, but he is frustrated with himself for some of these decisions that he has made. He knows that he had a chance to put pressure on his opponent after e5 was missed by Artemiev, but now the chances are back on black's side, having a little more time, and also the situation where the white rook had to come out of the corner and give up the support of the a3 pawn in order to support the knight on b7 getting out of there safely.
I have a feeling, Anna, that in this game there will be no prisoners. They're going to battle it out until the very end, because we are getting officially in the bull territory. 50 seconds for white. The position is still pretty sharp. White has a very strong pawn on d6, but black has more time. Black has a stronger dux with bishop, and black's position, I suppose, is somehow a bit easier to play.
easier to play, and those extra seconds matter so much when it's the final minute of the game. There is no increment. You run out of time, you lose the game, and Black can put so much more pressure on his opponent here. Instead of moving it to the long diagonal to attack on a3, he goes to f8. Also makes sense to put pressure on the d6 pawn, but now we do see more trades. The b5 pawn is disappearing too. Only 3 pawns left for both players.
That was a bit of a surprising choice. I would have thought that Artemiev can be a bit more ambitious in this position. So he decided to play it safe, and maybe he just wants to flag the opponent because, again, he has 50 seconds versus White's 23. The position is really equal. It's very balanced, but it's all going to come down to the time.
It's all about the time. 20 seconds left for Bortnyk. There is no increment, so flagging, of course, is very much part of the game. And the Esports World Cup, we have seen it being the decisive factor so many times, and it could be the case again. Only 17 seconds left for Bortnyk.
Maybe the thing that can save him is the knight. The knight is so tricky here, and Black is playing very, very fast. 14 seconds for White, 32 for Black. Black is having a slightly better position because of the pressure against the pawn on f2. But do not underestimate the knight. A lot of tricky checks, but the clock is ticking.
The clock is ticking. Only 10 seconds left versus 25. It's looking dim for Bortnyk when it comes to the time situation, and he might get flagged.
Oh, that was actually a very big choice that Artemiev decided he can go for this pawn endgame and now go for the kingside pawn push. Apparently, it's a draw, but where's the draw? Where's the draw? No, he's going to lose on time.
No time, and he makes a mistake. Bortnyk under the time pressure. Artemiev wins because of his better time management. This is the semifinals in the upper bracket. There will still be 2 more games, so Bortnyk has a chance to bounce back in the next game. But right now, it is Artemiev who is looking like he's getting closer to that dream qualification to the main event at the Esports World Cup in chess. Wow.
Yeah, this was such a tense game, and look at this. Alexander is replaying the game. He's like, why on earth did not take this pawn on c5? Very often, the biggest critic of your play is yourself. You're replaying those critical moments of the game you just played, and you're wondering, how on earth did I not play this or that combination? Seems to be very obvious, but what's done is done. You got to concentrate what's coming.
What's done is done. There were a couple of moments during the game where we saw the frustration or the surprise on Bortnyk's face. He has been a lot more expressive than Artemiev, and he'll definitely feel very disappointed about this and upset on how the game finished. But there's 2 more games to go. He has a chance to fight back. It's a best of 4 in the semifinals in the upper bracket, and whoever wins this match will qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, where the prize fund is $1.5 million. High stakes, high pressure, and Bortnyk needs a win to have a chance to qualify. You can tell he's really heartbroken from this game, but there's not much time to recover. The game 3 is about to begin.
He probably feels he was really, really close. I mean, of course, at some point he was just much better, but there was at no moment he was losing, maybe at the very end of the game. And with the black color in the 3rd game, it's going to be pretty hard to recover. And if Artemiev is going to win this game, he can actually not only clinch the match, he can immediately qualify for the Esports World Cup main event. So again, for Artemiev, this could be one of the most important games of his career.
That's very well said, and that's the nature of the best of 4. Now with a point lead, Artemiev could actually get that key to the main event if he manages to win again, and we will not even see a 4th game in that chance. For Bortnyk, he needs to bounce back. He needs at least a draw to stay in the match, and a win obviously would be the dream result to immediately come back from this painful loss.
Yeah, it does look. He's still not over from the previous game, still reliving those moments, and that's the hardest thing for any professional, letting it go, forgetting what happened in the previous game. It's so hard to do, it's so easy to say, but you have to focus. You're a professional, and there you go. The game is officially starting. Artemiev with the white color opts for knight f3 moves, something really quiet, and for Bortnyk, it's either win or draw in this game, otherwise he's going home.
He will be going to the lower bracket with a second chance there, but I don't think he wants the second chance in the lower bracket. He wants to qualify from the upper bracket. So luckily for him, it's a double elimination format, and he is in the upper side of the bracket, but still so frustrated how his previous game went. He needs to shake it off. He needs to let it go. As you said, Arturs, it's so much easier said than done, but now he's focused on the opening. He's focusing on what's the right setup here against Artemyev's opening choice.
Yeah, so white positions his queenside bishop on the long diagonal here, trying to get a bit of a easier game. And he's trying to get this vibe back. Again, listening to the music, trying to get in the rhythm, but I'm looking at his body language. Is he trying to recall some of the opening theory there, or he's just tired? I don't know.
I don't think it's about
really
the opening. I think it's still his previous game, and it's so hard to let it go within just seconds. There is no break between the games other than the couple of seconds to start the next game. He's still in his head, I feel like, reliving the moments from game 2, the game where he was doing fine but then went down because of the time situation. I feel like whatever he did there, these last couple of seconds, whatever happened in Bortnyk's mind, it has been helping him. He's finally looking a bit more relaxed, somewhat less frustrated, and that's good news for him that he's ready to fight in game 3 because he still has his chances. With a win, he can tie the score. With a draw, he can still stay in the game, stay in the match, because it's a best of 4 in the semifinals here in the upper bracket.
So here White decided to change the pawn structure, included the pawn trade in the center, and the Bortnyk responded immediately, recaptured another pawn, following the principle that it's a good thing to have a central pawn here. Bishop b5 check, that's a provocation, and provocation at the highest level plays a very big part. Black, of course, can play c6, and this is precisely what Black did. But now look at this. This bishop here is essentially staring at 2 pawns. So I think that what Artemyev is trying to accomplish with this bishop b5, bishop e2 move, Anna, he wants to make sure that at some point later, Black is going to go c5, and he just apparently likes this position.
He does seem to like it, and Bortnyk is loving his playlist again. You love to see it. This gentleman, his facial expressions within the last minute have changed drastically from frustration, upset, disappointment to now vibing, finally being in the zone again. And that's what you need. You need to be in the zone. You need to be vibing, because this is your chance to fight back. He pushes the pawn, doesn't want to trade the bishop, says that Artemyev's bishop on a3 will not be a useful piece.
It is not. I think that here Vladislav was aiming for the bishop trade to have a bit of an easier game. I find it a bit interesting is that he's delaying the central pawn push here, the queen's pawn push to d4, because from my understanding, it's the typical plan in this position. You want to go here, you want to take on c5 and create some weaknesses here, but probably it's not enough to have an opening advantage. So here White is attempting to be really tricky. But when it comes to the opening choice, I think that Bortnyk has accomplished quite a bit.
Has accomplished quite a bit. He is comfortable in this opening, and he has a comfortable time advantage as well. So I think for the match, this is great news for Bortnyk. And he is now using this momentum to jump to e4 with his knight.
An immediate response, rook c1. Again, this just shows how incredibly good Artemyev is. He fully expected that Black's going to jump with this knight here, trying to open up maybe the kingside for a potential assault. If White would take it here on e4, this would force White to retract the knight, which in return guards the king. So that's why here there's going to be a bit of a status quo. Black can take on c3, but to be honest, I think that he's actually going to keep the tension somehow and develop the queenside pieces. The question is, how? There you go.
He's responding to your question, Arturs, immediately with a knight to d7. Then it might follow up with knight to f6. That d7 knight could be supporting the e4 knight. And then it's starting to look a bit more dangerous on the king's side.
It looks really good for him, considering that he lost this painful game in the previous round. The Black is lining up every single piece for a kingside attack. Look at this bishop. Look at this bishop here. They're essentially going and looking at the white king. Think about the moves, like maybe the kingside push here The rook slides over. That's why Artemiev is attempting to trade off at least a couple of black's attacking pieces.
He's attempting to do it, but Bortnyk says, no, 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 I'm keeping my bishop on that diagonal, even if it takes to a retreat to the back rank. It's a long-range piece. It's a sniper. Even from b8, it's seeing the same diagonal, and you might want to just chase that knight away at some point with a6 if you don't like that it's taking away those squares in your position.
It's a fair point. I think this is precisely what's going to happen, so that's why here Artemiev has to do something really quick. If he's going to push this queenside pawn to d3, what about knight to jump to g5? I think that black in general would love to get rid of this white knight on f3, which guards so many pieces, because if you look at this position from a simple perspective, the white king is feeling a bit exposed, and there's only one piece which is defending the king. That is this knight. So if this knight leaves, black can think about opening up these diagonals with the bishops, connect the queen and the rook, and who knows, maybe develop a killing attack.
That's exactly what Bortnyk is planning, and that's why Artemiev says, I'm gonna need to do something before it's too late. He's pushing his b-pawn on the queen side, slightly questioned by the computer. Not a mistake, but the advantage is now it's now showing a little bit of an advantage for black. It's signaling that the pawn push wasn't the best, but it's a logical decision. The a3 bishop wasn't doing anything, and you need to strike before black can build up that kingside attack.
That's a very interesting move. I really like it. So here, apparently, white has decided not to touch the d-pawn because he sees the downsides, because he sees what black is willing to do that, probably jump the knight on g5. Going for this queenside counterplay does make sense, and Bortnyk is pausing. And the clock situation is as follows, that both players are about the same time. Black is a bit ahead, but the advantage is evaporating very quickly, and he needs to make a big decision because, Anna, if he plays c4, tries to close the queen side, it does give the d4 square on the platter for white's pieces.
It does, so it is not an easy decision. That's why Bortnyk is investing a bit longer of a think here. He's using his time very wisely to figure out what's the best way to react to this pawn push. Do you need to react to it, or will you just proceed on the king side and start building up your attack? He says, I don't need to touch that pawn, I'm just going to activate my rook instead.
That's a very
But
logical
immediate
movement.
reaction, he's so expressive.
What was it?
He's so expressive. He's just like, I don't know if it was about the move or about his playlist. His earbud might be falling out. He is wearing both inner earbuds and the noise-cancelling headphones. Something is going on, and he's trying to get back into the zone again.
Maybe he heard the announcements that are running there in the background, even though his noise cancellation, the headphones should suppress that noise, and also he is listening to his music, or maybe he was just unhappy about the music track he was running there in the background. It's like, how did this music get in my track? You never really know. But we just saw a couple of pawns being traded at the queenside, and white is desperately looking for his play right there.
He is, and what is that play is the main question here for Artemiev, who is also falling behind on the clock. So pressure over the board by Bortnyk and also pressure on the clock. Great news for Alexander Bortnyk for a potential strike back, which he badly needs. This is a best of 4, the semifinals in the upper bracket. Whoever wins this match will qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. And Bortnyk needs to strike back after having lost the previous game.
And apparently it was something that Alexander doesn't like, because I think he just realized the pawn on c5 might be gone. d3 responded with a counter-attack. a6, look at this. This was actually not a blunder, it was a trap. Wow, it's amazing. The point is, if white takes it here, black can recapture this knight on b5. On top of that, white's bishop here on a3 is under attack, or maybe even takes and takes on e4, and white's 2 pieces will be hanging.
Such a powerful reaction. He expected this move and he had to respond immediately, but he's still sleepy. You are right, Artur, that I think there's still a bit of a jet lag kicking in for Alexander Bortnyk, who flew all the way from Charlotte, from the United States to Paris, and this is now him again with the karaoke mode on. He's in the vibe, he's in the zone, he's listening to his favorite songs, and he badly needs a comeback. He needs to bounce back, and this is a great chance. This is his best chance so far in the match. Game 3. e3 looking good, the position looking good, the time advantage. Will he take the e4 pawn now with the pawn and attack the f3 knight?
Yeah, so we might see those queenside pawns being traded because white could launch the knight on d4. But again, do not forget about these bishops here, Anna. The bishop on b8 is so looking for a potential sacrifice right there. And that's why Artemiev is pausing for a moment, because what if? Let's say he plays here with the knight. Maybe there's a move, queen c7, attacking the pawn on h2, attacking the bishop on c5 with the knight. And here, at least according to the engine, the only move for white to stay alive is this so non-obvious move, knight g5, Anna. Essentially hanging the knight so that after queen g5, you can recapture with queen takes on d7. If somebody can pick it up, it's Artemiev. He didn't find it.
Whoa, and the knight moved back to the back rank. Is that absolutely a mistake according to the evaluation board? Now black is completely winning, but it was on knight takes c5 that was the key move. It's still better for black, but that was an even better continuation. However, it's now water under the bridge. Still a very pleasant advantage for Bortnyk, both on the board and on the clock.
Both players missed it. I was a bit surprised to see that, but apparently this is what happens. You miss an idea when you see something else. What's done is done, and black is still having a great position here. The big question, Anna, can white collect this pawn here on b5? Because if you do that right now, I'm seeing some kind of pins. Black's gonna play rook a5, pin this bishop, pin the rook here. Maybe you have no choice, and that's why here Artemiev decides to limit the damage, trade the rooks, and accept that he's down a pawn.
He has to accept that fact. He's coming back with the rook to trade the very, very dangerous rook of Bortnyk. And now Bortnyk is taking some moments here to figure out the best way to keep his advantage. It's such an incredibly important game for him to bounce back in this match. It's a best of 4 in the semifinals. He needs to strike back to have a chance to qualify to the main event directly from this match. Whoever wins this match is through to the main event in chess. $1.5 million is the prize fund next week at the chess event at the Esports World Cup.
This is the chance that Bortnyk was looking for, and he senses something is there. He's having an extra pawn. He has the bishop here, but how to wrap up things? The white knight on e1 is not doing anything. I don't think he wants to take on c2 and allow white to fix the problem of the knight. He needs to do something else. But what? Does it double the rooks on the second rank? There's going to be a trade, and bishop takes on b5 to follow. Does he play rook a1 instead? Try to hunt down this knight on a1. So he senses it's a big moment, and he's willing to invest a bit of time to figure it out.
That's exactly what he's doing, and it's very wisely done. He still is significantly up on the clock. It's about a 2-minute time advantage. Some of it is evaporating, but it's crucial for him to find the best way to continue and keep the tension on the board. He chooses the rook move to the back rank. It looks like a very attractive move indeed, keeping more pieces on the board and saying, I don't mind that the b5 pawn is now fully targeted by both the rook and the bishop. It's the piece activity here that I'm counting on.
Very powerful play so far by Bortnyk here. He found all the best moves, at least according to an engine. White could not take the pawn on b5 because of this very powerful bishop sneak attack, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop, and white would end up losing an exchange, maybe even more. That's why white played rook b3. Black is still winning, but he has to walk a very, very narrow path here to the victory. The best move, according to an engine, is reroute the bishop here to e6. Also, there's an idea to play rook d2, give up the pawn, play bishop d5, and he found it.
He finds the best moves, Alexander Bortnyk, who needs to bounce back in this match, and he seems to be doing really well after a frustrating result in game 2. Now game 3 could go his way, and he might be just about to tie the score. Very active rooks for black, the pair of bishops looking menacing. His only issue could be the back rank, but I'm sure that he will start taking care of the two as soon as there might be a rook entering. And the pieces for white, especially this rook stuck on f1 and the knight on the edge of the board, are looking really sad.
Really beautiful coordination of Black's pieces right there. And I think that finally Black's going to win some material. Bishop c3, force the rooks off the board. This move already is necessary for White. Trade it, land the last bishop on c4, collect exchange, and it's all about setting up some kind of a fortress for Artemiev, but probably it's not enough. Anna, I think that Bortnyk is going to make this comeback.
He's now up an exchange, meaning that he has a rook versus a knight, and he also has a minute and a half as a time advantage. Everything is on his side. He just needs to keep making great moves. Easier said than done, but I think in this game, he's fully controlling the game, has been dominating the position ever since that middle game stage, and now the king is being activated as well. Very instructive play by Alexander Bortnyk, who is now targeting the white bishop on b3.
And I think that here for White, the only hope is somehow try to trade off this bishop, for example, for a knight and attempt to set up a fortress, a defensive barrier that Black cannot crash through. It's going to be really hard. Look at this pawn sacrifice, rook b8. Anna, you can't take on h7 because Black was ready to trap it. Bortnyk found a tactical resource with just 2 minutes on the clock.
Incredible play by Alexander Bortnyk, especially after that very painful loss that he suffered in the previous game, and there is no break between the games. He had to forget about it while already starting his next game. It was a really tough start for him in that sense, but he managed to shake it off, and now this is more than just shaking it off. He is facing a position where he's up on exchange and he's also up on time.
He might equalize it pretty soon. He's thinking about how to make a progress. I have a feeling, Anna, he's eyeballing for this pawn on f2. The rook is perfectly lined up. And if he's going to find a way for the bishop also to join the action, this could be it. But on top of that, he also has an extra 1 minute on the clock.
Extra 1 minute, which will be significant in this game. This is speed chess, no increment. Flagging skills and time management have been so crucial in this event throughout the Esports World Cup. And Artemiev is trying his best to defend and also to try to simplify by trading now the pawn on e4.
I think that now this is already a technical winning position. Do not blunder the rook, by the way. This was a small trap by White. And of course, Bortnyk immediately noticed this. Again, he's willing to sacrifice the pawn on h7. You cannot do that because this would trap the bishop. Black, I think, is cruising towards the victory here. There were a couple of inaccuracies along the way, but I think overall, there's no doubt that he is well on his way to equalize the score in the match. Is he now? Because now he dropped the pawn on e3.
He's well on his way, but are we jinxing it, Arthurs? He has missed this bishop maneuver, and you can see it on his face, and the smile even. At least he's taking it with a bit of humor, noticing that he has missed it. But also Artemiev didn't play it in the best way. He didn't take on g6, but he captured on e3. And now the black king is entering White's position, and the d4 pawn will be falling. The bishop is pinned.
What was even the best idea for White, what's done is done. And of course, Artemiev simply resigns in this position, realized he's being outplayed, and Bortnyk did the unimaginable. He managed to strike back immediately in the next game with a black color, and his great move is back right there.
Incredibly well done by Bortnyk, first to manage to put that frustrating and painful defeat behind him, which was really difficult for him in the game. At the opening stage of this game, he was still in the previous game in his head, but he managed to somehow calm himself down, get into the zone, vibing with his playlist. And now this is a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever wins the next game is through to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup to fight for a portion of the $1.5 million prize fund event. Such high stakes, and it will all depend on this one final game in the semifinals between Artemiev and Bortnyk, where Bortnyk will now have the white pieces.
And he has started. We have already the first moves on the board. They already are playing it out, and also they're paying some attention what's happening in the background. Crucial matchup. We have a typical Caro-Kann position on the board. Knight h3. Now, typically the knights on the rim are dim, but apparently not in this case, Anna, because here Bortnyk has a very concrete idea to launch his kingside knight to f4 and try to apply a lot of pressure against Black's last bishop.
That's exactly the idea. It's quite a funky way of playing, and I probably have confused the colors. I expected... Did I miss it in the previous game? Wasn't it Artemiev versus Bortnyk? Do we have the colors here? Or they started with repeating the colors? In any case, this is a best of 4. And whoever wins this game is through to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. And if you lose, you are knocked down to the lower bracket with one more final chance.
That's right. So Bortnyk is playing here with the white color. He's threatening to play knight f4, try to apply some pressure here, which is happening right there. The black bishop retreats to h7. I don't think you want to allow white to trade it, and this is like a typical plan for white. We have a classical Caracan structure on the board. I think Anna, black's gonna continue something like e6, develop the kingside pieces, and be very careful if there's no kind of sacrifices potentially on e6, because the last thing you want to do at this level is to give your opponent an early initiative.
That's exactly what you want to avoid here. And yes, we will be swapping the cameras in the moment when we can. It is Alexander Bortnyk with the white pieces. The games are starting so quickly that we need to catch up on swapping the cameras and swapping the name cards as well, because it is a best of 4 where the players are going back and forth between black and white color. The final game is Bortnyk with the white pieces, Artemiev defending from the black side of this opening, and he has just pushed e5.
That's a bit of a surprising move, because normally in the Caracan, I think you don't want to do that. But again, this is a very specific line. Typically in the Caracan, the white knight on f3 stops this pawn push. Artemiev goes for it. Now we might have a symmetrical pawn structure on the board. But on top of that, I think that white also considered playing queen e2, which was precisely the choice of Alexander. He pins the pawn on e5, and black has to find a way to respond to this. Most likely queen e7, or maybe queen c7. White is a bit better here.
And he knows it. Bortnyk senses that this is a position where he can get more out of the opening by putting pressure on his opponent, both in the position and also on the clock. It's a half a minute time advantage for Alexander Bortnyk in this all-decisive final game. It's a best of 4 in the semifinals in the upper bracket. You win this game and you are through to the $1.5 million prize fund main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. Could be the biggest paycheck in your career, because even the last place at the main event, Arthurs, is $25,000.
Oh my goodness, that's a really big slice of the big pie, of course. And the players, of course, are super motivated to get their part of this big pie. Here right now, I think Bortnyk is choosing, should he trade the queens and enjoy this slightly better position, or gamble a bit and take some risks? When I'm talking about risks, Anna, I'm considering bishop e3. There you go, he just did it. And I was trying to understand what happens here after this check. Bishop b4 check. Can you play c3 or not? Or instead you go for maybe the bishop c5 move and attempt to trade off the pieces. Bortnyk's idea is to keep the queens on the board. Why? Because then the black king might be feeling a bit in danger here.
Yes, that's exactly what he's counting on, and I think he rightly assessed that the bishop check was not possible because of the tactical patterns with the discover check later through the e5. There's so much tension on the e5. That's where both kings are, and the queens are trying to block, but that is what's causing the tactical patterns, and that's why I feel like the players will try to castle as soon as possible. But where do you castle?
Absolutely. Long side, I think we're calling for some action here. Short side would be very, very cautious move here. Long side makes perfect sense. You give your rook an open file, you defend the pawn, and you try to exploit the black king's unfortunate placement. And I'm not really sure, Anna, if black can respond with the same, because let's assume black also castles the long side. At least I'm seeing this pawn on f7 is conveniently under attack by white's bishop. And if you can't do that, well, you might be in trouble, because the king is like essentially 2 tempi away from castling the other way.
2 tempi away from finishing development and placing the king into safety. So this is the momentum that Bortnyk needs to use to apply more pressure and not make it that simple for Black to conveniently finish his development.
I'm a bit surprised that he's thinking this long for the long castle, which feels to be a super obvious choice here. Is he really looking into something else? Short castle, I know, Anna, you called it that this might be an opportunity, but is this really something you're considering, especially with your kingside pawn on h4? Or what else he might be thinking about?
I'm not sure what else he's considering, but he's using a significant amount of time here, which is a bit concerning because he was the one who had a bit more time earlier on, and now he's actually sinking behind on the clock to such an extent that it's going to be at least a 2-minute time advantage for Artemyev and his speeches. That's a significant time lead. He ends up costing queenside, which of course is the most natural move. The king is guarding the b2 pawn and the rook is active already on the open d file.
Here Black needs to be very careful because White's plan is plain simple: play rook e1, retract the queen someplace, and use the fact that the Black king is stuck in the center. So if here Black goes the long way, at least White can collect the pawn on f7. The question here for Artemyev: does he have the time to play the cautious move bishop e7 and castle short? Because White's plan is crystal clear: try to use something with this open e file.
Trying to use that open e-file and trying to use his incredible playlist because the head bopping is back. We have seen some singing along by Bortnyk earlier in this match as well. He is applying every possible factor he can, including the vibe with the music, and he is now seeking to put so much pressure on Artemyev that it could be the decisive game. Whoever wins this game is through to the main event in chess, where $1.5 million is the prize fund. It's absolutely huge. This could be the highest stakes chess game of their lifetime.
Might as well be. Yeah, for both of the players. And yeah, still no move by Artemyev here. I'm wondering, bishop c5, it probably doesn't work any longer. The question is why? I think that White could maybe use this knight to jump. No, knight e3 doesn't feel right. Maybe even the simple capture, trade. He decides to give up the pawn on f7. Long castle is on the board.
It is on the board. Both kings are now safer on the queen side. But the a7 pawn is a little bit tender. I think Artemyev is counting on the fact that the f4 knight depends on the e3 knight. So, of course, no immediate capture is possible.
All right. Bortnyk is definitely sensing there's an opportunity here. Is he going to grab the pawn or go for something else? There might be also some quieter moves here. The knight on f4 perhaps doesn't stand so well. That's why he plays knight e3. A solid move.
He moves it away. It's logical. The computer slightly criticizes it, maybe signaling that the f7 pawn, capturing that pawn, was even better. But knight to d3 makes perfect sense. And now both the a7 pawn and the f7 pawn of Black are still hanging.
He might still do this, by the way. I'm not entirely sure why this would be a mistake. It just feels like a nice centralizing move. And let's say Black walks away with the queen. Seems to be that you can still grab the pawn on f7. What should Black do here? Maybe put the queen on a5? This is what he does. So he's trying to organize some sort of a counterplay against this queenside pawn on a2. And the pawn, it's still up for grabs. The big question here is Bortnyk going to go for it?
Is he going to go for it, and is that the best way for White to follow? Both of them are down to their final 5 minutes or so. There is no increment at the Esports World Cup, so this is absolutely crucial to keep the speed up. Immediately speedy move by Artemyev, by the way. He expected, of course, Bortnyk to capture the pawn, so White is up a pawn, but Artemyev has an extra minute approximately on the clock, which can be a significant factor if the position stays complicated.
Yeah, how do you make a progress here? So is extra pawn enough to win the game? Probably not. Do you continue pressing or you simplify the position? But watch out for Black's last move, bishop d6, Anna. There might be bishop takes on g3 here, followed by knight jump to e4. Is this something you want to allow to do? Personally, I'm thinking I would love to get the queens off the board. Maybe queen move here, queen e1, get rid of this queen somehow and have an easier game. There's many moves here.
So many moves indeed. And that means thinking longer, which is not good news for Bortnyk because he's already falling behind on the clock to such extent that it could be a 2-minute time advantage for Artemyev. 3.5 minutes left for Bortnyk. Again, with no increment, this can become a significant and decisive factor if he doesn't manage to speed up.
That's a very long think again. I mean, he already spent I think it was about 1 minute for castling the long side. Knight f4? Going back again, let's wind it back a bit. Couple of moves before, it was Bortnyk who played earlier. Knight e3 forced the black queen away to a5, and now he's going back with this knight, opening path for this rook here on d1, targeting the bishop on d6, potentially also jumping with the knight on e6. It does feel like a waste of time, but apparently Bortnyk found nothing better.
He has decided to go back. What changed since is that he has captured the pawn on f7, so he's heading toward e6 or g6, which were squares that the pawn on f7 was guarding. His reasoning must be this, that now without the pawn, I'm threatening the bishop with the rook, and I'm threatening to jump into your position in those now weak squares. I think it's a good decision, but it's concerning how long this decision took him. Good news for Bortnyk is that now Artemyev is sinking into a longer thing because the position is really complicated.
I think he didn't expect this move at all, especially since White already committed to knight e3. No easy move. I don't think that he wants to take on f4. You don't want to simplify the position for your opponent. You're down a pawn, you want to complicate things. How do you do that? Not so clear. Maybe trade the bishops here with bishop c5, but what about this knight jump to e6? You might be losing an exchange there.
Yeah, so many questions for Artemyev to answer, and the time is getting more balanced out because he's not finding the right way through that easily. It's not simple at all. Incredibly tense, complex middle game with the stakes that could not be higher. If you win this game, you are through to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup to fight for a portion of the $1.5 million prize fund where everyone gets a prize. Even if you finish last, you have a $25,000 paycheck next to your name. Absolutely incredible stakes, could be the biggest payday in their careers.
Yeah, that is a very nice sum of money. By the way, knight c5 is the best choice for Artemyev. He found it, and apparently, according to an engine, strictly the only move for white is to play king b1. And I suppose the idea is to relieve this bishop from the duty to defend the pawn on a2. But that's not the kind of move you're looking for. You're looking for ways to simplify your position. You're looking for ways to jump with the knight forward, or maybe take it here, go for knight e6. He found it. How about that?
Wow, very classy move. And now with the king being on b1, that's a king that's looking safer than the black king. And all those squares around the black position, especially the g6 square, is still quite tender. Extra pawn for Bortnyk, and the time situation is getting more balanced out.
He's still lower on time, and there goes the counterattack of Artemyev. He plays knight a4. That's a really nasty move. White is under a lot of threats. We're thinking about potential sacrifices here. The bishop, the knight, the queen. They're going for this attack. Bishop e5 apparently gives black immediately a full compensation for the missing pawn.
Incredible, the activity of the black pieces. Will Artemyev find that the best move here is that bishop move? Very logical to put more pressure on the b2 pawn and force white's hand to either capture the knight on a4, or what else can you do? I mean, at some point you're going to have to get rid of that knight before it's too late.
Yeah, it's really, really powerful knight right there, and I'm pretty sure that Artemyev is looking at this. He also might be having some other choices. How about you complete your development, bring the kingside rook to the game? All of these choices are really, really tempting right there. Actually, I'm thinking rook e8 might be his choice, but he's also dipping lower on the clock as we speak. He right now has less time than Bortnyk.
Incredibly tense game. This could be the final decisive game in the semi-final in the upper bracket. The winner is qualifying to the main event for a huge prize at stake. The loser is not eliminated, but will be going to the lower bracket for a second chance. Bortnyk is shaking his head as if he missed bishop e5, or simply it's unpleasant that Artemyev actually finds the best move. Black has full compensation for the pawn.
That's a great move. Yeah, I actually would have thought that he's going to put the kingside rook to the 8, but this immediately poses white a lot of questions. Do you take it here on a4? I suppose you have to. I mean, according to an engine, the best move is knight b3, but I find it to be quite inhuman because black will take it here, collect the pawn on b2, and the white king is exposed. I don't think you want to get that position in a time scramble. I'm pretty sure he's going to take it here on a4, play something very solid, but Bortnyk must feel that his advantage is gone.
He knows it. You can tell it from his reactions that he's absolutely not happy with the outcome of the last couple of moves. We see a trade on g3, and now the final piece of black is in the game as well. This rook is menacing with the pin on the e file.
This is really, really nice play so far by Artemyev. Look at his pieces. They're perfectly aligned. And how the picture of the position has changed in the last moves. It's really astonishing. And also for white, it's quite difficult to make the next moves, because if the queen leaves the e file, watch out for this capture on d3. This bishop on h7 is really a monster. And again, you don't want to get into an endgame with a little time on the clock and playing a bishop against the knight. We already saw this, how knight can be a tricky piece in the endgame.
Oh, and Bortnyk makes a mistake. Knight to c5 was actually a mistake, and Artemyev immediately captures the rook on d1.
That's
wow.
A miss right there. Now black is regaining material balance and might be having even more than that. It's a material balance on the board, Anna, but this pawn on g3 is a weakness. And 33 seconds for white.
I cannot believe it. He's laughing. Alexander Bortnyk is laughing, but it's more of a painful laugh, knowing that he had his chances and he has ruined it. If he goes down in this game, he'll be knocked down to the lower bracket, but he's fighting on with his 29 seconds versus 1.5 minutes.
This is an uphill battle, really, so that was a huge miss by him, and now black is having a winning position, very close to it. Okay, now there was apparently a mistake, but extra pawn, 1 minute and 20 seconds versus 27. Here, Bortnyk needs a miracle.
Is there a miracle when you need to save it both in terms of the position and also on the clock? Only 23 seconds left for Bortnyk. There is no increment.
That was a great move. Rook h7. Black gonna take this pawn on g5. There's a nasty fork on e6. Great check there on f4. Takes on g5. Silly black again is winning, but it's all about the clock here.
And Bortnyk notices how the position is collapsing, and so is his time situation. He's clearly very frustrated and ends up resigning. Vladislav Artemyev, ladies and gentlemen, is our first qualifier to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, and he will be getting a chunk of the $1.5 million prize fund. While for Bortnyk, he will have one final chance in the lower bracket. This is a double elimination format, and Alexander Bortnyk cannot believe what has just happened. The game was going so well for him out of the opening.
He had like literally much better position, extra pawn, beautifully positioned pieces, and then I don't know what happened. Like he spent so much time on thinking about the long castle, then going back with the knight, collecting the pawn. He had to make a lot of uneasy decisions, and in the end, yeah, it's a very tough loss to swallow.
Very tough loss, but for Bortnyk, who is still going through the game, checking what had gone wrong, he'll have to somehow put this behind him and rely on his second chance in the lower bracket. This has been such a tense match, and with the stakes being so high, of course it is incredibly difficult to let it go, knowing that had he won this game, Alexander Bortnyk, he would already be in the main event at the Esports World Cup. Instead, he needs to forget about this match and he needs to try again in a new match in the lower bracket.
He definitely still has some chances in this tournament, but yeah, losing a match like that. Here you see the couple of critical moments of the previous game, which was pretty balanced. We had a rook endgame there on the board, and this is the game that finished in a draw, and ultimately we saw there was quite a bit of a dramatic turn of events in the last game. Yeah, here we see the position just repeated in a draw, and ultimately it was such a tight match, Anna. But in the critical phase, I guess Artemiev was slightly, maybe a bit better. And here's the replay of the second game.
The replay with the singing, with the reactions, because Alexander Bortnyk definitely does not have a poker face, and we love it. We love the expressiveness. We love how he was showing both the happy and the really tough side of competitive chess. He had his chances in this match, but at the end of the day, it's Vladislav Artemiev who prevailed. This was one of the games where Bortnyk, even though the position is drawn, he had no time to defend it. That's how he went down in game 2, and this was the painful loss that he had to forget about. He managed to compose himself in game 3 to bounce back with the black pieces, but look how during the opening stage he was still in the previous game. He was still in his head replaying what had gone wrong, and it was not easy to put that behind, but I think the music helped him. I think the vibing, the head bopping, the singing along, he definitely has been relying a lot on that playlist. I want to know what songs are on that list, because he has fought his way back into the game in this game 3 that he won with the rook against the bishop. It was crucial for him to bounce back, to tie the score, and he is exactly doing that in this moment of our replay with the pin on the third rank. Artemiev resigned. It was 1.5, a tie, but in game 4, even though Bortnyk had a great position earlier, he missed the tactical opportunities here, and rook takes d1, queen takes c2. Temporary sacrifice was beautiful. The painful laugh in that moment by Bortnyk, just not believing what had happened, and he was down both on the clock and in the position in this knight and rook endgame. He knew that, unfortunately for him, there were no longer any chances, and ends up resigning.
That's a great summary there, Anna. So these are the couple of critical moments, but we can still jump into another game of the losers bracket, where lower bracket, my apologies, sometimes it's used by a different word. Daniil Dubov is playing against Erik Hansen. This is their second game. The pace there is a bit slower. The situation in the match is as follows. Dubov has won the first game with the white collar against one of the founders of the ever-popular Chess Pro channel, Erik Hansen. And here in the second game, things for the Canadian Grandmaster are also not looking very good.
Not looking good, unfortunately, neither on the position nor on the clocks. It is a very significant 3-minute time advantage for Daniil Dubov, and also pressure on the board. Daniil Dubov, by the way, representing Team Spirit. His teammate Artemiev has just qualified to the main event. Will Dubov also join Artemiev, and there will be then even more Team Spirit representatives at the main chess event? It all depends on how well this match will go. In the lower bracket, you need to win more matches to make it through. So this is still only round 2 in the lower bracket. But for Erik Hansen, the popular chess streamer, this is a really tough battle. How can you make a comeback when neither the time nor the position is supporting you?
And Dubov is one of the strongest rapid players in the world. So he definitely, this is one of his favorite time controls. And also in this game, Anna, his pieces are positioned really beautifully. On top of that, he has an extra pawn at the queen side. The knight on d5 is a monster. And the only thing which can maybe give white some hope to save this game is this rook at a7. And that's why I'm not saying that black is completely winning here. There's at least some kind of a pressure on the 7th rank. But also looking at the clock situation, 2 minutes and 30 seconds for white? Oh no.
Oh no, it's a 10-minute no increment time control at the Esports World Cup. Time has been such a significant factor in many of the games, even decisive factor in many occasions. And here, unfortunately for Erik, he's really trying to think hard and come up with something, but the position whatever you do is unfortunately really difficult. He is hoping to build up a kingside attack and maneuver his knight to the f5 square. It makes sense. You need to create chances, even if objectively it's not a promising way to play, but you have to do something, and you have to try to make your opponent make mistakes too.
Apparently, Black has everything really well defended, and but yeah, this threat of knight f5 and queen g4 jump that you mentioned, it does look really menacing, and this is also the reason why Black immediately trades the rooks, because without the rooks, White's attack does not look so scary anymore. Here comes the white knight jumping to f5 with queen g4 to follow. But I think that Dubov should be able to figure things out, like even a simpler move like g6 pushing back the invader. Oh wait, g6 does drop the pawn on d6. Maybe queen e6 is a bit more solid here.
The knight is coming to b4 instead to put pressure on the c2 bishop, just ignoring the fact about the d6 pawn being attacked. It's a counter attack instead. And now the question for Eric is, what is he going to do about this trade on c2? How can he proceed with some chances to save the game? The problem, by the way, for Eric is not only that he needs to save the game, but he needs to save the match. And for that, he needs a win. So a draw is not even enough for Erik Hansen. He'll be knocked out if he doesn't win this game.
Yeah, but how do you do this from a much worse position? It's really hard. I like his last move, Anna. This bishop e1, keep at least the bishop for some attacking chances, and Dubov cannot trade the bishops immediately. I think he would love to do that. I suppose there's going to be a problem because of this pin, or maybe even some tactical resources, some sort of a queen g4 jump and the capture on h6. So that's why here Black also has to be a bit careful here. Again, I'm sort of leaning towards this queen e6 to keep everything together, protect the pawn on d6, also defend the pawn on h6. Dubov goes for g6.
A slight mistake, at least according to the evaluation bar, jumping now further back, closer to equality, but this knight move was not the refutation, unfortunately. It wasn't a blunder, but it has given up some of Black's advantage. Now the evaluation is back to where it was, and really tough for Erik Hansen. Again, the fact that in the lower bracket, it's a best of two at this stage in round two. He lost the first game. He needs to win in order to tie the score and remain with chances to stay in the competition. You draw, you end up eliminated.
Yeah, but how do you do this? And I don't think that he wants to trade the pieces. That's why he goes knight g4. Maybe try to get some fork ideas on f6, which, by the way, is defended by the black knight on d5. Also, the pawn on h6 is well defended. h5 is a possibility here. So you just keep as many pieces on the board and pray it could be enough. But again, the clock situation, Anna, it suggests that he most likely won't make it. Only 1 minute for white and almost 4 for black.
Almost 4 for Black, so it's looking amazing for Daniil Dubov and for Team Spirit. His teammate Artemiev has just qualified to the main event against Alexander Bortnyk, and Dubov is on his way to at least getting closer to the qualification too. This is still early stages in the lower bracket. You need to win 4 matches in the lower bracket to qualify. They are currently in round 2, but looking good. And now with the pawn push to f5, you're chasing away the one last active piece of white.
Where do you go? Yes, exactly. It's knight h2, and here comes black. Dubov plays f4, g5, trapping the bishop. He's actually not afraid weakening the king, because this would open up this long diagonal here for white's last square bishop. But Daniil correctly estimates that white has nothing in that position. Maybe one more final chance for here for white. He sacrifices the bishop, plays knight g4. Yeah, but a piece is a piece.
A piece is a piece. With the time advantage and material advantage, unfortunately for Erik Hansen, there is no longer a chance. He ends up resigning and gets knocked out of the lower bracket of our last chance qualifier. But for Daniil Dubov, this is great news. He's through now to round 3, and if he manages to win 2 more matches in the lower bracket. It's a lot tougher to qualify, but it's still possible. Daniel Dubov still within chances to make it to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, where the prize fund is $1.5 million. We are going on a short break, but when we are back, we're going to cover who have qualified already and who are the players who still have chances in these upcoming matches. See you on the other side of this break.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup. This is a 3-day event that is concluding today with an epic playoff where 5 players can still qualify to the main event in chess taking place next week in Paris, where the prize fund could not be higher. It's $1.5 million that's at stake. Even if you finish last in the main event, you are rewarded $25,000. This is the key they need. They need to get this precious item in order to be able to make it to the main event. Oh, this has absolutely been such an incredible and thriller to follow, with a lot of players still happy and a bunch of them eliminated already in the lower bracket. The next matchup that we'll be following is between Grandmaster Andrew Tang and Grandmaster Yaroslav Zherebuk, both of them representing the United States. And if you lose this match in a best of 2 in the lower bracket, you are eliminated. If you win, you move on to round 4. It takes 4 matches to win in the lower bracket to qualify to the main event. So they are halfway through. They have 2 more matches to win, but whoever wins this match will be one step closer to that very valuable qualification that could be the highest paycheck of their careers.
It's going to be a very interesting matchup because I think that essentially Andrew is a faster time control specialist, and Zherebuk strikes me to be more like a classical player. He was doing really well also in the group stage yesterday. He was fighting neck to neck with Alexander Grishuk and finished really well in the very end in the upper bracket, but he lost to Veji in the first round of the upper bracket, and he was eliminated to the lower bracket, pushed a bit lower. And there you go, the game is starting. Andrew Tang plays with the white color, d4, e6, an invitation to... What sort of opening is this, Anna? Is it some sort of a Queen's Indian defense? Maybe it doesn't really matter because white has the center and black is trying to undermine it.
It could still transpose to various more popular openings, but with this move order, you are inviting white to grab the center. White could push the e-pawn as well to the 4th rank, gain a lot of space in central control, but Andrew instead goes for knight c3. He can still push the pawn. He's preparing definitely for that pawn advance, but now it's over to Yaroslav whether he's allowing it or will he place his f-pawn on f5 in order to try to make it harder for white to get that central control.
Here they did that. Here they did that before. I remember we were covering this game yesterday in the group matches against José Iglesias. Whichever round it was, he already played exactly the same setup, and here instead he goes for the queen set bishop, development to b7. And Anna, as you said yourself, white has this very tempting idea to play e4, and he's just provoking it. But Andrew Tang says, no, I'm gonna be just fine.
And this is where black can still opt for the pawn push to f5 in order to undermine that white pawn getting to e4. We will now see whether Zherebuk wants to go for that setup or he decides that it's enough the space he has. Usually you see the f-pawn advancing to f5.
Because it's all about the fight for the central square. So here, if white is able to set up a very strong presence in the center, which is not contested, you would assume that white is going to be better. That's why Anna is suggesting this f5 move, or maybe there also could be a move bishop b4, bishop takes on c3. It's a fight for the central squares. But the best part is there's so many ways to fight for it. I really like your idea of this f-pawn push, Anna, but here Zherebuk decided to play bishop b4.
Which is also in order to try to fight against white's central control. You are pinning the knight that's guarding the e4 square, and you are developing your bishop at the same time. Black can still opt for f5 next move and then get the knight out to f6, but he's keeping it flexible. He's saying maybe I will push d5 and not f5, or maybe I will develop my knight without moving the pawn.
Very interesting battle here for the central squares, and Andrew is being very, very careful. So far, the way I've had the chance to follow his games here in the Last Chance Qualifier, he is really utilizing this time control exceptionally well. So essentially, the bullet time control, the hyper-accelerated time control games is his forte. He feels these time controls really well. He's one of the fastest players in the world, known for his skills in bullet, ultra bullet skills. Like, can you imagine this, Anna? You can apparently play a bullet game with only 10 seconds each. I mean, this is where Andrew is a specialist.
He is a specialist and he has won several very important games thanks to his incredible bullet skills and thanks to those very important flagging skills as well in the esports format. For now, luckily for neither player, it's time scramble territory, but we're still looking at 8 minutes for both players and a very unique opening where Black has decided to push the pawns on the king side, making it unlikely that he's gonna castle there. Castle queen side feels safer, but for now, both kings are both in the middle of the board. Both could castle queen side at the end of the day in a position like this. Look at, by the way, the king side of white, untouched. It's not even one single piece that attempted to develop on that flank.
Yeah, because here White apparently has invested quite a bit of moves for the queen side. Queen c2, queen c3, queen c2, a3, that's already 4 moves, if I count it correctly. And here Zherabov is going to keep the knight on e4 because it's just a beautiful piece. And most likely, Anna, I think that White will have to commit to f3. Otherwise, if you are going to attack it with the bishop, maybe Black can try to collect this pawn on g2. Do not forget about Black's bishop on b7, which is sitting there like a sniper, controlling this long diagonal. But if you talk about the position as a whole, I think that Black is doing really well here.
I think so. I feel like the opening battle has been won by Black by going for something not very common and also by allowing White to grab space if he had wanted to push e4 earlier. Andrew Tang did not happen. He didn't want to face the theoretical lines in that position, but instead went for a more solid approach, which is now paying off for Zherabov, who is enjoying that beautiful knight on e4 and even more development than White. We have 3 minor pieces of Black already developed, while for White it's just the queen and the bishop that has been out. The other pieces were traded.
Yeah, not really a success for White. That's why here White plays knight e2, tries to develop more pieces. I guess he's preparing to play either f3 or maybe he wants to put his knight to c3 and trade the knight like this. And here Black has many good opportunities. Queen e7. Okay. Are we going to see knight c3 here? Apparently, Andrew... No, f3 is on the board.
It is on the board, forcing the knight to make a decision. Zherabov captures the bishop on g3, and Andrew takes back with the pawn in order to open up the h-file for his rook. Doubling the pawns, but they are sitting together, and usually that means that these doubled pawns are not really that weak. They are one pawn mass. And the opening of that file, though, that is quite a significant factor for a piece that hasn't moved but is already active by sitting just in the corner.
And also we might see, indeed, the long castle by both players, because I don't think Black can do that, because the pawn on h6 is a target. There we see he just committed to the long castle, and I think we also might see White doing exactly that. First, Andrew Tang improves the knight. Knight c3, Black just play king b8, nice prophylactic move just to walk away from a potential x-ray here at the c-file, just in case also defend the pawn on a7. Long castle kinda makes sense unless Andrew Tang is seriously considering to use the queenside pawns to go after the Black king.
Will he do it? It looks like he is now deep in thought, and he might not actually like that much his position. I feel like it was a bit of a back and forth in his head as well, and assessing his chances. I am curious if he's gonna go for the king move to f2, saying, I do not need to castle. My king could be just as safe on the f2 square, and that will give me attacking chances on the queen side. That would be quite a bold and brave approach. Will he do that?
So he essentially has a choice to risk it a bit or play it safe. And there's the answer by White. He decided to play it safe. Castle the long side. There was a bit of a moment when you could see the hesitation by the American Grandmaster. He was looking at this opportunity there because that's what I believe, at least. The good players, they're good because they're often choosing. They're not really thinking about only one choice. They're looking at several choices, and then they're choosing this or that combination based on whatever the criteria are present in that position. But here we see Black just committed to c5 and take on d4 to change the pawn structure a bit.
Taking on d4 does mean that, and the computer is slightly critical of this choice by Zherbuk, saying that White's position is more pleasant. Andrew ends up taking on d4 with the rook to keep that file for his rook open, and that's a weakness on d6 indeed in the pawn structure at the moment, guarded by the rook and the queen, but that means that those pieces are tied down to the defense of the pawn.
It was a bit of a surprising choice by Yaroslav. I don't know what forced him to take on d4. As you said, Anna, this pawn on d6 is a long-term weakness, so I kind of feel that it helps White a bit. And also the problem is that this kingside rook for Black is still tied to defend the pawn on h6, so maybe Andrew Tang is not going to rush by doubling the rooks here at the d-file, try to apply some pressure, because, I mean, this pawn on h6, you kind of like it, where your rook is positioned here, and you would love to extract the tempo from your opponent, some sort of a, I don't know, h5 move or something, and then slide the rook over to the king side. f5, and immediately Andrew Tang plays rook h to d1 and forgets about the pawn on h6.
Yes, he's moving all his forces toward the central files, doubling rooks on the d-file against this weak pawn on d6, and Zherbuk goes rook to d7 in order to make sure that he can bring his other rook into the game as well, and might need it on d8 to guard the pawn further. f4, chasing the knight away and getting the f3 square for the bishop is looking nice for White's pieces, even if at the moment it's making your pawn structure less flexible, but it's a very direct way of playing.
I love it. I think it's a great move here by Andrew. I think the idea is not only to push back the Black Knight from e5, which is literally the best piece for Black, but also position the bishop here on f3, weaken the king, and essentially you have two targets. So the target number one is maybe try to go after the exposed Black king, and the target number two is this semi-weakness on d6. Now that's why here Black right now is trying to figure out what's the best course of action here. Where do I put the knight? Do I go aggressive with knight g4, try to attack the pawn on e3, or do I go defensive with knight f7? And there's the answer.
He retreated to f7. It looks like, according to the evaluation bar, it was not the best choice, but he had to settle for something and decides that the knight will be useful defending that d6 pawn. We do see bishop f3 immediately played by Andrew Tang, offering the bishop trade. And if you are taking on f3, that will help the white pawn structure to be healthier.
Yeah, I think that White would definitely love to see this happening. The last move, rook c8. I suppose it does make sense. You're trying to bring more pieces around your king, queen a4. White is applying more pressure to the queen side. Maybe the plan here is to get the queen to b4, apply pressure. Perhaps think about even knight b5 idea. Perhaps this direct threat, Anna, is even more unpleasant.
Very unpleasant indeed, and suddenly the Black king is under a checkmate attack with the queen and the knight coming in, the bishop sniping from f3. It's not going to be easy to face it. That's why Zherbuk is spending a longer think here to figure out how to prevent that suddenly there's a menacing attack if you don't prevent it.
Big question. Do you play a6? It weakens your king. Do you allow knight b5 and then you play a6? I mean, so far in this game, I think that Andrew Tang has been outplaying his opponent. Like, it started with a pretty simple opening where things were really looking good for Yaroslav with the black color. We called it that he has essentially solved all of his opening problems and maybe even looking for more. But I think that this was the choice, Anna, of this c5 push, c takes on d4, weakening the king and creating the weakness on d6. Now it's backfiring.
It certainly has backfired. Things have slipped out of Zherbuk's control and he is facing a worse position. At least for him, he has somewhat more time, but we know how speedy Andrew Tang is. He's a specialist in bullet and even hyper bullet, and his position is looking each time more promising with the white pieces so active. There could be tactics soon because the black king is under some pressure for sure.
I was looking at some knight a4 jumps, as you mentioned, some tactics, or maybe go back with a queen. Think about this knight b5 jump to b5. It seems that white needs something to apply a bit more pressure. And at this moment, Andrew decides it's time for prophylactic moves. King a2, just in case. It doesn't really hurt his position. Good players typically sense moments where you can afford to make so-called prophylactic moves, just to make a small improvement to your position.
He's playing it very patiently, not looking for an immediate knockout, by improving his position slowly but surely. Honestly, for the situation in the match and also the time situation, is probably one of the best things he could do, because he told Zherbuk, now you figure out what you want to do and use some time on that. So now we have the trade of bishops that has been forced by the pawn push. I like a lot the moves you're suggesting, Arthur. The queen could go back to a4 to threaten knight b5, and that's exactly what's happening. Knight b5 check is a huge threat because the king will be pushed away, and then you grab the pawn on a6.
Well, then I think that black is borderline lost here, because I just do not see any good move for black to counter this threat. The point is, if the king walks away, white just snatches the pawn on a6. So, I don't know. How do you meet this? Do you play the very sad move a5 or rook d7? And immediately Andrew Tang goes for the counterattack in the center. So white essentially is attacking black on two fronts in the center.
Oh, and king b7 a mistake. It's a mistake. Apparently there is a knockout right now.
I think that black's position is just collapsing here. Take on f5, gain access to the critical d5 square. Andrew Tang found it very quickly here. Now, where's the winning blow? I suppose it's the weakness on b6. How do you get there? Knight b4. Interesting.
It's also a strong move. Still, the pressure remains. The winning advantage remains. This knight is a monster, and compare it to the f7 knight that's not doing anything to help the black king.
Whoa, b4. That was a really bold move. It does expose the white king, but I think that it's also most likely going to win some material. We're going to see. We're getting to a time scramble territory here, because Anna, look at this. Look at the clock. Andrew Tang has less than 2 minutes on the clock. He's playing a wonderful positional game, but he doesn't have the time.
He does not have the time. He does have the incredible placement of his pieces. The knight is a monster on d5. The rooks are very active. The queens are traded, so the black king is feeling somewhat safer. But this pawn on d6 is really tender. The only counter chance is that the c4 pawn might fall as well. But knight e8 to pick up the pawn with the knight, and white will be up a pawn.
And having a much better position, as they say, having an extra pawn and the compensation for it. So far here, White is doing stellar job, picking up one pawn after another. And if something can save Yaroslav Zherbuk in this position, it's the clock. He has a bit more time, 1 minute and 50 seconds versus 1 minute and 32 for White. But Andrew Tang is one of the fastest players in the world.
He is, and he has two very healthy extra pawns. Now the rooks are traded on b7, and c5 is played in order to create a second pass pawn for Andrew. His f pawn and the c pawn are going to be the main problems for black.
And here White just created the pass pawn, trying to improve the position a bit, maybe simplify the position. Is this the time where you can trade in knights? Yeah, maybe knight e4 is going to happen at some point. There you go. You want to simplify your position. 2 extra pawns at this level. It should be enough to win the game.
It really should be enough. It's all about the remaining time. There is no increment, so 1 minute, 11 seconds left for Andrew Tang. A little bit more time for Yaroslav Zherbuk, but he is in a really tough rook endgame. It's a lost position for Black. His only chance is the time.
This is a very nice attempt for Black to seek some counterplay. Rook e7, rook e2, rook g2, and here comes very, again, precise response by Andrew Tang. He's about to ignore the kingside pawns because his f-pawn, Anna, is rolling forward really quickly. The idea is to position the white rook on f4, play f6, f7. I have a feeling this game is over.
It's really looking like that, and even the time is being now even. No longer a time advantage for Zherbuk. 2 extra pawns for Andrew Tang. This is the lower bracket round 3. It's a best of 2. So there will be a second game after this where Zherbuk will need to fight back with the white pieces. But for now, it's looking great for Andrew Tang and his chances to make it closer to the qualification. Andrew Tang wins the game again. They will be fighting right now after a few seconds, the second game in this match, where if you win in a best of 2, you're making it through to round 4 of the lower bracket. Essentially, you need to win 4 matches in the lower bracket to qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. For Zherbuk, this is a must-win territory. Any other result, he'll be knocked out.
Yeah. You have to win on demand, and I suppose just professionals are really used to being in this situation, especially when you're playing in a knockout tournament just like this one. You lose the first game, you have to win the second one on demand, but definitely Zherbuk will have his chances. Here we see a replay of a couple of moments from their one of their previous games. Here we see Black just positioned the queen on b6, White went for c4.
So this is the game we have currently, I believe, the second game in round 3. Since everything is happening so fast, we don't even have time for the replay. We are right through to the live action where Zherbuk is in a must-win situation. At least for him, he has the white pieces and he's trying to apply immediate pressure in the center by pushing c4.
My bad, to be honest. I actually thought this position looks something I don't immediately recognize, but I thought, okay, maybe I missed something here. Anyway, the second game is starting already right here. White keeps the bishop on b5 and tries to apply some pressure against the black pawn on d5. White has to win this game on demand. For Andrew Tang, things are a bit simpler. Be solid, complete development, and see what happens. So far, Andrew in this tournament has been in a great shape.
In a great shape, and he has been using his incredible mouse skills and flagging skills as well. It's part of esports, it's part of this format, especially with no increment. It's 10 minutes, no increment. But in the previous game, he didn't even need that much. His mouse skills and his incredibly speedy chess, he was winning in a rook endgame with 2 extra pawns. Now for him, as you said, a solid approach is good, but Zherbuk wants quite the contrary. He needs to risk everything. He literally can and will go all in because any result other than a win knocks him out of the tournament.
And how does he do it here? To be honest, I kind of like his opening choice because there's something going on here at the queen side. There's a very annoying pressure the black faces here, and I'm thinking, can I somehow double black's pawns and maybe play knight e5? Take on c6, ruin black's pawn structure, as this is something I could try to exploit in the long run. But if I play knight e5, black probably responds with bishop d7. No, knight c3 is on the board.
Knight c3 to develop the queen side and put some more pressure on the central pawn of black. Now for Andrew, he can continue his development on the king side and see if he'll be castling soon. It seems like both players will be heading toward the king side when it comes to castling.
Yeah, we expect bishop e7 and should castle, or maybe black can relieve the tension in the center. Couple of good choices here for black. But if I was sitting in this position from the black's perspective, Anna, I would be a bit worried about this bishop on b5 and the constant pressure. So I'm wondering if there is a time to include a6, force white to take on c6 and recapture a queen, have a healthy position and get rid of the pin.
I think that's exactly what Andrew must be assessing. That's why he's pausing and not making the very natural bishop development on the king side. He definitely is looking at those more forcing variations and provoking that bishop. It doesn't really have where to go other than the a4 square, so you're going to end up having to take that knight or drop it back to a4. But because of the pin on the b file, it would drop the c4 pawn.
Now we're going to see what he is going to choose. And here, the American Grandmaster already has spent quite a bit of time. Look at this. He has spent almost 3 minutes. And also, judging from his previous games, Anna, it feels like he has cracked the formula of the stamp control. He feels when there's a good moment to pause, when you can increase the speed, and when things go really sour, you could always rely on your bullet skills. By the way, a6, the engine doesn't like, Anna. Because of knight a4.
It does not, and that's the move that Andrew spent quite a long think on. Zherebuk immediately meets it with this counter attack, knight jumping to the edge of the board, targeting the black queen. This is what Zherebuk figured out already in Andrew's time. This is the best thing you can do in speed chess. Use your opponent's clock as well. Think those lines through in their time, and he knew that he was going to meet this pawn push with the knight jump. Apparently, white is doing somewhat better, and Zherebuk badly needs a comeback. His only chance in this match is a win. No other result matters for him anymore. He would be knocked out.
Wow, bishop e5, that was the big idea. So basically he forces in black's position a ruined pawn structure. I also missed this move from afar. Now look at this, he could not have played queen e7 early before because of some fork ideas. Because of this intermezzo move, now black's pawn structure has simply seen better days, and white, I think, is going to head ahead in the opening phase. We're talking about maybe a short castle, rook c1, and there's going to be a big pressure against the pawn on c5.
This is only move 10, and Zherebuk with a great chance. I'm not sure if he needed to take on f6 immediately, but he decides to do so. It must be a very concrete idea. If the queen captures, it's giving up the control of the dark squares on the queen side. And if the pawn takes, I guess his reasoning is then you're damaging your pawn structure, and where will that black king find safety?
I'm really surprised, because normally I would have thought that the bishop on e5 is stronger than the knight on f6, but maybe he estimated that black is willing to reroute this knight on d7 to defend the pawn on c5. So sometimes any situation requires drastic measures. He takes on f6. I think the next move, Anna, he wants to continue is either take on d5 and play rook c1, or maybe play knight b6 and trade off this bishop on c8 and simply leave black with some weaknesses at the queen side.
That could be exactly what he's aiming for. And again, it's a decision that maybe wasn't the top move of the engine, but practically speaking, it's working amazingly well. Andrew Tang spent quite a long time on figuring out whether to take back with the pawn or with the queen. So it's already a 2.5 minute time advantage for Zherebuk. Also, better position, and he is in a must-win situation.
Apparently, this was a miss. It looks pretty human to me. Rook c1. Black has major difficulty to defend this pawn. The only move is queen a5 to keep it alive, but I would imagine there's going to be queen c2 counterattacking the pawn again. I think we're heading there.
That must be Zherebuk's idea, to bring all his pieces to the attack of this pawn, but immediately Andrew says, okay, bishop d7, and now I'm available on c8 for a rook move as well, which would be pinning the knight. So suddenly we see a position where white was banking on this attack over the c5 pawn. 3 of his pieces are doing that, but it might not actually be how white had to proceed.
I'm sensing there's some tactical opportunities, and it's very hard to calculate this very quickly. Some sort of a rook c8 move, either after the capture immediately on c5 or then immediately play rook c8. But here, white had to change the mind. Fall back. This was not part of the plan by Yaroslav Zherebuk. He went for this entire sequence, take on f6, take on d5, rook c1 to win the pawn on d5, and he didn't do it.
He must have underestimated the power of that bishop d7 move to bring the rook to c8 and pin it all. luckily for him, he adjusted very quickly, and he's still maintaining his 2-minute time advantage, now going fully for a different plan. He's got a pair of knights fighting against a pair of bishops, more time on the clock, still very complex. It might not be anymore an advantage for white, but it is complicated and complex enough for a position where you are in a must-win situation, and you're going to need to use your time advantage to keep making Andrew spend more time and sink into a time trouble.
Maybe he has to go for some sort of a kingside attack. This move d3, is he preparing an e4 push? Or I was thinking the knight jump to h5, go after the black king. Visually, Anna, I like black's position already more because, I don't know, maybe I'm a big fan of the bishop pair. They tend to open up and become really powerful pieces here. Black needs just to play one move, f5, and this bishop is going to control a very long diagonal. And maybe this is also the reason why Zherbok immediately organizes a counter-strike in the center and makes sure that black cannot easily activate this bishop. It's suddenly getting sharp and the structure changes dramatically.
It is changing it dramatically. What is not changing dramatically is still the time factor. And I feel like the more we are advancing through this middle game, the more significant it will become. So Andrew is trying to simplify the position somewhat by trading on e4. Does he know his follow-up, or is he going to start thinking again? Because that's good news for Zherbok if Andrew will spend quite some time again on figuring out the continuation. He's pushing his pawn. He's giving up that pawn on c4.
It's a pawn sacrifice. So he's willing to do that, to have a very concrete counterattack idea. That's what makes Grandmasters so good. They don't really hold on to the extra pawns. They always look for some dynamics, some activity, and he just treated the pawn on c5 as a weakness. Why don't I get rid of it and instead get a lot of activity? Look at this. Zherbok does not even accept. The point is, if black takes on b3, the rook on c7 is left defenseless.
Exactly, and that's why this knight move is really powerful. You want to take the pawn, but you might end up taking it with the knight. So the pawn sacrifice will be accepted, but it's on Zherbok's terms. Andrew says, no, I'm not allowing that. He's trying to pin the knight on d2, but you can take anyway because the queen is hanging, and yet it's a mistake because everything is pinned. The c file is a pin, the rook is hanging, the queen is hanging. It's chaotic, absolute chaos.
What just happened here? What just happened here? Did he blunder something? Because, wait, did he forget about the rook on c1? And look at it, also his facial expression. He literally played knight takes on c4, Anna, like in 2 seconds.
He thought that this was a good move because the queen is hanging, but the rook was important to guard the white queen. In this case, if you had captured the queen, the white queen was going to be hanging too, and there was no longer the rook guarding the queen. I think that's what he missed, that at the end of the line, he cannot take the black rook. And now Andrew Tang is completely turning the tables here. He is up an exchange, meaning a rook fighting against a knight. He's still lower on the clock, but his position is a winning advantage, or at least much better.
Look at him. Look at Yaroslav Zherbok's facial expressions right there. He's so unhappy about, the speed that you did this capturing the pawn on c4. There was some sort of a glitch in his thought process for a second there, and that's all it takes at this level. Now white is down in exchange for a pawn. He still has a bit more time on the clock, but what seemed to be like a very nice game with more time on the clock, extra pawn with no risk and excellent chances to recover. Here he is against all odds, essentially playing this game. I suppose you don't trade a queen, son, go for the attack. What else?
He has to, but the most difficult for him is to forget what has just happened. He had a very pleasant position and ends up falling into this tactical pattern, which he anticipated. He saw that bishop, but he thought that at the end of the day, he was going to be able to capture the black queen and then take back on c2. It was a missight. It happens to even grandmasters, and now he is facing a worse position. Still more time on the clock, but the psychological factor here, the shock of that blunder, is making him spend even longer and to figure out how to keep some chances. It's really tough for Zherbok, who is in a must-win situation. This is a best of 2, ladies and gentlemen, in round 3 of the lower bracket. The winner will be facing Alexander Bortnyk, where in that match it is for a qualification spot if you win. But in order to get there, you need to first make it through this round 3. Andrew Tang looking good to qualify to round 4 of the lower bracket.
Yeah, and also we should not forget that Black is perfectly happy with the draw as well. So even if White finds some kind of repetition, it's still not enough. And Black can just agree to that. But yeah, f4, f5 is some sort of a final attempt here by White. Go for a counterattack, and you can also see Zherbok knows his chance, the best chance to win this game might be already gone. You have to keep the queens on the board, try to line all of your pieces to go after the Black king, but I don't think he's going to make it here.
It's really tough for Yaroslav Zherbok. At least for him, he's still maintaining his time advantage, but the position is looking dim, and Andrew is considering what's the most precise way to continue. Will he bring his second rook into the game? He chooses to place it on d8 to get the d file as well.
I think the idea here is to trade the queens. Simply go for queen d3. Rook d8 also is not a bad move itself. You just develop a piece, and I think that if White is going to go for something slow as h3, we might see the queens disappearing from the board immediately. There you go. I think you just play queen d3 right here. There's no tricks here, and no need to complicate things unless, of course, Andrew sees something else. But he is already down on time. 2 minutes left on the clock. By the way, queen d3 was played.
It was played, and now the rook might be coming to the second rank, pinning the knight on e2, and it's close to near resignation territories if suddenly those pieces will be collapsing on the second rank, especially this knight with the pin. But the counterattack is the f5. That's the last hope of Zherbok, that he can take on e6 and hope that the Black king will get into trouble.
Maybe that's what he's calculating right now, Anna. This rook c2 move, what happens if White sacrifices a piece? Take it, here, take it. King f8, I presume. A critical moment here for Andrew because he senses he is very, very close to win this game. But no, he goes for the safer move e5, just to be sure.
Safe, solid, and good enough. He does need to speed up because he's down to his final minute and 16 seconds, but speeding up usually is not a problem for Andrew Tang. He's a bullet and even hyper bullet specialist, while for Zherbok, literally the time is the only factor that can save him. He not only needs to save the game with a draw, he needs a win to have a chance in this match.
It's quite difficult to suggest anything good for White. I mean, I would love to go for this king's attack, but I have a feeling, Anna, that White's pieces will be hanging, and if you trade the queens, then Black is cruising towards the victory. There comes the unexpected move, queen b6. If you collect a knight on g3, the rook on d8 is under attack. But again, let's not forget, for Black, draw is good. He might even do that, but there you go. He does it. Queen x on g3, rook g1, and just collect the pawn on a2. Why not?
Why not indeed? But in terms of the time management, it's only 50 seconds left now for Andrew Tang. So even though his position is winning, he needs to win it within the next 45 seconds.
This is really safe play by Andrew so far. Collect an extra pawn, play rook e1, and try to force some kind of a perpetual check, I suppose. Yaroslav is doing the best he can from this very difficult position, but essentially he's running out of ideas. He's thinking, I mean, how do I flag my opponent who is a world-class player with 45 seconds left? Seems to be mission impossible here.
Yeah, the problem now with these checks that Black can just decide to choose the moment for... Well, actually, no. The problem is that he's just going to continue repeating moves. I was going to say maybe when he takes the pawn, but with the draw, Andrew Tang secures his qualification to the next round. This is not a qualification yet for the main event, but it is making him advance to round 4. And in round 4 of the lower bracket, there it is already what's at stake is a qualification for the main event in chess. It's quite a complex system, but let's take a look at the bracket and how the players have fared in the... Oh, by the way, before we go to the bracket, there's still a very important match going on. It's between Daniil Dubov and Alexander Grishuk, where Grishuk won the first game. So Daniil Dubov is in a must-win situation representing team spirit, and he is winning in this night endgame. Sorry. The name tags were on the wrong side. Grishuk is winning after having won the first game. Now that is definitely securing his place in round 4 of the lower bracket, which is sad news for Daniil Dubov because whoever loses this match will be knocked out.
Yeah, it looks like Grishuk is going to get things done because he has an extra pawn. He has also potential to make this game into a draw. We already saw this as a weapon you can employ in the previous matchup. Andrew Tang essentially had a winning position, but it's all about the match strategy there. And I don't know what Daniil Dubov can do here. I think he's just going to repeat the position because he knows, no, he doesn't repeat the position. But yeah, looks really, really hard to have any practical chances here. For Black to win this. I don't know, what do you need to do?
He would need a miracle. He would need a mouse slip by Grishuk, and that's the reason why he didn't repeat. Now he does repeat because he had no chance in the position, neither on the clock. Alexander Grishuk makes it through to round 4 of the lower bracket, still with a chance to qualify to the main event, while sadly for Daniil Dubov, he is now knocked out of the competition. Let's take a look at the bracket now, since we have been already saying we will show you the results. This has been the upper bracket where the players needed to win 2 matches to qualify, and that has been the absolutely wonderful news, both for Vladislav Artemyev and Parham Makhloudlu. That's a match we did not see, unfortunately, but Makhloudlu manages to beat Wei Yi 3-1. As you can see, the matches that count for the qualification, they are a best of 4, and the result was 3-1 in that crucial semifinals. While for Wei Yi, he will have a second chance in the lower bracket. Same goes for Alexander Bortnyk, who will be playing now in round 4 of the lower bracket. These are our upcoming pairings. The last 2 matches remaining in our knockout system that count for the qualification, so much so that they are best of 4. These round 4 matches, both matches are a best of 4. Wei Yi against Alexander Grishuk and Alexander Bortnyk against Andrew Tang. The winner in those matches will qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, while the loser will have a tiebreaker match. One of them can still make it there, but that's already a bit harder. So I'm pretty sure that those next matches, the next 2 matches, will be absolute thrillers to follow, back and forth. It has been just such an epic event, and the stakes could not be higher. At the main event, even if you finish last, you are winning $25,000. Could be the biggest paycheck in your career. $1.5 million in total is the prize fund at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. Absolutely unheard of in the best of ways. We wish there were more chess events like this. We are going on a short break, but when we are back, we continue with round 4 of the lower bracket, where 4 players are still fighting for the qualification spots to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
everyone. Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. This has been a 3-day event and it's concluding today in an absolutely epic knockout format. We have seen already 2 happy players who have made it through to the main event, but there's still 3 more qualification spots left. Overall, 5 players are qualifying from the Last Chance Qualifier to next week's main event in chess, which features $1.5 million as the prize fund. Even if you finish last in the main event, you're getting paid $25,000. The stakes could not be higher, and we are left with 2 matches and 2 matches only in the lower bracket, where it is Alexander Grishuk taking on Wei Yi and Alexander Bortnyk facing Andrew Tang. The winner in those matches will be qualifying directly to the main event. It's a best of 4 in both matches. And if you end up losing the match, you will have one final chance as a tiebreaker between the 2 losers of the matches. So 3 spots between the 4 players. This is mathematically the best chance the players have ever had, because we started out with over 100 participants and now we are left with only 4 to fight for the remaining 3 qualification spots. It's absolutely incredible to see chess at the Esports World Cup for the 2nd year in a row, and we have here Wei Yi getting ready for his match against Alexander Grishuk. Wei Yi with his jersey on already, representing Team Nemesis.
Yeah, so he is getting ready to play his match against Alexander Grishuk. By the way, the finalist of last year's FIDE World Cup. He was this close to win this, one of the most prestigious events in over-the-board chess, but he lost in the final against the eventual winner of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, Javakir Sindarov, who, by the way, later this year is going to challenge the world champion. So right now we're talking about over-the-board chess. The Chinese Grandmaster for many years has been a world-class player, one of the best, and of course, Alexander Grishuk is one of the veterans of the game, 3-time World Blitz champion, and here in Paris, he's in a great shape.
He is in a great shape indeed, but when it comes to this event, Wei Yi was in the upper bracket, but he went down in the semifinals against Parham Maksudlu. Maksudlu, therefore, is already qualified to the main event. And as for Alexander Grishuk, he started in the lower bracket, where the journey is a lot longer. You need to win 4 matches to make it through, but he did manage to knock out Jules Mossad and Daniel Dubov in the previous 2 rounds, and is now within a chance to qualify. Best of 4, time control is 10 minutes, no increment, it's game on.
And we have already uncompromising opening here, ladies and gentlemen, because Grishuk plays a sharp Sicilian Najdorf opening, which is one of the elite weapons for the best players in the world for decades. And the first surprise here by the Chinese Grandmaster, he goes for a rather rare line, Anna. I definitely recall seeing this before, and I think that the big idea for White is to think about going to long side castle and create black some practical problems. The big question here is, does Grishuk remember how you're supposed to meet it?
It does make him pause, and there was a bit of a facial expression reaction too after Queen E2, blocking White's own bishop. But as you're saying, White is going to castle queenside, so it is a very different approach to the usual openings that we see, the main variations. Grishuk, rightly so, investing more time on this decision to figure out what's the right way for him to meet this peculiar side variation.
Yeah, we're going to see, of course, because there's no guarantee that the Chinese Grandmaster is going to go exactly there. I think that if he would be going for another line, Fianchetto, the kingside, bishop on g2, go for the short castle, Grishuk would be less concerned, because then at least he can safely castle at the short side, figure things out. But if White indeed goes for the long castle possibilities, this pretty much opens the entire king side for the attack. And that's why here you see this pause, Anna, is getting longer and longer with every single move. And well, you got to make a move here. Is it going to be e6, bishop e7, or knight e7 or queen c7, I don't really see a big difference there.
So many questions, and the question also is, how long are you willing to invest on this decision? Because this is speed chess, 10 minutes, no increment. And we have seen this in other games too. If you get to surprise your opponent in the opening, that will cost them precious seconds, if not minutes. We already have a nearly 2-minute time advantage for Wei Yi, and we are just after a first few moves. But b3, the engine is saying, this is not a good position for white. Doesn't matter. This is speed chess.
Exactly, and I think all you need to do is to have some proper ways to go for this attack, and I think that the way that the Chinese Grandmaster has played out this position, long castle here makes perfect sense. Of course, it's immediately played here, and now, ladies and gentlemen, we're entering the best part of chess. This is going to be a race situation, because if you put your kings on the opposite side of the board, this means you are essentially charging against that opponent's king as quickly as you can do it. And this, of course, is one of the most exciting ways to play chess.
It's really exciting. Opposite side castling, always very dynamic, very aggressive. Both players ready to attack against the opponent's king. And whose attack will prevail? Who will be faster right now? It is Grishuk's pawns that are already really advanced on the queen side, but his development, of course, will still need to follow up. The bishop coming out, possibly to the long diagonal, and the knight might be jumping to the c6 square. For white, it's also that same diagonal that could be the way out, because the queen otherwise is in the way of the bishop's development. That was what Wei Yi chose as a surprise variation for the match against Grishuk.
Yeah, according to Evaluation Bar, white is slightly worse, but what does it matter? I'm not sure this matters at all. The position is pretty fresh for both players, and also the Chinese Grandmaster doesn't immediately fully recognize this position, because I think that he knew this idea, Anna, of him getting the bishop on b2 and going for the long castle with the bishop on e7 and not on g7. So also for him, it's a pretty fresh position. But the plan is, I guess, more or less the same. You try to expose your opponent's king and just pray it works. So here Grishuk just responded h4 with h5. I think he was concerned about some potential sacrifices, a pawn, or maybe an exchange, and he's just trying to slow down white's initiative here.
That's exactly what he's doing. We usually don't recommend to push the pawns in front of your own castling, but here it's a very specific case of what you mentioned, Arthur. It is to slow down white's launch, the pawn storm, and then prepare your own attack on the queen's side.
How do you continue? I'm thinking f3, g4 for white looks very tempting, but that's the problem. Meaning, black is not obliged to take on g4 at all, and he might keep the pawn on h5 to slow down white's advance. Do you play positionally here? How? Again, of course, you could start to improve your pieces, bring out the Leko bishop on g2 and try to somehow exploit this long diagonal, or maybe play queen e3 instead, open up the bishop here on f1 and at the same time target the pawn on c5. There's so many questions here to answer, but again, you don't want to sit on this position for too long. You want to make a decision quickly.
You do need to make a decision quickly, and now it is Wei Yi who is sinking into a deeper thought, and his time advantage has completely evaporated. It was nearly a 2-minute time advantage because of the opening surprise. He ends up making a move that is not very much favored by the computer, and suddenly the evaluation bar is moving a little bit further down in direction of a black advantage here.
It's a very interesting move, and it's something, Anna, I would not have considered myself, but the more I'm looking at this, I kind of understand it, even though, of course, the evaluation bar, as usual, hates it. But the point is, if black accepts this trade, suddenly black will have some problems with rook on e8. You see, you don't have the time to bring the bishop to b7, and if you reject it, which just happened in the game, I suspect that this knight in some lines could be heading also to the g5 square. Suddenly you have the knight here on e5, on g5. You're just trying to make something happen there at the king side, even though there might be some other choices for white as well.
Yeah, this is exactly the reason why this position is so complex, and honestly, it's 3 possible results, regardless of what the engine is saying. It is a very chaotic position, nothing like a normal main variation, especially with the white queen still in the way of the bishop on f1, the way how it has turned into this opposite side castling. I like the knights on g5 and e5, and at the same time the computer continues screaming, no, black is better.
Yeah, but it's all about the initiative really here, and White's attack, which is slowly developing, does look pretty scary. And this is also why Grishuk, one of the most experienced players in the field, he's not yet organizing this counterattack at the queen side. I think at some point, Anna, he's going to get there. He's going to start to open up the queen side. But first and foremost, he has to pan out some flames at the king side. This knight on e5, it bothers him. He wants it to be gone. So knight c6 is a great move here. And Vei now has to come up with an idea.
He does have to come up with an idea. And by the way, I've only just registered with my brain with this bracket system, the double elimination, that Grishuk was in the upper bracket, but he lost to Artemyev, who ends up qualifying to the main event, and Wei lost to Max Odlu. So these are the two players who lost to the top two players of our field, and they are now fighting for the remaining qualification spots. It is a best of 4, the matches here that count for the qualification to the main event in chess. And with game 1 looking the way it is, I think Alexander Grishuk will be very happy with how this opening went. It was a surprise by Wei, but it backfired.
It looks so. Yeah, I think so. At this point, we can safely say that White's very imagination approach has backfired, because he did go for this early long castle. The one knight was on e5, the second knight went to g5, but we still don't see any threats here. White is a bit slow, and black has fully completed development, and as soon as the race starts, I think that the white king is going to find itself a bit more dangerous, and that's why here Chinese Grandmaster offers the queen trade, and finally now it's the choice by Alexander Grishuk to say no. He actually believes he's entitled for more.
He wants more, and rightly so. He has pressure on the board and pressure on the clock. I feel like this is one of the first games where I see Alexander Grishuk with more time than his opponents. We have often seen him in time trouble, but now it is his time management that's actually prevailing, a healthy extra minute, over a minute of time advantage.
Yeah, White is trying to salvage the position here. I think he definitely senses things didn't go his way, and finally here black accepts, okay, we're going to trade the queens, but now your pawn structure here for white is much, much worse. Black definitely enjoys some advantage. White has abandoned all the ideas to go for some sort of a kingside attack. It's just about staying alive in this game, so trading the pieces that could potentially attack you makes perfect sense. The pawn on d3, though, that's a big weakness, Anna.
Huge weakness, doubled isolated pawns, and the black knight will be ready to attack those pawns very soon. That's why Wei pushes g3. It stops the knight from going to f4, but the b4 square is still very much available, only that the e7 pawn is guarded by the d5 knight. So black will not hurry this decision. The doubled pawns are not running away. They are isolated. They have no pawns that can help them. You will guard your own pawn, but possibly pushing e6. I like your suggestion, Arturs, and then prepare to bring your rooks to the d5, jump to b4, and that pawn is bound to fall.
Yeah, maybe e6 is like, not really sure, a useful move in this position. Somehow I feel that in this position it's necessary, because white always has some sort of a pressure here at the e-file, and I think you want to relieve this knight on d5 from its duty. So Grishuk definitely knows. He knows that he's better here, and he's just trying to figure out what's the most precise move order here. By the way, if we talk about the clock situation, white is having a little less time on the clock, 4 minutes for him, 4:30 for Grishuk, but it's right now all about the right choices to be done the next couple of moves.
And how long that will cost is also another crucial question here, because this is speed chess, 10 minutes with no increment. The players are down to their final 4 minutes. Grishuk ends up bringing the rook to d8, very logical and natural, and the other rook can be also coming to the d5. You can even play it with a fancier way of doubling rooks, such as rook a7, and then swing the rook over through the 7th rank. a5 is natural to expand further on the queen side.
That is a very interesting choice. So Grishuk definitely saw your idea, Anna, to double the rooks at the d file and get to the pawn on d3, but he's trying to open up a second front. Maybe with something like a4, try to create this weakness, exploit this weakness on a3. And here comes the Chinese Grandmaster's immediate counterplay. He's reminding Black that also the pawn on c5 could be targeted. On top of that, maybe White is also considering an opportunity at the right time to play king c2, knight c3, and possibly also get the knights off the board.
Yeah, so many different ways of handling the position. And in terms of handling it fast, that's going to be crucial too, because again, we are down to the final minutes in the game with no increment. Now it is Alexander Grishuk who is slightly lower on the clock. So better position for Black, but more time for White.
Yeah, Black is still definitely pushing here. The big threat here, Anna, is knight c3. And I think that here Black needs to find a way to address this, because if Wei Yi will be able to trade the knights, possibly, and somehow defend a pawn on d3, Black is better, but he is not winning. Do you play b4 here? I'm seeing this is the recommendation of an engine, one of the top choices. It does make sense, but Grishuk goes for something else. Look at that. He's willing to trade a pawn on d3 to expose the white king.
Surprising decision, but he's counting on the activity of his rooks. He's opening up the c and d files, and Wei Yi says, no, I would rather keep my double pawns than let you have the activity of those rooks. Very difficult decision to make, and yet he played it immediately.
I think it was a good choice, because if he would have taken the pawn on c4, if I calculated correctly, White was dropping a pawn. So that's why here White is attempting to set up some kind of a fortress, improve the pieces. Maybe there's an idea to play rook b1, rook b5, seek some activity. You can always jump with the knight on c3. So White needs to work a bit here. But so far, I'm liking what he's doing, considering that he had a pretty terrible position after the opening.
Yeah. This is very much has improved. This is very much a situation that has improved for the Chinese Grandmaster. Still, of course, he's not out of danger, but it's no longer that obvious what's the best way forward for Black either.
Very interesting. Also resource here by both players. Knight b5, Anna defending the pawn on d4, because Black just rerouted the knight to e7 to attack this pawn on potentially the f5 square. So both players are really considering very hard their opportunities. How do you attack or defend this pawn on d4? Also, one of the last Black moves, a4, was to stop White reinforcing this knight on b5, which somehow holding the position together. So it feels like Black is this close to make the decisive breakthrough. And it's always the Chinese Grandmaster who comes up with some great imagination. Look at the clock, 2 minutes for Black. Grishuk needs to speed up things. Wei Yi, in this regard, is doing a bit better.
Wei Yi is certainly doing better with the time management, and it's crucial, again, to keep up with that pace. It is no increment at the Esports World Cup. The time factor has been decisive in so many games now. It's an extra pawn for Alexander Grishuk, but he's down to his final 2 minutes.
I'm not sure this was really necessary for White, but I think he saw some tactical problems and decided to give up the pawn just to activate his pieces. But yeah, a pawn is a pawn, really. Black might be going for more on a knight b3, rook d8, lining up all the pieces to get to the pawn on d2. So Grishuk is looking in really great shape in this game to open the score in the best of 4.
And finally, the time is also balancing out for Grishuk. That's great news. Extra pawn, both players are below 2 minutes. Tough decision for Wei Yi. He takes the pawn on a4 in the end.
Now this pawn is hit. Instead, how do you defend it? Also, c4, c3 is a massive threat. I don't think that White can play rook b2 here, so c4, c3, you cannot take it. Rook takes on c3, and White is just dropping material. I think it's happening no matter what, and so far, the 3-time World Blitz champion Grishuk has been playing a wonderful game. d4 again, great imagination here by Wei Yi. Give up the pawn, but under his terms, meaning you want to take it, it's going to have to be en passant, but with a pawn on d3.
It's going to have to be en passant or a rook trade on d4 or the knight taking on d4. So many options for Grishuk to consider. And he is down to a minute and a half. He says, I don't want to take the pawn immediately. I'm just going to play rook to c7 and over to you, Wei Yi.
That is such a weird move. Rook c7, I don't fully understand what was the idea of this move. Just to avoid some fork ideas on b6. I would have thought you want to grab the pawn here on d4. But I think also Grishuk is attempting to confuse his opponent. He can grab the pawn on d4 whenever he feels like it. There's also some other opportunities, like you can attack maybe the rook on e4 with the moves like f5. Now he plays rook d6. Anna, what do you make of this? Because he can grab the pawn basically at any time, and yet he's not doing it.
He's being very cautious and he still is not taking it. In fact, he's allowing white to be guarding the d4 pawn now with the b4 rook. He says the c pass pawn, advancing that pass pawn, is more important than grabbing the d pawn.
Yeah, so he must have seen something on c4, c3. Of course, black is still much better. The c pawn is rolling forward, but I do feel that white might have some chances here.
Oh, and this move apparently is a mistake.
Oh, my goodness, check this out. Check this out. It's a very unusual fork. It's so easy to miss this. Look at this. You take on c4, you play knight e2, and no matter with what rook do you take, there's going to be a fork.
Grishuk has missed it. He missed the opportunity. The game goes on, and they are both below a minute. It will be decided in the time scramble, and who will manage their nerves better under time pressure and the bullet skills.
This was so unusual idea, to be honest. I have never seen something like this. And even the best players in the world, Anna, they are sometimes missing these unusual ideas. And suddenly, white has a lot of counter play at the queen side. I do feel like it's essentially a 3-result game here, because black does have this pass pawn on c2. But if white will be able to figure things out...
We might see a repetition of moves here, Arturs. We might see the repetition right now. Grishuk ends up realizing that he missed his opportunity and he had to settle for a draw. This is the first game in the best of 4. We will see the next game now with colors reversed starting in just a few seconds. But this was a disappointing opening for Wei Yi, who got into a really troublesome middle game, and disappointing for Alexander Grishuk that he didn't manage to capitalize on his advantage both in the position and on the clock.
I would love to see Grishuk's expression when he would replay the game and see this maneuver, this exchange sacrifice with knight e2 to follow. Look at this. He's right now in his mind reliving those moments and trying to figure out where things did go wrong. He definitely sensed there was an opportunity. But yeah, this exchange sacrifice was a bit unusual. It was missed by both players, and in the time scramble, the Chinese grandmaster managed to save the game. But you gotta continue.
You can see it. You can see it, Arturs. His hand is on the keyboard. He's going through the moves from the previous game, and the second game is about to start.
There it is.
He sees it. That was it. That was the moment when he realized he had a winning combination on the board.
Yeah, now he says it. Now he realized there was this exchange sacrifice with knight e2. It's like, okay, that's something I can always take away from this game. Even though you're one of the best players in the world, Anna, you always learn something new from the game. So you think you know everything? Well, you play a couple of games, you always learn something new right there.
He took it well, I feel like, because he's already focusing on the next game. Missed winning opportunity by Alexander Grishuk, but now he has the white pieces. He was surprised in the opening by Wei Yi, and then he ended up having an advantage with the black pieces, even though he was the one that had to react to this surprise choice by the Chinese grandmaster. Now with colors reversed, Alexander Grishuk is also going for not one of the main lines.
I love it. I like it. Feels like it's a psychological battle between the two, because in the first game it also was a Sicilian Najdorf, and Wei Yi played a very rare sideline and tried to surprise his opponent, and now it is Grishuk. He's like, you do this to me, I'm going to do it to you as well. So here you go. Let's play a very rare line with the bishop on c4, pawn on d3, and rook e1. I have no idea what he's planning to do here, Anna. Is he going to go for some central break here? But Wei Yi is immediately trying to surprise him with another rare move, h6, just to get the opponent out of the prep.
everyone wants to try to get the surprise element in and make the opponent spend precious seconds, if not precious minutes on the clock. And while this game ended in a draw in game one, the other match in the lower bracket for the qualification spot between Alexander Bortnyk and Andrew Tang, that was a win by checkmate by Bortnyk in game one. So Andrew Tang needs to strike back. That's also a best of 4, so 3 more games to go in both matches, and both cases are about if you win, you qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. $1.5 million is the prize fund of the main event. Even last place is $25,000. Could be the biggest paycheck of your career. Huge stakes, high pressure on all the remaining 4 players. And for Andrew Tang, must-win situation at some point. If not this game, the next game, he needs to strike back.
And the word is he did it with 0.6 seconds left on the clock. This must have been a bit of a tense moment there for both players. They were having incredible time scramble. This is also one matchup. If you're going to have a chance after this one, I would love to see at least some bits from that game. 2 very exciting young grandmasters. But here in this game, Grishuk has decided to respond h6 with h3. There's a bit of a mind games, cat and mouse games here. Try not to reveal the setup just yet. And I do feel, Anna, that at this stage the players are on their own. And g5, I love it.
I like it a lot. So dynamic, so aggressive. The king is still in the middle of the board for black, but he's going for an immediate kingside attack, ready to push the g-pawn to g4, open up the g5 for the black pieces. The rook could come to g8, and later, Wei Yi, I would think that he will try to castle queenside if there will be trouble in the central files.
And here comes White's counterattack, which supposedly makes sense. I mean, there's a rule. When your opponent is starting a flank attack, you want to meet it with a counter-strike in the center. And I'm looking at this position, Anna, and I'm wondering, is there no b5 move here? b5 and c4, but apparently not. I think I just noticed queen f3. Let's move on. Queen c7 was played very quickly here by Wei Yi, targeting the rook on e5, and g4 might still happen.
Yeah, g4, b5, and all those pawn pushes are in the air. The rook is now hanging, so Grishuk needs to react to that, either defend the rook or drop it back.
Yeah, where do you go? I don't want really to draw back. I want to somehow leave the impression that I'm fighting for the initiative there. Queen e2, I like this move. Piling up the pieces at the e-file, maybe be aggressive with some developing moves like knight c3, f4, see what happens. Black plays it cautiously, bishop g7 here.
Bishop g7, in the future there could be discovered attacks. Once the knight jumps away, the bishop will be looking at that e5 rook.
Yeah, also a big question for White. How do you continue? Do you keep doubling it down on the attack and maybe play something like a 4 or continue development? Wait a second.
Ooh,
wait a second.
It's a mistake.
Blunder
Knight
alert.
to c3 is a blunder. Now the discovered attack is extremely strong. Knight to g4, sacrificing the knight, but you end up capturing the rook on e5. And because the knight will be on g4, it's also a checkmate threat if the rook moves away. Alexander Grishuk completely blundered that discovered attack. How powerful it is right now with knight to g5, where he plays it. The winning move is on the board. Move 12 only. Move 12, and the Chinese Grandmaster is winning.
How often do you see this at this level, that one of the best players in the world, Alexander Grishuk, the 3-time World Blitz champion, is lost on move 12 with White? It's really a rare sight, and you could also see that he was trying to hide his emotions, because I'm pretty sure, Anna, as soon as he played knight c3, he saw knight g4 immediately. That's how it goes. And of course, the Chinese Grandmaster immediately spotted this. He did play knight g4, and now it's all about how do you limit the damage here? How do you make Black's position as complex as possible? Do you keep the queens on the board, or you try to grab as much material as you can? That's the question.
Such a difficult moment for Grishuk, and you are right. As soon as he landed his knight on c3, he noticed it, tried to maintain his poker face, but where he spots the opportunity regardless, and he's gonna end up winning material. Again, if the white rook were to move, then the queen is coming in to h2 with a check, and after king f1, it's checkmate in the corner, checkmate in 2 if the rook moves away.
It's really hard to recover from something like this. And according to an engine, the best move is rook takes on e7, but I'm not sure that this is going to happen because this allows black to simplify the position and trade the queens. My money would be on something like f4. Try to keep more pieces on the board. And okay, black probably is going to collect his rook on e5, like after f4, you take on e5. At least this gives you this opportunity to keep the queens on the board. So currently, right now, Grishuk has to make a major decision. Does he try to limit the damage or complicate things?
He takes an e7. That's the best chance for him according to the computer, and he goes for it because even though it leads to him having to sacrifice the rook, at least he picked up a pawn and a knight for it. Now the pawn on g4 can be taken by the bishop, and the queens are off of the board, but it's an endgame where Grishuk will try to fight really hard to have some remaining chances. So exchange up for Wei Yi, rook fighting against a knight.
There are just no good choices. I actually thought maybe f4 was a better attempt, but he simply decided he's going to try to limit the damage. He's only down on exchange. In the other position, there was even more material here. And yeah, he's trying to organize some sort of a counterplay against the pawn here on c5, which, by the way, you cannot defend it with his queenside pawn because you need to watch out for some knight jumps. Black is technically winning, but there's a lot of work to do.
So much work to do. Good news for Wei Yi that he also has way more time on the clock. After Grishuk blundered, he sank into a very long thing, and that is now over a 2-minute time advantage for Wei Yi. So winning position for Wei Yi, and he is also ahead on the clock.
All right, rook c8 was played, defending the pawn. I don't know. Are there some tricky knight jumps? I suppose the black king is going to walk away. I think this is right now what Grishuk is looking at. Can I try somehow collect this pawn with some tactical tricks? I quite don't see it. So maybe you have to address this b5 push with a4. Obviously, you want to keep as many pieces on the board as you can. Otherwise, if black will be able to simplify the position, it's going to be over for Grishuk, at least in this game.
And if this game goes down and the way it's looking, it could be a very, very good news and much closer qualification for Wei Yi. Again, this is a best of 4 each match in the round of 4 for the qualification spot. So only 2 games will remain after this one with an advantage after 2 games in a best of 4. Wei Yi will have the white pieces in the next game on top of everything, Arturs.
Yeah, it's very, very hard for Grishuk. And look at also his clock. He's just not seeing it. How does he even continue in this game? And again, in your fresh memory is this blunder, which it's so hard to forget. There's no queens on the board. You can't go for any attack. Knight e4. Finally, Grishuk decides to go for some sort of a counterattack against his pawn. And of course, black immediately goes for the trades.
He does trade the bishops on d4. Grishuk is pushing a4 to prevent the pawn, the black pawn, from being able to go to b5. He's trying his best to keep the position at least solid. It is a winning position for Wei Yi, but again, it's still not done. This is speed chess, no increment. Mouse slips happen, mistakes happen, blunders happen. For now, though, with the extra 3 minutes, it's looking amazing for the chances of the Chinese Grandmaster and his qualification to the main event in chess.
Yeah, again, here, I think Alexander needs some kind of a miracle from his opponent, some kind of an assistance, some kind of a mistake from a black just to stay alive in this game. So right now, he decided to build up some kind of a fortress. The bishop on c4 remains because you cannot allow the black rook to crash through the defenses with something like rook c2 and b6. I wonder what's the idea of this move. Does he want to play a5, fix the queen side, trade the bishops at the right moment and play the pawn majority at the king side? There might be more than one good plan here.
So many possible plans, but what remains still the same is that Alexander Grishuk not only is in a really tough position, but he also has a lot less time. And again, without increment, this is all the time you have left, 2.5 minutes. He knows, you can see the facial expressions, the head shaking, that Grishuk is really not liking what happened. He still might be going through that blunder moment in his head. As you said, Arthurs, is so difficult to forget it and accept that now you are in a lost position with also no time on the clock.
But he is not going to give up, of course. Alexander Grishuk is going to fight until the very end, and that's what precisely he's doing. He's very, very carefully approaching the pawn on c2, which is his biggest weakness in the position. I think he wants to land his king on d2, take care of the queen side, and give his queenside rook a better square at the king side. And this is where black immediately starts to go for an attack, pushes back white's pieces, and how do you convert? How do you simplify the position? Anna, I'm looking at some sort of a b5 push, but probably at the right moment. I want to get to the pawn on c2, but at the same time, I also want to make sure there's no counterplay suddenly which is coming through at the a file.
Yes, you definitely don't want to give that counter chance to Grishuk to get his rook in. But he says, I have everything figured out, everything is calculated, pushing b5 to get to the c2 pawn of white.
Apparently it works. I was a bit concerned there, but he just made it sure that there's no tactical tricks. And by the way, Grishuk is not yet taking the pawn on b5. He is probably realizing that the best course of action here is some kind of fortress. All right, finally the trade happened here. Is there a check here? He can win a pawn, by the way, on f5, but no. He plays rook a7.
He did not give the check, but then he was a bit shocked or surprised by his own decision. So he might be regretting it slightly, because now the rooks can be doubled on the c file, and how will you guard that c2 pawn? You have to come back and have a really passive rook.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that objectively he was losing anyway, and maybe this was a chance, but now it's gone. b4, I like this move. I think he wants to reroute his kingside knight. Now help it to defend the queen side, potentially. But also I think that this is going to allow black to organize a passed pawn at king side. There you go, there goes Grishuk's knight. He's heading somewhere here to cover the queen side, but it's not going to be enough.
No, unfortunately for Grishuk, it's a very slow maneuver, and the kingside pawns are marching. There's going to be an h pass pawn for Wei Yi once you push h3.
This pawn is really a beast here. Maybe g3, play a fortress. No, it's not a fortress here, so white goes to stop the h pawn. Here comes the black king, and now I think it's just a technically winning position. First defend the pawn, something like rook h8 or rook h6. Both moves look really good, and the king is going to decide the fate of the game.
Unfortunately for Alexander Grishuk, this is a completely lost endgame. He's trying to at least grab the pawn on d4 with his knight, but it will not matter once the black king enters the position and supports the passed pawn of h3.
I think simple move, king f3, king g2 just wins the game. Maybe king f3, he wants to play rook h2. That's his idea. So black can also defend the central pawn with rook d8. By the way, king f3 was played, and there you go. Finally, black, I think, is crashing through.
Crushing through with that really nice move. The rook defending the d4 pawn from the side, and the other rook is coming in now through the back rank. This is a winning endgame, and also so much more time for the Chinese Grandmaster.
Yeah, so we are just witnessing the final moves of this game. I think that Grishuk knows there's zero chances in this game anymore. Maybe he's just trying to get over it, get in the rhythm, already mentally prepare for the next game. h2 is played.
I think he might be preparing for the next game. It's a best of 4, and he will have to try to strike back in game 3. The qualification spot is on the line with a huge prize fund at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. This could be the highest stakes game of their lifetime, the highest stakes match when it comes to the prize money that's up for grabs. And we see a very classy rook trade by Wei Yi. Alexander Grishuk resigns, and the next game will start in just a few seconds. It's a best of 4, but right now looking great for Chinese Grandmaster Wei Yi, who is leading with a point. And if he wins the next game, there will not even be a 4th game. He will have qualified to the main event in chess. The other match, though, that was incredibly crazy when it comes to game one between Alexander Bortnyk and Andrew Tang. It went down to the wire to such extent that Bortnyk managed to checkmate Andrew Tang with 0.6 seconds on the clock. If you run out of time with checkmate on the board, the checkmate no longer matters. You need to have time left on the clock. He had 0.6 seconds, Alexander Bortnyk, in the moment of giving checkmate. Absolutely crazy. That match is still wide open too if Andrew manages to strike back. But for now, it's the same stakes, best of 4, and looking good for Bortnyk with the lead in the match. Andrew Tang will need to strike back in the next games. I wonder actually if game 2 has already finished between them, or could we check in on those players if we have a moment. I don't have any updates yet on the result there, and I think
it's still continuing.
Playing. We'll try to switch to that game if it's possible, and in the meantime, just again sum up what's at stake. Last Chance Qualifier at the Esports World Cup, 5 players make it to the main event. The players that are already through are Vladislav Artemiev, Barham Maksudlu, they qualified from the upper bracket. The players in the lower bracket, they need to fight their way through 4 matches at the least. Alexander Grishuk, really difficult for him right now. He's trailing in his match against Wei Yi, and Alexander Bortnyk is leading against Andrew Tang, but Andrew Tang now is trying to strike back. So it's actually, the result is 1 point for Bortnyk so far, 0 for Andrew Tang, and it's an endgame where Black has a better position, but look at the time. Anyone could still win this because of the 15 seconds left for both players, and there is no increment.
I think this is the crazy game replay where essentially Bortnyk won with 0.6 seconds on the clock. So,
my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize that we do have the replay from that crucial game. What an endgame this was with Bortnyk now in the winning position. But look at the time. 5 seconds for both players. Just keep looking at the time, ladies and gentlemen. It's an endgame where they have 4 seconds left. Now 3.9 for Andrew, and he's going to try to flag his opponent because he has no pieces left.
Yeah, and of course, White is completely dead loss, but Andrew Tang is one of the fastest players in the world. Look at this, and Bortnyk actually had less time on the clock, so he managed to outplay his opponent, deliver the checkmate. Only 2 seconds left each. Now, where's the checkmate? You gotta find it on seconds here because
1.6 seconds left. 1.5. There's still no checkmate. 1.4. That pawn is promoting. 1.3 seconds, 2 queens on the board. 0.7. 0.6 seconds. That was the final touching move. The 2 queens delivering checkmate. But what a clutch win. I had no idea it came all the way from that end game where they had 5 seconds. Like how many moves they had played within 5 seconds. To me, it's absolutely mind-blowing. I can maybe play 2 moves at most under 5 seconds. They have played like 20, it feels like. But that was the first game in the match between Andrew Tang and Alexander Bortnyk. It's a lead right now for the Ukrainian-American Grandmaster. And game 2 is this rook endgame where Bortnyk has the white pieces. Last time for Bortnyk, so he needs to be really careful. 20 seconds versus 30.
Yeah, and who's actually playing this for the win? Because also the Black's deep pawn is rolling for the work quickly. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. There goes the deep pawn. And now Andrew Tang is just winning this just like that. Those pawns for Black don't go anywhere. You can even take it here on e7.
10 seconds left for Bortnyk, but it's the position 2 that's collapsing. Rook sacrificed by Andrew Tang because his pawn will promote if you capture the rook. 4 seconds for Bortnyk, new queen for Andrew Tang. And with these checks, Black is picking up even more pawns. Checkmate now on g2 coming in. And Andrew Tang strikes back right after that incredible game that we have witnessed. Bortnyk with the checkmate with 0.6 seconds on the clock. Now Andrew Tang with the checkmate, and the match is still a tie between Bortnyk and Tang. For Wei Yi and Grishuk, it is a 1-point lead for the Chinese Grandmaster, and game 3 is about to begin.
Yeah, the other matchup, I have a feeling it's such a tight matchup, and these 2 players are about equally same strength, very fast players. I would not be surprised, Anna, if Andrew Tang and Alexander Bortnyk, they would go to the tie breaks. We might definitely see a lot of crazy action in those games. But for the moment, let's focus on the central match here. Wei Yi, one of the strongest grandmasters in the world, is taking on Alexander Grishuk, a veteran player, former three-time World Blitz champion, a member of the 2800 Elite ELO Club, and we have a Sicilian dragon on the board, Anna. This is quite unusual at the highest level, is it now?
Yeah, it really seems to be the case with this Fianchetto Bishop. Now both of them are castling.
Okay, and here instead of the traditional idea for castling the long side, Wei Yi is going for simpler chess because, I mean, he is leading the match. He has already secured one victory. He doesn't need to do anything dramatic in this game, just to try to control things. As for Grishuk, I think the mathematics are really simple. First and foremost, he cannot afford to lose this game. If he loses this game, he is simply... his best chance maybe is then the remaining tiebreaker match. So things might be still possible for Alexander. But if he wants to strike back in this match, he needs to have at least a draw, either a draw or a victory. If he makes a draw in this game, then he has the final fourth game with the white color, and then you see how it goes.
Yeah, that could be a strategy. But I'm also now realizing in this match, interestingly, it was always the player with the black pieces that had good chances. So it might be the case that even though usually we say in chess, if you have the white pieces, that's a bit of an advantage. But between Wei Yi and Alexander Grishuk, the players with the black pieces had better winning chances. So maybe Grishuk will try to count on that this was the tendency so far. And he's going to use his black piece advantage in game 3.
I mean, absolutely. If he's going to send some opportunities with the black color, he's not going to hesitate. He's going to take it. And I think that his opening choice, the Sicilian Dragon, it pretty much confirms it. And like I already said, it's a rare guest at the highest level. It's a bit of a dubious line, but it's also sharp, uncompromising. And that's why here Wei Yi decided to castle the short side and not give his opponent these counter chances. Knight a5, I like this move. I think he's getting for the c4 square.
I like the square a lot for the knight, and once the knight lands there, you need to give up one of the bishops. It will be a knight fork targeting the queen and the bishop, and most likely white will have to capture that c4 knight with the e2 bishop. If you were to guard the c4 square, the only way possible for that is something like pawn to b3, but that does open up and weaken the long diagonal way too much.
Knight b3. That's a very interesting choice. So white essentially says he's not afraid of doubling the pawns, and also the response from Alexander is he's also not interested because he's looking for some dynamics. If he would take on b3, this will double the pawns, but also give white a much easier game. That's why he decided to refrain from this. And now white decided to take on a5. According to an engine, white is pushing a bit. But I think that black definitely has some dynamic chances at the queen side.
Certainly some dynamic chances, and for Wei Yi, he might be looking at that central square and the trade of queens as you're highlighting. At the same time, this is a very smart prophylactic move by Grishuk that the rook on e8 is guarding that e7 pawn before it's even attacked.
First and foremost, he has to deal with his opponent's counter ideas before he can start with his own. Bishop d4, it's a nice centralizing move. Maybe preparing the knight e5 jump at the right moment. Maybe threatening to take out of 6 and then jump with knight e5. It really depends. According to Evaluation Bar, again, black is slightly better, but I'm not sure how relevant is this. Black might be thinking about rerouting the pieces to the queen side. Bishop e6 also looks good.
It does look good, and now the question for white is, how do you make progress when black's maneuver is very straightforward? You're highlighting that d7 square for the knight, for further trades, and the semi-open c5 for the rooks, where you might want to double your rooks. For white, it's less obvious, I feel, what's the way to continue.
And that's why normally players with white, they castle the long side. Because when they castle the long side, then you have your typical attack at the king side. And here it feels that white just doesn't have it. But again, I think that Wei's choice is perfectly understandable. Why would he want to risk when he's ahead in the match? By the way, the last move, queen a3, it comes with some sort of a threat to play bishop b6, try, I don't know, trap the queen, maybe provoke black to play knight e7, but I have a feeling that Grishuk wanted to play knight e7 anyway.
I think he will. It's such a natural move. Rook to c6 also very natural, guarding the b6 square and getting ready to double rooks on the c file.
It's a very deep move. I think he's also trying to play a bit unpredictable, because knight e7 is a pretty common way to trade off the docks with bishops, presumably also the queens, and then try to somehow exploit those weakened dock squares at the queen side. The problem here for white is that he has no real plan. I mean, what do you do? Like you said, Anna, what's the plan here? Do you go for the kingston attack? Do you go for some sort of f4 to 5? Maybe there's a room for, I just noticed, is there even bishop b5 here?
Oh, wow. Work? Is that possible? Sacrificing the bishop, because if it's captured, you open up the a file and both the black queen and the rook are hanging. Quite
but
fancy.
It doesn't work, yeah?
Does it not?
I'm afraid. No, I don't think so. It's a lovely idea. I'm pretty sure that both of the players, they saw this immediately, because after bishop b5 takes there, there's going to be rook takes on c3 counterattack, and black gets 2 minor pieces for the rook. It's a great resource. Maybe white can try to hide it in some way, retract the queen, and hope the black's going to blunder it. But to be honest, at this level, I wouldn't really expect this.
Yeah, quite a beautiful tactical pattern, but apparently it does not work. The evaluation board would also be screaming if it worked. Unfortunately for us, that's a signal that no, there is no win here for white. The players do not have an evaluation bar, but they are using their inner assessment bar in their heads, years and years of grind and experience, and they both have already calculated those tactical patterns. What's also here difficult for the Chinese grandmaster is that the way forward was not easy, and he makes a mistake. After having spent quite a long think, he pushes e5 to trade queens on e5, but this apparently can backfire because it's opening up the position for the black pieces.
I don't like this move at all. To be honest, I had a feeling you do something else, because this trade, it feels it favors black. There you go, queen b4, also played by Grishuk very quickly. And maybe this is the move that Wei simply missed. He was banking on the idea that there's going to be a trade, simplify the position, then figure things out. And suddenly, white is under a lot of pressure here, because how do you defend the pawn? There might be some knight jumps, and that's why here Wei very quickly retreats with a queen. But can you even take the pawn here on b2? The engine says you can, but it's such a risky move to make.
Risky move, but certainly a move that Grishuk will be calculating here, and he has the extra time to figure this out. So great news for the 3-time world best champion that with the extra time and pressure on the board, he is having good chances to bounce back in this match. It's a best of 4 for the qualification spot at the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. He's doubling his rooks instead of grabbing the pawn. Also very logical, honestly. And it's still really tough for white what to do.
So I think Grishuk simply trusted his opponent that if a world-class player plays this move against you, there's definitely something wrong. He decided not to invest any time. Apparently, there was nothing wrong with grabbing the pawn. He could have done this, but of course, as you said, Anna, black still keeps a much better position. Now white can keep the position together with moves like rook b1 or queen c1. These are really sad moves, but maybe there's no alternative here.
No alternative, and time is ticking. This is already nearly 3 minutes of time advantage for Alexander Grishuk. Better position for Grishuk, way more time for him. The Chinese grandmaster, even though he's leading in the match, he is not feeling comfortable in this game at all.
He's clearly on the defensive, so queen c1 is a move he normally would never ever make. But there was just no choice for white. You got to protect the pawn on b2, and yeah, this earlier move by Grishuk, trusting his opponent a bit too much and blitzing out rook fc8 while having still more than 6 minutes. I feel like this is something that he might regret at some point later, but okay, no time to look back. You gotta continue. Rook d6, he tries to apply some pressure against the bishop on d4, also increasing the power of his own Daxo bishop here on g7. Watch out for this long diagonal opening up.
That's going to be a very dangerous diagonal, and the rooks on the d file, the c file, the queen on b4. Black's pieces are putting so much pressure on white's position, while white still is solid, but it's a very passive setup. And also, again, the time factor will matter. This is speed chess, 10 minutes, no increment. It's a very significant time advantage for Grishuk, and he can capitalize on that, especially if the game continues to be complex.
And he starts to rear out the pieces. There goes the knight. He opens up the powerful Daxo bishop. Now it's controlling this long diagonal here. If white takes on d6, black is ready to reroute his knight to d6. And very nice principle. When you're not entirely sure what to do, you can always improve your pieces. This is precisely what Grishuk does. But also where he says, I can do the same. The knight on c3 doesn't do anything. How about I retract it, play c3, close this long diagonal, and manage to somehow salvage my position here?
Passive, but it works, and you're right, those moves will be coming, the pawn to be pushed. White will slowly but surely try to improve his pieces, and it is Grishuk who has to figure out if there's a way to increase the pressure to make it a more significant advantage, or maybe he should just bank on the extra time he has and not waste too much time on finding the perfect continuation.
I think he feels the pressure to show something right now. Otherwise, if he's not going to do this, white will stall the problems. And this is something that Wei Yi already has shown before. He's incredibly resourceful. And also in a time scramble, he's no pusher. He plays very quickly. He finds a lot of good moves. And maybe this is also a deja vu of the round one game of this match, where the Chinese Grandmaster was in a lot of trouble, also in the opening phase, by the way, but he somehow managed to turn things around in a time scramble, found a lot of resources here. So I think that Alexander realizes that he has to show something very quickly, but the time is running out.
Time is running out. Only 3 minutes left for Wei Yi, who is leading in the match, but it's looking good for Alexander Grishuk for a potential strike back. Pressure on the board, pressure on the clock as well, and now maybe those bishop maneuvers that you are highlighting, Artus, that is necessary. Otherwise, it's a huge clamp down on the light squares on the queen side, and you cannot activate your pieces.
Not sure. Do you want to take on c4 as well? This is something I was considering. Like, do I play here with this bishop move, or I capture the knight on c4? Either way, there's no clear path to the equality. He decides to go for bishop d3. All right.
Probably the best chance for the Chinese Grandmaster to stay in the game, place the bishop or the queen on c2, so that he can then activate the rest of his pieces. It's a very passive setup, but there is no breakthrough for black. There is no direct encounter, no direct punches, and therefore there is time for moves like this maneuver for the bishop.
Well, I checked the engine line. You know what's the best line here, Anna? Black is supposed to play bishop f5.
Do not
and this
allow
is where
bishop
white
c2.
Yes, and white can play bishop takes on c4 and trade even more pieces. And I suspect this is what Grishuk doesn't like. Otherwise, he would have done this immediately, like just to trade the bishops here, keep the dominating knight on c4, apply a lot of pressure here. So this bishop d3 was actually a very smart move, of course, which is not a big surprise when you see Wei Yi playing. So he wants black to play here with the bishop just to trade more pieces off the board, and that's why Grishuk goes for knight e5, keep them on the board.
He keeps his knight on the board, but now the queen has to leave the b3 square, and the knight jumps out also with an attack. Suddenly the white pieces are alive, and Wei Yi is back in the game.
Very much so. Like, his position suddenly is really good. He has no problems whatsoever. The only disadvantage he has is just the missing 1 minute on the clock. So Alexander Grishuk definitely senses his moment is gone. But you got to continue. You got to press it. At the same time, he might be thinking, do I overpress a bit too much in this game? Because I still have one more game. In case I draw this game with the black color, he is going to have one more shot in game 4.
So much at stake with the qualification on the line, and you're right, the chances for playing for a full point in this game for a win are looking less and less slim. It's only the time factor that remains in favor of Grishuk. Can he capitalize on it? 2 minutes for Wei Yi, 2.5 for Alexander Grishuk. There is no increment, so this is the final 2 minutes for each player.
There we see more pieces disappearing off the board, and the current point structure, to be honest, Anna, I already start to prefer white, because I think if somebody can create some problems to his opponent, it's the Chinese Grandmaster, because if he will be able to create a pass pawn at the queen side, it's just rolling forward. And at the same time, Black does have this extra pawn here at the king side, but these pawns at the moment are pretty static.
Very static indeed. We see Rook D2 played by Wei Yi, very solid, and that's good enough. The position is balanced, it's equal, and Wei Yi is happy with a draw. The bishop is now attacking the black queen. There could be a repetition of moves if they go back and forth.
That's a big question. Is Alexander Grishuk happy with this? Or he still feels he has to press for more? Right now, look at him. He is seriously considering, do I continue playing for the win in this game? No, I think the answer is going to be here. They're going to go for repetition. Queen e7. The position repeats for a second time here. There's a he just declined. He played queen e8. Queen b7. Here comes the white queen. Don't know. This might backfire. White is trading the queens, and suddenly look at the piece activity here, Anna. White is getting really active.
Very active, and that might mean that if Wei Yi can start playing for a win, now that the time situation is balanced, with a win, Wei Yi will qualify, and there will be no game 4. This is a best of 4, and he's already leading with a point.
I think he pretty much decided he wants to finish this game into a draw. I was having some thoughts that with the rook on the 7th rank, maybe there's some hope, but no, I think he just traded the queens, the rooks, and as many points as he can, so I think he treats that draw in the match situation is just a very fine result. But Black has a bit more time on the clock. Does it even matter, these extra 14 seconds? I think
maybe it does. Maybe Grishuk will try to use that time situation, or will it be another repetition of moves? It is a draw. It has been a very exciting fight. Grishuk trying, and he had pressure on the board, had pressure on the clock, but tenacious and very resourceful defense by Wei Yi, who ends up making a draw. And with only one game to go, it's looking great for the chances of the Chinese Grandmaster to qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, while the 3-time World Blitz champion Grishuk is going through the game, seeing where he missed his chances. We see him doing this often, while I think Wei Yi is more in the mode where, yeah, that's water under the bridge. I need to focus on the next game immediately, because there is no time between the games, only a few seconds.
And it's immediately starting right there, so let's follow it live. And we have again one of the main lines this time in the Sicilian Najdorf, which seems to be one of the topical opening choices by the two players here in this match. The situation is really simple. Alexander Grishuk needs to win on demand. That's it. If he wins this, then he makes it to the final stage. If he does not, he's still going to have one more shot to tiebreaker match. And also, just to give you a short update, what's happening in the other matchup, Alexander Bortnyk is once again ahead of Andrew Tang, defeating the American Grandmaster in their third game.
So it's the exact same match situation, both here between Wei Yi and Alexander Grishuk, and also Alexander Bortnyk and Andrew Tang. In both cases, Wei Yi and Bortnyk on 2 points. All they need is a draw in this final game. a draw or a win, they are through to the qualification. For Grishuk and Andrew Tang, they are in a must-win situation. They need to win in order to tie the score, and then we're going to see an Armageddon to decide the match. So must-win situation for Grishuk and Tang. Wei and Bortnyk happy with the draw. Who will prevail in this final fourth game?
The opening looks really promising, at least in this game, Anna, because when you play a sharp Sicilian, you see some long castle opportunities for white. This usually means there's going to be a lot of action. And also, I'm quite surprised by the opening choice of Wei, because ultimately all he needs is just a draw. And he says, no, I'm not afraid. I'm not really afraid of entering a sharp battle here, because the opening that he chose, the open Najdorf, one of the most topical lines, it has a reputation of a sharp continuation.
It is. He doesn't want to play solid. He goes and trusts one of the sharpest variations in the Sicilian defense. And that just goes to show the kind of player he is. Fearless. And it suits his style. He's a very tactical, very precise calculator. But so is Grishuk. So I think we're going to see a really sharp, exciting, potential fireworks battle in this final fourth game.
How do you continue? Black is playing tricks here. He is not developing the king side as he should. Knight c5, queen c7. These are the last moves that Grishuk, I don't think he's seen it before. And right now he has to figure out, how does he continue? Or maybe he's trying to recall. Look at this. Yeah, also his body language kind of suggests that he's trying to recall maybe some of the plans in this position. Do you go after the black king with some spectacular breaks in the center? Sometimes in these positions you could even jump in with the knights to f5 and d5 and expose the king. Many opportunities and not so much time.
Not so much time, but those are certainly moves that are analyzed by Grishuk. He ends up taking on f6 and then pushing f4. So this changes the nature of the position. He has given up his bishop for a knight, meaning it's pair of bishops for black, but better pawn structure for white. b4 looks like a really promising move, but it also comes with the cost of giving up squares like the a4 square. So Wei needs to evaluate whether he can do that or not. Bishop to b7 apparently is a mistake.
I mean, it was not a super obvious mistake, and I was looking at this engine line. Apparently, black had to play b4, knight a4, and bishop d7, which somehow was doing black really well. I think that bishop b7 is more like a standard choice, trying to apply a lot of pressure against his pawn on e4, so maybe both players are not even aware that this was some kind of a mistake, and Alexander can stop this with a3 if he wants, or maybe he can go for some sort of a gambit, let's say push f5 or rook e1. Again, many opportunities here.
Is there anything immediate here, according to the computer, or was it simply a positional mistake, the bishop moved to b7 and not pushing b4?
The difference is that after this pawn move, I'll just have to show it very quickly. After this pawn move, b4, knight a4, there was this move, bishop d7, applying pressure and basically force white to take on c5, and then black can recapture the pawn. That's it. But even this position is not so easy to evaluate, so both players decided not to go there. This is the current position. And again, for Grishuk, he senses it's a big moment here, because it's not all about the pawn on e4. It's about the larger picture. How does he get to the black king?
And the way to get there sometimes involves a sacrifice. I'm sure he's looking at the d5 square almost every single turn, because that would be a thematic sacrifice in the Sicilian. It doesn't look like it's working here, but that's something that he will be checking every time, because if you can sacrifice on d5 a piece to open up the position toward the black king, that could lead to a menacing attack. f5 instead to put pressure on the e6 pawn, but b4 comes immediately. Counterattack.
I think this is a very classy move for these types of positions. White is trying to dominate those light squares, and so far the players are, even though they're out of the book, they know these plans, and Alexander's idea is to play against black's bad Dux with bishop. Black typically plays here e5 and tries to rely on some dynamics because of the bishop pair, because of the misplaced white knight on a4, which is precisely what he does. But this also can terribly backfire because, Anna, look at this bishop on f8. If it's gonna not join the game, not gonna find a good square, then essentially black could wind up himself in a strategically lost position if white will be able to dominate the light squares.
And that's exactly what can happen when it's a pair of bishops fighting against a pair of knights, that if it's a closed position and the knights maneuver to the right spots, such as the d5 square, it can be so much better to have the knight in a situation like this than that poor f8 bishop that's just staring at your own pawn. You wish it was somewhere out there on an open diagonal. Castle, queen side. Brave. The king's side was already wide open on the g5, so where he decides that it's much safer on the queen side. It's still not looking that safe though, since the pawns have been pushed and there is no c pawn.
It looks very interesting because I think his idea is to push d5 eventually and utilize the power of the bishop pair. That's what you're supposed to do. When you have two bishops, you want to open up the position a bit, and this is what he's doing. The last move, king b8 here by black, he just makes sure that his pawn on a6 is not under attack with a tempo. For example, if there's going to be a d5 break here and a couple of trades that are going to happen, at least his pawn is not dropping with a check.
At least it's not dropping with a check, and that matters because then there will be counter chances, as you highlighted, with the position opening up for the bishops. There could be exactly the right way to go, and that's something that Grishuk will be considering here, whether black is actually threatening the pawn to d5 or not, and should he do something about it.
I'm thinking if there's a way to dominate those light squares, because if I could teleport this knight from f3 to d5, black is immediately strategically busted. I do not believe in his position. But the problem is, if you start reroute the knight, black will most certainly push d5. So right now, again, both players are getting ready for this fact. Black can push d5, but this is going to come at the cost of the pawn on a6. And that's the big question here. Is black willing to give up the pawn on a6 to open up the position for the two bishops, or he can somehow prepare this?
Yes, and if it's preparing it, is it moves like king to a7 to guard that pawn and then push d5? He has to take into account several factors here. And also what we mentioned about the f8 bishop, that's going to be a piece that's a really sad piece unless you're able to push your d-pawn. So he says, yes, I'm going to sacrifice my pawn because that opens the position up for my bishops. It's worth the pawn, and he plays now queen to a5, which guards the a6 pawn and also attacks the d5 pawn. He's ready to capture now in the center.
It makes perfect sense to recapture the pawn on d5 and not give up the pawn on a6. Unfortunately, there's a flaw in black's plan, and the flaw is white can immediately play knight e2, knight c4. Reroute this knight just to try to dominate those dark squares. So it's a bit of a paradoxical situation, Anna, here. Black has two bishops and a very strong central pawn, and yet he is in a big trouble. I suppose the problem is the weakened king.
And it's going to be even weaker once the knight lands on c4. Is Grishuk going to play that idea? Can he spot it? He does. Just as we asked the question, he responds over the board. The knight is heading towards c4. Knight on a4, knight on c4. Both of them are looking at that black king already. Knight can jump to b6 in the right moment. And now the queen is hanging. It has to hold on to the rook on d5 if you want to take back with the queen, but that you can only do from the b5 square or the d8 squares. This is now getting tougher and tougher for Wei Yi to stay in the game.
Yeah, I mean, how do you continue? Because, as you said, Anna, knight b6 is most likely incoming. I think maybe even the next move. So queen b5 is played. I think knight b6 right now. It just somehow feels that the black king is not going to make it. And of course, on top of that, maybe there's some other move. You could first take on d5, then you play knight b6, or you play knight b6 immediately. This king is wide open, and yet Grishuk suddenly senses there's something going on at the king side, Anna. How amazing player he is, because he suddenly realized this pawn on f7 is so difficult to defend.
Huge target, and it's very difficult for Wei Yi to hold on to that pawn. You need to drop the queen back to d7 or to e8 at this rate to guard it, but then the knight is coming into b6, and this is gonna be incredibly difficult for him to parry all the threats. Grishuk, again, in a must-win situation. This is a best of 4, and the player who wins this match qualifies directly to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup with huge prizes at stake. So for Grishuk, absolute must-win game in order to tie the score and make it to an Armageddon.
No good moves for black. I just do not see them, and I'm thinking if there's a way to sacrifice this pawn for some dynamics. I don't see it. Can I try to trade the queens? I also don't see that. So I have a feeling, Anna, that Alexander Grishuk will simply collect the pawn on f7 and have the compensation for it. He has beautifully positioned knights here at the queen side. The pawn on f7 cannot be defended because if black plays queen d7, there's the knight b6 problem, and black's position collapses like a house of cards. So what do you do in this position? Complete development, but how?
Very difficult to answer for Wei Yi, how to parry all those threats that you highlighted, Arthurs, and he's also investing quite a lot of time on this decision. He ends up developing the bishop to c5, but you can tell that the black position is not harmonious, or all the pieces are scattered around, not collaborating well. The rook is still in the corner on h8, while the other pieces are cut off from each other. The pawn on f7 is hanging, and then once the queen is on f7, it's attacking f6 too. It's attacking everything through the 7th rank, and maybe there's even better moves. It just feels like black's position is about to collapse nearly fully.
And right now, Alexander Grishuk is looking for the cleanest way to get the winning advantage. He decided to eliminate the Daxper bishop because it was potentially heading to d4, and I think that he knows that he's winning in this position. It's just, how do I get it done in the best, least resistance possible way? So he decided to take the pawn on f7, and I have a feeling, Anna, that black is going to lose a second pawn on top of that, and if it's going to be 2 extra pawns here for Alexander, he should be able to figure things out. 3 minutes left on the clock, but black's position is just falling apart.
Falling apart, which is very sad news for Wei Yi, who only needed a draw in this game to qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. If this game is a win for Grishuk, it will be decided in an Armageddon which of these 2 grandmasters qualify, and the loser in this match will get one final chance in a tiebreaker match with the loser of the other round 4 match between Andrew Tang and Alexander Bortnyk, where Bortnyk is leading 2-1 against Andrew Tang.
Knight b6 already sealing the deal right here, because suddenly there's no defense against knight e7. It's a very flashy move, meaning knight b6, black cannot take it, the rook at f8 is left defenseless, and the fork on d7, I think it's a royal fork. First, Grishuk traded rooks. Knight b6 might be still a move. There's obviously some other good moves as well.
Knight b6 is on the board, a nice sacrifice. If you touch the knight, then the rook is hanging. Bishop guards the d7 square, so black is not immediately lost, but it looks like it's about to collapse everything in black's camp.
Where's the killing blow? It's somewhere really close. He has an extra pawn, the black king is weak, he's winning, and he doesn't see this final touch, and apparently immediately knight b6 was a bit more accurate than trading the rooks, and now he still needs to figure out things. The clock is ticking, 2 minutes left only.
He is certainly checking all the tactical patterns here. He comes back with the knight, which apparently still maintains the advantage. He did not find a killer blow there.
I suppose he did not want to play knight e7 check and trade the knight because he treats that this knight is simply a better piece than black's let's go bishop. Small missed opportunity here for white, but of course the position still remains winning. Wei Yi might have a shot here, some practical chances, because he has this 1 extra minute. Can he figure it out?
That's his only chance, the pressure on the clock. Grishuk down to 2 minutes, and there's no immediate knockout. Yes, winning position for white, but with the time being what it is, extra time for black, there is no increment. If you don't find a killer blow, if you don't find a winning sequence, you're gonna have to play this game for a while to convert an extra pawn in an endgame.
To be honest, I'm just thinking I could just collect the pawn on h7. Just as I was thinking about it, here Black immediately played h5, h4. He realized what Grishuk might be up to just to have an easier game. And here White just played g3, probably with an idea to organize himself an outside pass pawn. With such an exposed king, with a pass pawn here, I know I'm repeating myself, Anna. White is winning here, but he has been winning already for quite a while.
He has been winning, but Wei still fights on. Now he's going to have to deal with that pass pawn that you mentioned, Arthurs, and it's not easy to deal with it at all. Can he find some miraculous resources here, the Chinese Grandmaster, to remain within chances of saving this game?
This drops the second pawn. Black had no choice. And now he seeks some sort of a counterplay. It's an offer. Can we trade queens?
By the way,
Not sure you...
I'm just gonna say a bit of a breaking news that Alexander Bortnyk has managed to win again against Andrew Tang, and therefore he is our third qualified player for the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. Congratulations to Bortnyk for an excellent match in round 4, and for Andrew Tang, he will have one final chance to play a match against the loser in this present match between Grishuk and Wei Yi, and the winner from that tiebreaker match will still make it to the main event.
Yeah, but this game surprisingly is ongoing, and I'm not sure if Alexander did the best thing with trading the queens, because now the position is highly technical. Of course he's winning, he's about to pick up another pawn here at the queen side, but the clock is ticking. He only has 1 minute and 8 seconds, and so far here Black is doing a really good job to keep the game going, because when it goes to the last seconds, we already saw in this tournament, Anna, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. Only 59 seconds left for Grishuk. He has to win this game. He's in a must-win situation in this match of best of 4. This is the final game.
Black tries to keep on the board as many pieces as he can, and of course White would love to trade the rooks. There's no easy way. There comes the counterplay against the pawn on b3. How do you push forward the h pawn? Grishuk needs to play really fast here.
Really fast, and it almost feels like the crowds are cheering for this endgame and for Grishuk or for Wei Yi. Wei Yi representing Team Nemesis. Grishuk still is looking for his team, but now he's looking for a win, and is he not finding it? It looks like his advantage is gone.
Where is it, actually? This was actually a mistake by Black, and White can't charge forward. There's a small moment of hope for the Chinese Grandmaster and his fans. He had essentially figured out a very good setup, but now this opportunity is gone. White still keeps pressing, but White has only 33 seconds on the clock. And Rook c6! He missed it!
Rook c6 was gonna pick up the knight. Both players blundered that the knight was gonna be hanging. The game goes on, but only 29 seconds left for Grishuk. It's all gonna be about the time, and now White is winning again. The game is a roller coaster.
It's crazy. Totally crazy tournament for Ensk here. The Chinese Grumps a couple of moves ago could have won the game, just collect an extra piece. Again, the nerves are really...
With his check, he's winning
again.
The knight finally. He managed to finally grab that knight that was hanging a couple of moves ago, but the time situation will decide the game. What is Wei Yi thinking about?
And this is not winning for White. Yeah, those b-pawns are rolling forward very quickly, but I have a feeling, Anna, that Alexander is simply going to drop this pawn at the queen side. Wow,
15 seconds versus 70. It's
miss.
all about the time. It's all about the flagging skills. The pawn is pushed, the bishop has to take it, and the black king will gobble up the final pawn. It's going to be 2 kings remaining on the board, and Alexander Grishuk is going down in a game where he had a winning position against Wei Yi. With this result, the Chinese Grandmaster is our 4th player to qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup, where the stakes could not be higher. $1.5 million is the prize fund at the main event in chess. And for Grishuk, he's gonna have one final chance in a match against Andrew Tang, where one of the players can still qualify. Incredible what has just happened.
That was a save of the century.
He had the winning position on the board.
Totally insane. I mean, how did he manage to pull this around? It's just incredible. But yeah, Wei Yi is one of the most resourceful players in the circuit, and everyone in the world probably would have collapsed under the pressure of Alexander Grishuk, and this match would have went to the tiebreak. But no, somehow he made it like yeah, I'm just left without words.
I think we both are. I think we will have a short break, and then when we are back, it is the final decisive match. Again, so far, 4 players have qualified, but let's take a look at how this happened, because Alexander Grishuk was on the verge of making it back. There have been 4 games. This is how it all started, with game 1 and that missed opportunity to take on c4 and this beautiful knight fork. Grishuk misses his winning chance in game 1, where he manages to save the day, save that game. And because he manages to save that game, in this endgame, as we see the rook and knight versus the rook and knight and the pawns disappearing from the board, it ends up being this repetition of moves. Then game 2 was a very different script. It was Grishuk then with the white pieces, and he actually ended up getting himself into trouble after this nice c3 move that blunders the beautiful discovered attack. Knight to g4. You cannot move the rook away because it's checkmate in 2 against the white king. He will have to lose his rook for the knight, and he was trying to fight with the exchange down, but apparently he could not save the game. Wei Yi scores a win with the black pieces in game 2. These were the final moves in that endgame, how the rook is coming over the pass pawn, and this final rook trade to clarify the situation and make it to a completely winning endgame. Grishuk had his chances to strike back in both game 3 and game 4, but in game 3, at the end of the day, it was a bishop endgame where neither player could make progress, and the time situation was also fairly balanced, so they end up making a draw in game 3 in this bishop endgame, and the repetition of moves taking place right now in the position. Game 4 was the all-decisive game where Alexander Grishuk started so well, where he played the very sharp knight of variation in the Sicilian defense, which honestly surprised us because all he needed was a draw to qualify. But it's in his nature and in his style that he goes for the aggressive approach as well. And the final moments in the endgame were the following, where everything has disappeared from the board. The dust has settled, and Grishuk went from a winning position to this endgame where the final pawn will be grabbed and 2 kings remain on the board. That's Wei Yi qualifying as our 4th grandmaster to make it to the main event in chess. And only 1 remaining spot, Arthur's. 1 left for the main event to qualify.
Yeah, so who is going to be? Is it going to be Alexander Grishuk or Andrew Tang? I suppose we are going to find it out very, very soon. 1 more match, exciting match is ahead of us. But it's been a very, very long day. And here we see the replay of the match that was running in the background. Currently, the score was 1 point each, and there we just saw this rook takes on d5.
This was blundered by Andrew Tang. If you take it, you will drop more material on that diagonal where the queen and the king of white are placed. So that was a huge win for Bortnyk in game 3 to make it to 2-1. And in the final game, Andrew Tang had to go all in, which ended in another win for the Ukrainian-American grandmaster. Alexander Bortnyk, therefore, is through to the main event, qualifies, and so does Chinese grandmaster Wei Yi. We are going to take a short break, and when we are back, actually, no, sorry, we are not going anywhere because we also have the final moments from game 4. This is how the match ended between Bortnyk and Tang, and look at that final moment, the pawn promoting. How do you stop the B pawn? The knight is coming in, and it's a beautiful knight fork to pick up the queen and put the dot at the very end of this match to make sure you are advancing through to the main event. Alexander Bortnyk was disappointed earlier in the day. He lost in the upper bracket in the semifinals, but now he makes a comeback and wins his match against Andrew Tang to qualify to the main event. And at the main event, ladies and gentlemen, even the last prize is $25,000, could be the biggest paycheck in the career of all of these participants here at the Last Chance Qualifier. Huge prizes at stake, $1.5 million in total. And that's why the Esports World Cup, one of the reasons why the Esports World Cup is a very special event for us chess players. We are going to take a short break now, but when we are back, it's the final decisive match for the last qualification spot between Alexander Grishuk and Andrew Tang.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Last Chance Qualifier in chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. This 3-day event is about to conclude. We started with over 100 participants who were fighting to try to grab a qualification spot for the main event in chess, where the stakes could not be higher. It's $1.5 million, the prize pool. Very special for us chess players. It's not something that we are used to. 4 players are already qualified, but for the final qualification spot, there's still a huge fight. Let's take a look at who have made it through already from the upper bracket. It was Parham Maksudlu who took down Wei Yi in the semifinals, and Vladislav Artemyev prevailed against Alexander Bortnyk. But since Bortnyk and Wei Yi were in the upper bracket, they still had a second chance in the lower bracket. So Maksudlu and Artemyev qualified to the main event, and in the lower bracket, the fight is still ongoing, with Bortnyk now eliminating Andrew Tang. Well, eliminating, sorry, is not the right word. Andrew Tang gets one final chance in the tiebreaker, and so does Alexander Grishuk, who lost his match against Wei Yi. So we see both Wei Yi and Alexander Bortnyk confirmed as qualified players to the main event, but the final 5th spot will be decided with this tiebreak match between Alexander Grishuk and Andrew Tang. So one final match. Best of 4 is the format. Time control remains what it has been. It's 10 minutes, no increment, and the no increment, that has been helping Andrew Tang with his incredible bullet skills and flagging skills, but Alexander Grishuk is a 3-time World Blitz champion, so of course a speed demon himself. Who will prevail in this match? One of them will be very happy to make it to the main event, and for the other player, unfortunately, this is the end of the journey. There's $50,000 at the Last Chance Qualifier, so all the players get a prize even if they don't make it to the main event, but oh boy, there's quite a big difference between $50,000, huge money, but $1.5 million, even bigger of a pie to want a chunk from.
Yeah, this one is going to be really tough to predict, Anna, because it's been a very long day, definitely, for all the players, because it's so many rapid games, and the fatigue is just building up. It's really tense moments every single game, match after match. Essentially, it's experience versus youth. Alexander is much more experienced than Andrew Tang. Maybe Andrew has a bit more energy. I suppose we are going to see. Should be really exciting to follow.
Who will take this final key for the main event? This is what they are playing for, to earn their keys to the main event at the Esports World Cup. For the 2nd year in a row, chess is one of the main games at the Esports World Cup. And Andrew, I was wondering whether he's playing some bullet chess on his phone, but I think he is just perhaps texting his friends, his family, some final supportive words, maybe from his coach. This is a crucial game. It's the final chance for both Andrew Tang and for Alexander Grishuk to qualify to the main event. And that is because Alexei Sarana, by the way, already qualified via a different route, and he doesn't need his spot from DreamHack Atlanta. Therefore, we have 5 qualification spots here, one final chance for the players. I think he's talking to his coach. I'm betting on Andrew Tang making his preparation right now through messaging his coach, a second, someone that helps him, and that is needed too. You need support in chess. You need a team, you need a coach, you need a trainer, you need a friend at least, or someone who is giving you moral support, because the stakes could not be higher, Arthurs.
Yeah, he was definitely typing a message there to somebody, either a support message from the coach or a friend. We don't know that, but it's great to see that Andrew is in good spirits, because he just lost a very tight match. And there you go, there's the handshake with his opponent, Alexander Grishuk. It's a gentleman's sport. They still respect each other. It's going to be a fun match. It's about to start. It's the last match of today, and what an amazing day to finish the Last Chance Qualifier here.
An amazing day of chess, amazing 3 days of chess it has been with the Last Chance Qualifier, and this being our final match, best of 4. I'm just also realizing the different generation gap here between the players. Of course, Alexander Grishuk, a world-class player, has been around for so long. He's 42 years old. And Andrew Tang, speed demon, specialist in bullet and hyper bullet. He's only 26 years old. So experience on Grishuk's side, online speed on Andrew Tang's side. I think they both have their chances in this match.
I think it's an even fight, and I don't think it's going to be in one player's clear favor throughout. So we might see a lot of swings here. And the players are getting ready for the games to start. I wonder what Grishuk is doing there. Maybe he is very quickly reviewing a couple of games that his opponent just played. They do have access to the Chess.com board. They get to see what were the last moves of their opponents, but the match is about to start in a moment. They need still to wear the headsets. There you go. They're going to do it right now. What's your prediction?
Andrew's ready. Oh, I was just wondering if either of them will be listening to music, because we have seen that Alexander Bortnyk qualified with a banger playlist. He was dancing to the beats, he was singing along, and I just want to see the players having a good time, but it's also a lot of pressure. You can feel it in the air, the tension, the stakes are so high. It could be the biggest paycheck in their careers, even if they just qualify and then lose all games. You know, as long as you make it to the main event, you are guaranteed at least $25,000. Huge stakes. $1.5 million in total at stake. Also the club championship points at the main event, where of course defending champion Magnus Carlsen wrapping Team Liquid. He's waiting there, while from Team Falcons we have Hikaru Nakamura and Eliezer Firuza and so many other talented players representing their esports teams. For Grishuk and Tang, they still have not been signed, but maybe someone will want a last minute grab, at least for next year's event. They could be one of those players that will also find a home at one of the esports orgs. Grishuk going through, I think, Andrew Tang's games. I feel like that is a final moment preparation. His hand is on the keyboard, going back and forth. He's not ready to put on those headphones yet.
Yeah, he is just looking for some sort of a weakness in the Americans' grounds of preparation, or have some ideas, because he didn't really have a lot of time to prepare for this game. I think rest is a bit more important. There he is about to wear his headset, ready to start the game, and it will be given green light in a moment. A match of 4 games, and I think that Grishuk should play the first game with the white color. I suppose we are going to see.
The game is about to start. A reminder, this is our final match in the Last Chance Qualifier. Literally the final chance to qualify to the main event. One of these players will make it, and the other, unfortunately, will have to try again next year. It's going to be a best of 4. You need to score at least 2.5 points to win the match. In case of a tie after 4 games, it will be decided in an Armageddon. Time control is the same as it has been throughout the Esports World Cup. It's 10 minutes, no increment.
Dear viewers, write your suggestions in the chat. What do you think is going to happen in this game? Is it going to be experience in the person of Alexander Grishuk, who is going to take down this match, or Andrew Tang? And as we speak, Anna, this match is officially given a green light. We do see some sort of a Rai Lopez offbeat line played here by Alexander Grishuk, who plays with white. And again, we have a rather unusual pawn structure, because white has just given up his queenside bishop to create double pawns for black at the queenside, but black at the same time is relying on the strength of the bishop pair.
Exactly, that is the dynamic difference here. The imbalance in the position, better pawn structure for white and easier development by pair of bishops for black. We are about to see whether Andrew... Actually, we're gonna swap the names. We have the cameras, I think, in the right spot, but we'll swap the names as soon as we can. And It will be now a question for Andrew whether he's going to develop his c8 bishop already, or what he's doing is placing the rook on e8. That knight could land on f8 if it needs to drop back to open up the diagonal. You just need to be careful about the e5 pawn, because the knight is the protector of that pawn at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, definitely this knight maneuver to e6 is in the cards. How do you protect the pawn on e5 first? There could be several ways to do this. The bishop could defend it through either f6 or d6 square, or maybe even position it somewhere on c5. There's many opportunities. If we speak about the Grishuk's last choice, king h1, I think he's just preparing this sort of a king-set attack with f4, and just in case walk away from the long diagonal here. Bishop c5 played by Andrew makes perfect sense, but by doing this he also willingly gives up the bishop pair.
He does give up the pair of bishops, says, I would rather trade that e3 bishop and have that square for my knight so that the development at least becomes easier. Once the knight is on c5, it opens up the diagonal for the c8 bishop that could finally come out and threaten to go to g4 to target the f3 knight of white. I'm just noticing, by the way, that the beautiful colors here as well. Grishuk with the white pieces and his white t-shirt, Andrew Tang with the black pieces, black t-shirt. It's almost like it was scripted, but it's a best of 4. They both will have 2 games with the white pieces, 2 with the black pieces. Right now, it's perfect for us to make it easy to know who is playing with which color. I hope they change t-shirts after this game just to keep it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, Anna. Wait until they play the next game, of course. We might get really confused who is playing with what. But anyway, in this game, knight g3 was just played by Grishuk here. He's not trading on c5, and I suspect it has something to do with the plan, Anna, that you mentioned. This would allow black to activate his ducks with bishop first, and also the move knight g3, it makes perfect sense because he's pretty much aligning all of his remaining pieces for a potential king-set attack. And he says, if you want to take on e3, do it, but it's also going to open up the f-file for my rook at f1.
It will open up the f-file. It will strengthen the central control of white thanks to those doubled pawns. Doubled pawns right now for black, but it could also be then doubled pawns for white once the pawn is on e3, and that's a central pawn. So I think black is reluctant to do so. That's why f6 has been played, getting ready to jump away with the knight. But again, because of the tension between the bishops, one player or the other either has to take or move that bishop out of harm's way, because if you move the knight away, that's way too damaging for your pawn structure.
And again, very interesting decision here by the American Grandmaster. He decided not to trade the bishops. He said, I'm not going to help you open up the f-file here. Instead, I think my ducks with bishop belongs really nice here on f8, protecting the king, and then maybe reroute the only knight typically to e6. I think it's like a common rule, Anna, for these positions. If you put the knight on e6, it just guards so many critical squares in the position. And here comes Grishuk with his active plan at the king side. Knight f5 within the striking distance against the black king, and g4.
Wow. Suddenly the position is becoming a lot wilder, and this is a very aggressive approach. You love to see it. The knight on f5, now supported by both the e4 and the g4 pawns. It is weakening the white king. You are pushing a pawn in front of your own castled king, but Grishuk is claiming that the opening of the g-file matters much more. He wants that file for his rook. So now it's really discouraged to take the f5 knight, but if you don't take it, that knight is a scary piece.
It's really difficult to get rid of then. Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe there's a room for g6, but what if? What if white plays rook g1 and sacrifices the knight? This might be an opportunity, also something that both players have to consider. And now, Anna, I finally understand why Grishuk played king h1 a couple of moves ago. He was going for this plan all along. He was going to put the knight on f5 to play g4, and with this move order, he tricked everybody, including me.
He has tricked everybody, and I think it's also something that Andrew Tang might have not expected, and he's trying to see how to defend, but this is the reason why he's falling behind on the clock. He started thinking longer because it is looking really dangerous on the king side right now. The f5 knight, so strong. It was really discouraged to take it because of the opening of the g-file, and the rook comes to g1 anyway. You might see the pawn being pushed to g5 to open up the g-file.
I just wish somebody would teach the chess engines to explain concepts like white is attacking here, white has the initiative, because again, we're looking at the evaluation bar, it says black is tiny bit better, but we're looking at this position, we immediately sense that if somebody has the initiative, it is Alexander Grishuk, because all of his pieces are aligned for a potential king set attack, and there you go. Knight f4 was a mistake here by black, because white can take it here, play queen e2, and this pawn on a4, Anna, it's going to be really difficult to defend.
And the reason why Andrew ends up making a mistake is because of how difficult his position was. I agree with you that the computer, cold-blooded, always finds the perfect moves, but for grandmasters even, this position was very much more favorable from white's perspective, from all that pressure, and now Grishuk capitalizes on the mistake of Andrew, captures on f4, attacks the pawn, and how do you hold on to that pawn?
This is getting really unpleasant. I mean, you can of course defend the pawn, you can play bishop d6 and defend it, but you see immediately the problems. I mean, white is going to play g5 at some point, open up the g file, double the rooks and go after your king, and then you start to have some doubts. I mean, do I do this? Because the g5 threat seems to be a very serious threat, and maybe I don't really care about the pawn on f4 at all, but what's the other choice? Maybe play g6, push back the knight, but what if? What if Alexander Grishuk sacrifices it and, for example, takes the pawn on f4?
He's more than capable of doing that, giving up material for a menacing attack. That's why Andrew is pausing here and tries to figure out what's his best chance. He knows that his position is looking really dangerous here. Is it giving up the pawn on f4 that will give him better chances if he gets to activate his pieces in the meantime? Is it to try to chase the knight away, as you said, Artus? But that invites the sacrifice of a knight. g5 played by Andrew Tang to hold on to the pawn, but that means that this knight on f5 is very much forever in that position. You're going to have to take it with the bishop at some point, and h4 immediately played by the three-time World Blitz champion to try to open up the king side.
That was a very risky move, and I'm pretty sure that Andrew was looking at this move for a very long time, try to assess the situation. I'm not sure I like it, but his position already was really difficult to start with. Now the problem for black is that he did protect the pawn on f4, he did stop white's idea to push g5, but this comes at a price. You weaken the king, the knight on f5 is a beast, and if at some point black is going to take it, of course Alexander Grishuk is going to take the g-pawn, open up the g-file, line up all of his pieces for a killing attack, and this last move, rook g2, Anna, it suggests that white is still gonna go for this attack. Double the rooks at the g-file, potentially slide over the rook here to h2. I mean, this attack looks so promising here.
Incredible play by Alexander Grishuk, and that's the reason why Andrew is spending so much time. It's already over 4 minutes, is that? 3.5 minutes of time advantage and a very dangerous-looking, menacing attack that Grishuk is building up. I love this rook g2 move to free the g1 square for the other rook, bring this rook over to h2. So even though the king is on h1 in the same spot where the rook wanted to go, with this rook lift, you're gonna get your rook to the h5 and you will have the other rook coming in as well. It's looking incredibly difficult for Andrew Tang to defend, who is really falling behind on the clock. 4 minutes of time advantage and a menacing, very promising attack for Alexander Grishuk.
Also the problem of his position, okay, objectively he's having a worse position, but he still needs a plan. And I'm not seeing it, Anna. Where is the plan? Because you're supposed to organize some counterplay, which is where exactly? I suppose somewhere at the queen side. King h7? I'm not sure.
Sits up. He is a bit surprised by this choice of Andrew stepping into the file where the rook is heading anyway.
But maybe there was just no better choice there for black, because I was trying to figure out, is there something that Andrew can do at the queen side? And nothing really made any sense because White can simply ignore whatever is happening there, and all of White's moves are incoming very naturally. There you go, doubling the rooks here. I think the next move, Anna, we might see rook sliding over to h2, position itself for a potential x-ray against a black king on h7, and maybe Black is just lost already here.
Really tough position for Andrew Tang, who does not find a convenient way to defend. I was wondering whether his king will end up on g6 because it's heading in that direction, but either case, whether on h7 or g6, that king is not looking good. He's pushing c5, but it just seems too slow. The white queen is already on c3, may not have even been the top move of the engine, but it's very natural to try to bring the queen in through that diagonal.
I think that Black's idea here is to recapture on g5 with the f pawn. Somehow hold on to this position, protect the pawn on h6 with all his might. Maybe the rook can slide over here, defend this pawn, but to be honest, it feels like there's going to be a tactical solution to this. So White most likely at some point is going to take on g5, put the rook on h2. Maybe there's going to be some sort of a sacrifice on g5. When you see so many pieces surrounding the opponent's king...
Bishop g7, it looks like there can be tactics already, or at least a completely winning position for Grishuk. 5 extra minutes on the clock and the winning attack.
I think you can just take already on g5. The point is takes, knight takes on g5. There's going to be a checkmate on g7. And so Black cannot accept this. And this is a game for Andrew Tang just to forget. Somehow he did not get in the game here. Grishuk simply plays rook h2. He could have forced things with h6 on g5. But also look at the clock situation, Anna. 1 minute and 30 seconds here. Grishuk is cruising towards victory.
He's dominating on the board, and also the clock situation is very worrisome for Andrew Tang. It's probably the biggest time advantage we have seen in the entire event. And here, unfortunately for Andrew, time is not even the worst factor for him, but the fact that his king is under a huge attack. All the white pieces are looking at the black king, and Grishuk is calculating, where's the final blow? Can he sacrifice? How do you open up the king's side?
There gotta be some kind of a forcing continuation here. Maybe there's some sort of a break in the center, like takes, play e5. Also, I'm looking at the queen move, queen c4, check, controlling this long diagonal. If only Black would somehow trade the queens, his position would be pretty terrible, but maybe somehow salvageable. But if all of White's pieces, including these two pawns, are lined up against the black king, things never really work well. And that's why Grishuk here is going to spend like 1 minute or 2 minutes, whatever it takes. There you go. H takes on g5 was just played. I think he has figured it out.
The f-pawn takes back, queen check, the king goes to f8. Where is the crushing blow? It is by pushing the pawn to e5, threatening f6.
What a powerful game by him, and Andrew's position just collapsed very quickly after the American Grandmaster played this move g5, which I didn't really like to start with, but his position already was very difficult here. Now White can take the pawn on h6, try to expose the king, and it's simply leading to the inevitable mate.
It's leading to mate, and Grishuk is spoiled for choices here. Is he going to capture the pawn simply with the rook, as you're suggesting? Is he calculating something else? He says that's the most straightforward, and it's true. Very powerful move. The rook is entering Black's position. The g5 pawn is hanging too. All the white pieces are heading toward the black king.
I just love how concentrated he is. Never let your guard down. Even though you're completely... Look at this. He's so concentrated. Currently, like, zoned. Like, concentrated, focused on this position because he feels there's gotta be a win right there. So where is it? Treat it like a puzzle. Where's the solution? Is it a tactical shot? Do I sacrifice an exchange on g6, or I just play positionally, maybe put the rook on g6, rook at h7, or I just keep pressing?
Rook a7 threatening checkmate is his choice, and yes, he is fully focused. He's not letting his guard down. The position is completely winning for Grishuk, and yet he knows the stakes are so high he cannot afford to make a mistake. In fact, Andrew Tang says, I have seen enough, and he resigns. This has been a beautifully executed attack by the 3-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk, who scores the first win in the match for the final qualification spot at the Last Chance Qualifier at the Esports World Cup. The stakes could not be higher if you make it to the main event of chess at the Esports World Cup. That is $1.5 million as a prize pool. And now Andrew needs to fight back. It's a best of 4, the match. He needs to bounce back, and he's trying to do so by going for an opposite side costing, sharp, aggressive position.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And look at the speed of both players. They seem to know this position really well. Grishuk immediately recapture on g6 with the f-pawn, because if you would open up the h file here for the white rook, typically this is bad news because all of white's pieces are perfectly aligned. Like the queen on d2, the rook on h1 are immediately starting to attack the black king. We do see that Engine slightly prefers white's position. To be honest, again, at this stage, I wouldn't really pay attention to this. What is important that both of them, they know this position really well. It's sharp.
They know it very well. The moves are coming in very quickly. They are basically blitzing out the moves because they are very well aware of this position. Now there's a trade on h6, so the dark squares around the black king are weaker, but also by trading pieces, the position is simplifying. b5 is a pawn sacrifice to open up the b5, but e6, that was not the right move, apparently. Or is it? Is it just that the computer is not catching up? Everything is so confusing. So that knight on c4 seems to have been hanging, but white plays knight h3. Do you know this position, Arturs? What's going on?
I have no clue.
And now the knight is sacrificed anyway. You don't take the knight on c4 anyway. I'm going to give it to you.
This is just such a sharp position. I think we just stay in the rhythm and watch the flow of this game because both players are blitzing it out. And I see only 2 scenarios here. Scenario number 1, both of them are still well within the preparation and they know what they're doing, and that's why they try to save some time for the critical phase of the game. Or scenario number 2, and I've seen this happening before, Anna, sometimes you mix up lines and you play a second move of the variation. You think you think you know what you're doing, but actually you're playing a line which seems to be quite similar to you. And at the moment, if you look just strictly at the relation bar and forget all of this madness that happened before, according to an engine, white is still better, and apparently Andrew, he knows this.
Incredible. Andrew Tang has barely used any time. He's on 9 minutes 26 seconds versus 7 minutes 42 seconds for Alexander Grishuk, who is currently down a piece after having sacrificed that knight on b2. And it might be what you mentioned, Arthur, is that it was either like both players are very well aware of what's going on, or maybe you mixed up your preparation. Because yes, there is a pin against the b5 knight to try to win back material, but he's pausing. And that doesn't really scream that things are going his way.
I don't know. I mean, things happen so quickly, like this move e6, paper like Grishuk is going after the stranded rook on h6, and at any given moment, you have to watch out. What if black plays, for example, this move, king g7, traps the rook here on h6, which is conveniently blocked off, because white cannot easily defend it. But okay, first Grishuk is going to collect the knight on b5 here. That's a pin. Unless, of course, white can try to save it. For example, if you try to keep it alive, I think that black can just play c6 and recapture it anyway.
This is possibly the reason why Grishuk was so confident about giving up his knight, because the whole point is that now through the pins you are winning back the material, and that rook on h6 is still stranded, might be the target of trying to trap it thanks to the h3 knight that's on the edge of the board, blocking the way back for the rook. So decision time for Andrew. What is he gonna do about the hanging knight on b5? And if he is about to lose the extra material, what's the best way to give it back?
I mean, the position is so sharp. I mean, it's literally impossible to evaluate the consequences in a couple of seconds. On top of white's choices, I'm also seeing that this opportunity to play e5. Play e5 and attack the pawn on g6. Play e5, bishop takes on b5, rook takes on g6, sacrifice the rook, expose the king. But what happens if black doesn't take? If black walks away? And again, you have to assess all of these situations very quickly. So I'm not really sure I want to do that. What's the more human move here. Maybe walk away from the pin, maybe retract the queen, play knight f2 and save the rook here.
So
I don't know. No easy choices.
Absolutely. It looks like it's not a game between two grandmasters, but it could be like anyone's game. If you don't tell me that this is two of the top grandmasters at the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier, I would not guess the rating of the players, because it feels like everything is hanging, and it's not how normal grandmasters game go. This is absolutely wild.
I just also found one drawing line. If white plays rook b1, I realized that black doesn't have to play c6. Black can take a couple of times on b5. Here, queen b5, followed by queen d4 check. Queen d1 check. Queen d4 check with a draw. Pardon the million arrows, the viewers, but rook b1, I'm pretty sure that this is not going to be a move between the two players. Engine says queen c3 is a move. The other move is e5 and rook takes on g6 with an unclear final position.
And that's what Andrew Tang needs to assess here. He went down in the first game, so he badly needs to bounce back in the match. This is the tiebreaker match for the one final qualification spot for the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. The stakes could not be higher. And it is Andrew to decide how to navigate this sharp position. He has already spent so long on this moment, understandably, but there's still no move by him. He's still in the think tank, and the time is evaporating. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left for Andrew.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to choose, to be honest. It's not a very easy situation. And also look at Grishuk. He's right now calculating something very hard, leaves a mental note. Okay, what happens after this or that move? My gut instinct, if I would have to make a choice here, I would try to normalize things. Like maybe walk away from the pin. Since the rook on h6 is trapped, how about I retract the knight, bring back the rook, and maybe give this knight a better square eventually. But
That
if I do
seems
this...
logical, yes.
Yeah, but if I do this, my momentum also might be gone. And I'm not really sure how Andrew thinks, because he has a very unique mind. Maybe he's somewhere really deep in this line where he plays e5, sacrifices the rook on g6. Black most likely rejects, because otherwise the black king is going to be exposed.
Queen to
But no,
c3.
he plays queen
He has
c3.
spent a long, very long time on this decision, but ends up moving the queen out of the pin. He has spent nearly half of his time on this decision.
It's a human choice, but the big question is what's going to be his next move. I would say deal with the knight here. Play knight f2 so that the rook at h6 is not possibly trapped, and then see what happens. But first and foremost, also Grishuk needs to understand with what is he taking on b5. Is it the bishop capture or the rook capture? Maybe rook capture makes a bit more sense because it seems to be a more active move.
That's what he thinks as well, and he plays this move fairly quickly. He must have been calculating also in Andrew's time, of course. Now, the white rook appears on h1, doubling rooks, but still there's the knight in the way, so h7 is not hanging yet.
So white decided to keep the initiative going, which makes perfect sense. The rook on h6 maybe doesn't stand the best, but white's plan is pretty simple: retract the knight and just keep attacking the black king with the threat of rook takes on h7. So what does black do here? I suppose something like rook f7, defend this pawn just in case. I mean, engine says there's a move rook h5, but I don't know how human is this move, Anna.
Good luck finding that move. I mean, even if you see that move, you probably reject it immediately. Doubling the pawns, making them weak right in front of your own king. I don't think that's likely that it will happen. I think Grishuk will be looking at more human ways of continuing, and maybe some counterattack on the queen side instead, because the white king is also quite exposed.
That's hard to tell, because also white's plan is getting really obvious. I like what Andrew did in this position, so he wants to retract the knight, possibly play e5 and start to dominate those dark squares. So maybe for Grishuk, this is pretty much one moment here. Try to deal with this attack, and yeah, rook h5, it feels such an ugly move, exposing the king and also doubling the pawns, as you said, but sometimes a drastic situation requires drastic measures. So maybe he has to do this, but definitely Grishuk senses it's a no easy choice here.
He knows it's a critical moment, and by process of elimination, he might end up coming up with this really awkward but good move, rook to h5, before the attack of Andrew becomes way too strong. As you said, the knight maneuver coming in, the pawn push to e5, but no, rook to f7, a lot more human to guard the h7 pawn before it's even attacked. So once the knight jumps away from h3, he might be using the g5 square for his own pieces. Maybe the black queen will be coming to that square, for instance, to be activated.
I think he has already prepared the next move. This part is pretty clear because white most likely will go for this plan. It seems to be the most obvious choice. Maybe on top of that, there's some other way to get the knight here to the kingside attack. And there you go, knight e2 was played here. And now the big question is, what has Grishuk decided to do in this position?
He must have a follow-up idea. He played rook f7 with a follow-up plan, I feel, but as I'm saying it, he's not making his move immediately, so he might not be that certain that his follow-up plan is the right plan.
So what is he doing here, actually? Because there's no immediate next move. And our dearest friend called Stockfish, which is the engine, one of the most popular chess engines in the world, it says, you strictly have to play rook g5 and sacrifice the exchange of g4.
Oh, wow. Okay, good luck again. Like rook g5 is the only good defensive resource? That is ridiculous.
Yeah, but how else do you stop this threat? And I do think that then Grishuk made a mistake. He should have played this rook h5. It was an ugly move. It was definitely weakening the king, but now...
He found it!
He found
rook to g5, the only way to stay in the game before Andrew Tang's attack becomes menacing. So if the knight jumps to g4 to push e5, black is ready to sacrifice the rook for the knight, give up an exchange to stay safe.
Look at this. The American Grandmaster is not playing knight g4 automatically. He definitely senses... Why did black play rook on g5? What's his idea? Definitely he wants to sacrifice the exchange and try to expose somehow my king here on a1. The bishop on a6 at the moment is not doing much, but if the position opens up, most notably the f-file, black might have some counter chances here.
There can be counter chances, and it's such a powerful resource in the defense for Grishuk. He found it. I'm still just amazed how quickly he spotted that he has to go for this and give up material so that he doesn't get into trouble. And now for Andrew, the problem is that even if he doesn't want to play knight g4, the rook from g5 is targeting the g2 pawn. So you either block it with knight g4 or you push that pawn, for instance, but that will pass the ball onto black's court and there can be counterattacks.
I mean, what else do you do? I don't know, you can try to defend the pawn. Because pushing it forward, it makes no sense because, I mean, the entire point of white's plan was go for the attack. And if white positions the pawn on g4, this means the knight is no longer getting there. And all of white's threats are slowly coming in very slowly. So it's a very big decision here. And Andrew is undecided. He has a bit time.
Yeah, undecided and down to 3 minutes, and he still is thinking. So this is the final crucial minutes in the game. There is no increment. 3 minutes for Andrew Tang, 3.5 for Alexander Grishuk. This is a best of 4. If Alexander Grishuk manages to win somehow, he'll be half a point close to the qualification. You need to score 2.5 points in order to qualify to the main event. One of them will qualify. The other player has to try again next year for the Esports World Cup.
I think he has to play knight g4 here. There's no other choice. I'm just not seeing it. How else do you continue this position? There's no time to be cautious here because, again, the match situation requires Andrew Tang to fight, to play for the win. He played this fantastic opening, very deep prep. This probably was one of the most insane, most deeply prepped openings I've seen so far here in the Esports World Cup Last Chance Qualifier. Both players, they seem to know this position really well, but it's time to make the decision. 2 minutes left here for white. The clock is ticking very fast.
Ticking, and still no decision by the American Grandmaster, who is trying to bounce back in this match against Alexander Grishuk. Has put a lot of pressure on Grishuk in the opening, but Grishuk has found the most resourceful defense. Knight g4 still happens immediately. Grishuk gives up the rook, but the follow-up is not the right move. Queen g5 was apparently a mistake.
And why it's a mistake? Actually, it looks like such a human move, but apparently Queen of 8 was a bit more accurate to control the open file, but also Alexander's choice, it kind of looks logical. He wants to grab those pawns, and it seems that Andrew quite didn't expect this. Queen g5 seems to be a surprise to him. He was mainly, I think, expecting this Queen of 8 and some kind of a counterplay at the file. Does he have the time to defend his pawn on g4? I don't think so.
Queen to
he
c6,
goes for the counterattack.
Counter-attacking, the bishop is hanging, queen e8 and queen e6 are also threats. That's why the queen on f8 would have been better in the defense and in the offense at the same time against the white king. Alexander Grischuk is in trouble here, but he has at least more time. So Andrew Tang down to 1 minute and 12 seconds, 3 minutes for Grischuk. This is an absolutely critical moment in the game.
Yeah, I mean, how do you continue here? Because there also might be some other threats here. This check. The bishop is under attack. The pawn on e6 is under attack. And maybe black has to go all the way back to the e8. But it's just something which never crosses your mind because the queen was just right there on the 8 square.
It was right there indeed, and Grischuk might be regretting that queen to g5, which he played so quickly. He was ready after the rook sacrifice for the knight to bring the queen out, but it was a mistake, and I think it is now sinking in on his side that he has not played the right follow-up. He needs to try to repair it and somehow find the best way to try to stay in the game at least, because if he survives the attack, he can still count on his time advantage. But how do you survive?
And I just love how Andrew casually sitting there, like it's your typical online blitz game with 3+0 time control, nothing at stake. Well, there is something at stake at this game, because if he's going to win this game, he might equalize the game. Wait a second, Queen of 6? Queen of 6, apparently there's a mistake here.
Wow, it is threatening the pawn on d4 with a check. That's the idea of Grischuk in case the bishop is captured. There are counter checks, but Andrew takes on a4 instead to guard the pawn on d4. The bishop is still hanging. Queen e8 check is still coming as well. This is an absolutely crazy wide position with no time on the clock. 56 seconds left for Andrew, 1 minute 38 for Grischuk. e5 is apparently a mistake.
Yeah, it looks such a human move. I think here black has to play queen d8, seek some counterattack against the pawn on d4. White is down to the last 55 seconds here. Grischuk has a bit more time. Technically, maybe the position is lost, but there's a lot of tricks in this position.
So many tricks, and it's no longer a clear way forward in the attack of white, which is the problem for Andrew, because he's really low on time. 40 seconds left.
Now, bishop takes on g2 is something he needs to address. Okay, he decides to give up the pawn. I'm not really sure I like that, because Grischuk immediately grabs the pawn and he can just position his bishop on d5 for a very safe position. Andrew is in dangerous territory here.
Alexander Grischuk is back in the game. He defended so tenaciously after the exchange sacrifice. Andrew missing his winning chances, and now with the lower time, is it going to be Grischuk who ends up trying to play for a win and try to flag Andrew?
G5 was a very nice defensive move there by Alexander. He defends his king. The pawn on h6 also can be defended. White cannot slide over the rook to the h file, because you look at this bishop on d5 controls the h1 square. 24 seconds for Andrew Tang, 52 for Alexander Grischuk. But he is playing against one of the fastest players in the world.
One of the fastest players, but Andrew knows that he has missed his chances and there's no longer a way through. White still has good chances in the position, but with the time being 18 seconds left for White, I feel like Grischuk's winning chances are higher thanks to having 38 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but somehow Andrew finds all the right moves here. Watch out for the checkmate in one threat, and of course this would dodge very quickly here. White is winning, but the time is taken. Rook takes on d4, big move here.
And Grischuk plays it. Andrew is in trouble because it's 10 seconds left on the clock and his position is no longer winning.
I think he might just lose this. He dropped the rook.
It's winning
just
now.
like
The rook on b7 is dropping because of this check. Andrew Tang going from a winning position to a lost position in the time scramble. Alexander Grischuk 2-0 in a best-of-4 match, meaning that if he makes a draw, just a draw, in the next game, it is going to be the 3-time World Blitz champion who qualifies to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. And unfortunately for Andrew Tang, this means he is in a must-win situation in the next game and the next game. 2 more games to go in best case for Andrew, but for that, he has to win on demand against a world-class player.
And I just love how composed Andrew stays after this game. He just lost literally one of the maybe most important games of his career, because he's this close to make it to the final stage, the group event of the Esports World Cup. He's like, okay, I lost the game. How did that
now
happen?
You can
Let's
see
review
a
it very
bit of the
quickly.
emotions here and the disappointment. He is really trying to compose himself. There's still a game to go where he can fight back, but he knows it. He knows that this was perhaps the biggest chance in his life, and this is for a huge prize fund, $1.5 million in the main event. Even the last place is $25,000. That's what the players get if they qualify. This is the final match, and there goes the head shake, the disappointment, the frustration. He'll definitely try in the next game, but he has to go all in, because now, even with just a draw, Alexander Grishuk is through. These were the critical moments in the game. And we started in game 1 with this really menacing attack by Grishuk that ended up winning for white in a very stylish fashion. Alexander Grishuk dominating that game 1 from start to finish. Andrew had no chance in that game. I feel like it went wrong for him at an early stage. And then in game 2, Andrew went for a really sharp variation. The players were playing a position where everything was hanging. We're gonna have a replay of that position too once the exchange sacrifice took place on g4, a very important defensive resource by Grishuk. It was still a winning position for Andrew, but it wasn't clear exactly how to convert it, and he ends up making some mistakes too. e5 was not the best move, and later on he missed this rook takes d4, which enters through the back rank with the black heavy pieces. Both kings are under attack, but rook d1 here and rook b1 picks up the b7 undefended rook. Black goes from a lost position to a completely winning position.
Yeah, I mean, things really went out of control here for Andrew Tang, and this is again the last remaining key up for grabs. Either it's going to be Alexander Grishuk or Andrew Tang. Dear viewers, we're going to find it out in the coming minutes. Right now, it's Grishuk, the experienced player, the 3-time World Blitz champion, who's leading this match. The last ticket to the main event with a 2-point lead, and Andrew, he needs a miracle. He needs a miracle to come back at this very critical stage. So is it tiredness? Is it bad luck? It's tough to tell, but he's got to give it a try. We're going to see if he's going to succeed. The players are getting their final instructions, and the game 3 is starting shortly.
2-0 to Alexander Grishuk for Andrew Tang. This is his final chance. He is in a must-win situation, and even if he wins this next game, he's gonna be in a must-win situation in the follow-up game as well. It's a best of 4. If you score 2.5 points at least, you qualify to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. We cannot emphasize how high the stakes are. This could be the biggest paycheck in their careers. It's at least $25,000, even the last prize at the main event in chess, $1.5 million in total. Defending champion Magnus Carlsen is waiting there. Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, and so many other top grandmasters are in the field. But will it be Grishuk or will it be Tang who will be the final qualifying player?
Look at this, they're repeating the opening from game 1. The same game where Alexander won it in a great fashion. Here, he goes for a different plan, Anna. Remember, in that game, he positioned the king here in the corner. He ended up throwing both of the knights against the opponent's king, and the timely executed g4 push finally delivered, because this is the move, I think, that prompted the American grandmaster to make the mistake. Here, the situation is a bit different because, again, Grishuk doesn't need to win this game. All he needs is to make a draw, and even if a 4 doesn't give him any advantage, whatever, draw is also good.
Yes, I think that explains the change of direction in the strategy, not going for that crazy wild attack that was successful for him in game one, but rather playing it solid. Actually, no, the king still goes to h1, but maybe it's in order to push the f pawn to f4.
Yeah, he really can't resist making this move. I mean, jokes aside, it's just a good move. Remove the king from this long diagonal, because after f4 push, maybe there's going to be pawn trade. Sometimes the king on g1 is getting some checks. I do know this famous joke by Ben Feingold, never ever touch the f-pawn, but to be honest, I think in this position you simply have to do this because the rook at f1 is begging for some attention.
Exactly so, and for Andrew, it's not easy to face this threat. Even if you see it coming, of course, it's quite obvious that black needs to face that pawn push. So Andrew says, okay, if you want to push f4, I am the one first to push my f-pawn.
That looks nice. At least it changes the structure. And this is something that Alexander at least doesn't seem like he expected. He takes on f5, and this creates again an unbalanced pawn structure where black has a weakness on e4. So this is what white is trying to do right now. First he attacks the bishop here, then he wants to park the knight on e4 and say, I have a very good position here, very solid position. I don't need to be very aggressive here. You are the one who has to figure out things, how try to win this position on demand.
So difficult for Andrew Tang to be in this situation where it's 2-0 in a best of 4. Any result but a win for him is the end of the tournament. There is no more second chances. This is the final match, the final game possibly. If Alexander Grishuk scores in this game, there will not even be a game 4 because it's already 2 points for Grishuk. He just needs a draw to secure his qualification to the main event at the Esports World Cup. And for Andrew, it's really tough to try to create some chances here, to imbalance the position, to find a plan where maybe Grishuk could crack. And it has been just, I think, very difficult of a match for Andrew in general. The previous game, that was the most painful one for Andrew. I don't think game 1, he was somewhat upset about it, but it was a beautiful attack by Grishuk. But game 2, Andrew had a winning attack, and it was a winning position for so long. It wasn't just a one move, one miss thing. He had a long-term winning position.
Yeah, it would be really sad to see Andrew not qualify for the Esports World Cup, being this close, losing the last 2 critical matches. And again, the match against Alexander, it was so tight, and also this one against Grishuk. Had he won the second game, things could have been a bit different. But he's a young, brilliant player. I'm pretty sure that even if he's not going to make it in this year's edition, he still proves that he's one of the fastest players in the world. There will be more additions. So anyway, even if Alexander Grishuk is going to make it to the main event and Andrew is not, still a great result by the young American.
I'm sure that we're going to see Andrew try again next year if he doesn't make it this year. And he's still trying in this game. So in the previous match, he lost against Alexander Bortnyk. Bortnyk is through and qualified. And this is the tiebreaker for the 5th place, which is our final qualification spot. Alexander Grishuk at the moment leading 2-0. He only needs a draw in order to finish the match and qualify officially, receive his key to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup.
I really like the last move here by Andrew Tang. He's rerouting the knight to f6 to try to have a better control of the critical squares here. And right now, Grishuk is thinking, okay, what's the best way for me to deal with this? Do I put this knight here on e4, block things? And if black plays knight f6, do I want to take on f6? Because this allows black to fix the pawn structure.
Yeah, big question here. Will this be the move that we see coming next? The knight jump to f6 will be something else for Andrew. He needs to find chances. He does play knight f6, takes back on f6 with the queen, which connects the black rooks.
I would have thought he wants to take with the king's pawn, but maybe he was a bit afraid that white's going to push f4. This allows Grishuk to put the knight on e4. A very pleasant situation to be in. like solidify the queen side, put the bishop someplace on c3 and literally do nothing. But I'm not really sure if Grishuk is coded this way. He wants to have a clear plan, and if he can liquidate into a draw, he definitely will do this. Also, look at the clock situation, Anna. Alexander has 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Andrew has 5 minutes 45. And the way I'm looking, this match and this game has been ongoing, his only chance is somehow drag this game to the time scramble, to the last minute, where he can rely on his speed.
That would really be perhaps the way to go, but it's not so easy to get there when the starting time is 10 minutes. I think for Andrew, he would definitely prefer that this is a bullet time control, the Esports World Cup, starting at 10 minutes. He really needs to make it through the middle game, and he didn't just make it through in the previous game. In the middle game, he had a winning attack, but ends up not finding the right way forward at several occasions, and that cost him that game. It's not only that he didn't win a winning position, he ended up losing it, and that's why he is now in a really tough spot, must-win situation for the American Grandmaster, who has fought so well in the Last Chance Qualifier and has had his chances in this match as well. But at the moment, it's looking very promising for Alexander Grishuk, who only needs a draw to secure his qualification.
Yeah, the problem for Black is that there's no active plans. At least I don't mind, for example, if I'm playing from the Black's perspective, having a worse position as long as there's some dynamics. But where is this dynamics? I don't quite see, because the White's moves are incoming very quickly. I'm thinking b3, solidify the queen side, get the bishop to c3, slide over the queen side rook to e1, protect the knight, maybe put the queen on g3, play f3, apply pressure against the pawn on e5. All of this is very clear. Grishuk already knows his next 5 moves, basically. So what is Andrew doing during this time? Attack at the king's side? At the queen's side? He has 2 bishops. They're pretty static here.
It's so hard to create play here. I think Alexander Grishuk has chosen rightly the opening and chose rightly the way to approach this game. Very solid, very difficult to find any kind of attacks for Black. Not giving Andrew any sharp games, not for this one. He just wants to be solid and make sure that Andrew Tang doesn't get that final chance that he needs in order to bounce back in this match.
Grishuk is trying to be accurate here. He's spending a bit some time, even though I'm pretty sure he already has figured out what he wants to do. Is he really considering some trades? No, f3. That's a very cautious move, just in case not to blunder some trades on e4. Let's say after bishop f5, bishop takes on e4, secure everything at the king side, play b3, play bishop c3, play rook e1, build a brick wall, and say, come and get me. Of course, Andrew will try, but it looks really unlikely at this point.
So unlikely, unfortunately, for the American Grandmaster, but kudos for the efforts that he's putting in. He is trying, and he's going to try as much as he can. This is for the final qualification spot at the main event. The last remaining spot will be given to the player that wins this best-of-4 match. Grishuk only needs a draw to officially qualify to the main event, where $1.5 million is the prize fund. Even last place is $25,000. Huge stakes for both players, but looking unfortunately dim and very slim chances now for Andrew Tang.
But there is, again, sort of a hope for Andrew, because Alexander is a bit slow with the decisions here. I would have thought that he could have blitzed out this position very quickly here. He's taking time. Every single move, it extracts from the experience of player 20, 30 seconds. And maybe Andrew is trying not to make it very obvious, but he is steering the game to the time scramble, to the last minute where he can show his strength, his speed. H3 was just played by White. Make sure there's never going to be any back rank issues here. Black is still having no active plan whatsoever.
No active plan, but you are right. As much as the game goes on and as much as it stays complex with a lot of pieces on the board, time will matter. We do see the bishop attacking the queen, queen coming to h4.
All right. I suppose we might see also the rook sliding over here to e1, because the pawn on e5 is a weakness that White can try to attack. Maybe Maybe what Andrew could do here is retract the bishop, sacrifice the central pawn, and rely on his counterplay at the queen side. I'm running out of good ideas here. Rook f8 instead, all right.
He's bringing the rook to that semi-open file. Now b3 pushes the final pawn to the light squares. It's quite the zigzag structure for white's pawns, and the rook coming through e1, the only open file in white's position. So it makes sense to bring your rook there and support the e4 knight. Now rook e2, potentially doubling as well on the e file.
This is a very nice plan. Put the rooks here for a pressure against the e file. Maybe at the right moment retract the knight. Go here to c4, apply even more pressure against this pawn, and I don't think that black can hold this, so maybe you have to give it up, this pawn, at the right time. And do what again? 2 minutes and 42 seconds for Andrew. The clock is ticking. Grishuk is ahead also on the clock.
Way ahead now, over 2 minutes of time advantage for Grishuk, who only needs a draw in this game. For Andrew, it's really so tough to find something that would keep the position more spite. Everything is guarded. He's bringing his rook to e8, preparing for rook e1. All the rooks are on the e5, targeting the e5 pawn and defending the e5 pawn.
Well, yeah. So white is lining up every single piece against this pawn on e5. Bishop e7 attacks the queen. Queen g3 seems to be a very easy move. Once again, the match situation is as follows, that Grishuk doesn't need to win this. All he can do is just shuffle the pieces here and there and ask Andrew, where is your plan? But if he can find a way to force a draw here, from the white's perspective, he will absolutely do this. Queen f2 is a very cautious move here. Bishop g6 played by the American Grandmaster. Are we going to see the knight jump here to c4 to get to the pawn on e5?
I think that's a good plan, and that's something that Grishuk will definitely be evaluating. He goes to g3 first with the queen, now the queen, the bishop, and indirectly the rooks are also looking at the e5 pawn.
There also might be a knight jump to the king side, and yeah, this pawn, it seems it's doomed, and the only thing really at this point that can save Andrew is making those decisions a bit faster. He has managed to get Grishuk to the last 4 minutes. Every single second that Grishuk spends in this position gives the American Grandmaster some hope.
Yes, and it's crazy to say that when the amount of time that Andrew has left is half of Alexander Grishuk's time. But as you said, Tang is a bullet specialist, hyper bullet even. And if we get to the final minute or two of the game, he will have more chances because of those incredible bullet skills as long as he stays in the game.
Still no progress right now. It's a bit of shuffling pieces here and there. I don't know why Grishuk is resisting this idea to play knight e2. There must be something that he quite doesn't like. Maybe he feels like he doesn't have to force things.
Now he
Because he can
places
also
the
play the
rook.
clock.
Yeah, he places his rook on f1, a bit of a mysterious move, as if he was trying to now push the f-pawn, but that's a very different direction. Instead of going for the target on e5, he's now moving his pieces away from that pawn.
And now Andrew Tang is thinking, again spending the valuable seconds here. No active plans. Maybe Grishuk is just showing how powerful is his position. He's literally sending a message. There's nothing you can do against me in this position. I'm not going to even go after your pawn on e5. I will just shuffle the pieces left and right.
That's exactly what he's doing. The queen is coming back and forth. And what can Andrew do about this? He has 1 minute and 13 seconds left. He pushes c5.
All right, I think I can already predict what Grishuk is going to do. It's queen g3. It's on the board. Now, I think it's going to be queen f2, and now it's going to be queen g3. Watch this.
He does think about it,
No,
though. He brings the
you're
rook
wrong.
back to e1 first. Makes sense. That rook belongs on the e file.
Yeah, white is just standing on the spot. Okay, queen h4, that's another square. Why would you create some risk in this position? Align the queen against some kind of a potential discovered attack here. Queen h4, it's a good square. Now put it back on f2. There you go, Grishuk does this. He's just showcasing that he doesn't need to win this. And I think we're going to see a lot of moves here with no real progress.
a lot of queen moves, and Grishuk does not need to play this for a win. He's simply sitting in a safe position where if it's a draw, the match is immediately over. Alexander Grishuk leading 2-0 in a best-of-4 match. So a draw is enough for him to qualify to the main event in chess. Now he's shuffling the rook since the queen was stopped slightly and the queen goes back to h2, b5. Andrew is trying to make progress, but he's down to his final 54 seconds.
Wait a second, so Queen h2, Grishuk is here playing with a bit of a fire, and Andrew immediately senses the opportunity to go for the counterplay. There's gotta be some sort of a c4 push.
And he plays
That's
it.
right.
He found it.
He found it, and suddenly the action explodes at the queen side, and Grishuk might regret having positioned the queen on h2. So his position, of course, is still very solid, but he was playing a bit with the fire here, with his queen jumped here and there. He put the queen on h2, and immediately Andrew Tang jumped and opened up the queen side.
Very well spotted by Andrew. The momentum, and Grishuk is shaking his head slightly. He's feeling the pressure. He knows that this game could slip out of his control now that the queen side is open. It's suddenly not as simple to just shuffle around queen f7, attacking the c4 pawn. Andrew Tang back in the game with some chances, some final hope to turn things around and have a chance in this match. But after g4, black is actually in a better position. Maybe this maneuver was not the right move, but this doesn't matter anymore. The moves, when the final 41 seconds is on the clock for Andrew Tang, a minute and 15 for Alexander Grishuk. Everything will be decided in the time scramble.
All gloves are off at this stage, and Grishuk realized he could not afford to play past this position anymore. He has to use his creativity again. 37 seconds for Andrew Tang. He desperately needs to win this position. The evaluation bar is sliding left and right, up and down. The position is really wild at this stage. White again is appearing to have the better position here, offering the queen trade. But so far, Andrew has been doing a really good job to keep the tension. But where's the continuation?
What's the continuation, and how long will it take for Andrew? 20 seconds left for the American Grandmaster. He captures the pawn, 94.
I don't know. How do you continue? F takes on e4 is the safe move again and again. Alexander tries to play it really safe because he doesn't need to win this position desperately. 17.6 seconds for Andrew Tang, 47 for Grishuk. Grishuk has a bit better chances here, but we know how fast is Andrew.
Extremely fast, known for his bullet skills. 14 seconds left for the American Grandmaster, offering now a queen trade.
There goes the queens. Of course, White offers the queen trade. Black organizes immediately the counterplay. The h-pawn is rolling forward. Black does the same at the queen side. I suppose White is faster. Rook c6, that was a really great move here by Grishuk. Now the h-pawn is unstoppable.
Unstoppable pawn, and more time for Grishuk. Rook c8, attacking the bishop. The king is capturing the pawn, but that was for the price of a bishop.
White is winning this. There you go. Bishop f6 is going to decide the fate of the game, and Grishuk wins. He wins also the third game.
Incredible. What a game this has been. The tension, the roller coaster, and at the end of the day, it is the three-time World Blitz champion Alexander Grishuk who qualifies on the final remaining spot to make it to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup in Paris. For Andrew Tang, this is the end of the journey. He will still get quite a nice price at the Last Chance Qualifier, but not as high of a price as it is if you had made it to the main event, where even the final place is $25,000. This is, ladies and gentlemen, our final bracket. At the lower bracket, where there have been such fights back and forth, it was earlier Wei Yi who qualified by winning against Alexander Grishuk. Alexander Bortnyk qualified because of winning his match against Andrew Tang, and Grishuk and Tang had their final chance in the tiebreaker match for the 5th place. We have just witnessed how that ended with 3 wins for Alexander Grishuk. The results signal that Alexander Grishuk had it all under control. The games show something very different. Andrew had his chances. It was a nerve-wracking match, and there were chances for Andrew not only in this final game, but game 2. I think that's the one he's going to be regretting a lot. He had a winning attack.
Yeah, it was really, really close. So Andrew Tang could have won his second game match, and here we see a replay once again of this final game of not only this match but also Last Chance Qualifier. The H-pawn was rolling forward. The players are playing it down to the last seconds, and here, of course, Andrew was trying to organize some sort of a counterplay, but now the H-pawn is delivering a checkmate. There's the resignation, and as you said, Anna, even though it's a 3-0 sweep for the legendary Grandmaster Alexander Grishuk, it was such a tight match, and I don't think that Alexander can say it was an easy one.
It was definitely not an easy one, and I think that's the reason why it was a relief and a slight celebration at the end by Grishuk, because he also felt that it looks like it was a clean sweep on paper, but it was nothing like that over the board. In game 2 especially, had it gone in Andrew's way, the way it was looking, that winning attack was gonna prevail, that would have tied the score, and we would have seen a very different match for game 3 as well. But at the end of the day, these are your 5 players qualifying from the upper bracket. We have earlier seen Parham Maksudlu qualify, as well as Vladislav Artemyev, and from the lower bracket we have just seen the names. Bortnyk makes it through, as well as now Grishuk, who made it through in this final tiebreaker, and Wei Yi, by winning against Grishuk earlier, qualified to 5 qualifiers for the main event at the Esports World Cup. And we will actually show to our amazing viewers what this means for the players, because they are about to be awarded their keys to the main event. This is literally the ceremony of earning your key, being granted the key to that door that opens up when you are qualified to the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. And you're gonna try to hold on to that key, because if you are not careful, if you lose your match, your key will be crushed. And that's what Magnus Carlsen did last year to every single one of his opponents. Kept crushing those keys and ended up being the only player to stand with an intact key and the trophy. The defending champion of the Esports World Cup in chess will be back this year, and so is, of course, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firuza, and so many other very strong grandmasters representing their teams. And this will matter so much for the club championship points as well. Last year, Magnus's win gave Team Liquid 1,000 points for the club championship, and Hikaru has earned 750 points for Team Falcons by finishing as a runner-up. This year, Team Falcons are trying to defend their title and produce a hat-trick by winning it for the 3rd time in a row. The chess main event will matter so much for the club championship as well, and of course for the players, the club championship, and also the individual prizes with $1.5 million at stake. The stakes literally could not be higher. I'm so excited about the ceremony we are about to witness, what it's like to qualify to the Esports World Cup. Wei Yi, grandmaster from China, receiving the key that is the key to his main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. He signs his key, and now we're gonna see this very important moment. Team Nemesis, Wei Yi representing his team and wearing already the team jersey. He will be there fighting for a big chunk of that $1.5 million prize pool. This
really
has been
great tournament for him, yeah, so far.
Exactly. I was just going to remind the viewers that we are left with 5 qualified players, but we have started with over 120 players. So to be the final 5 players standing, now Grandmaster Alexander Bortnyk, the Ukrainian-American Grandmaster, also signing his key. And for Bortnyk, he had to put his loss behind. He was in the upper bracket and lost in the semifinals, but then manages to fight back and qualify regardless. What a happy moment for Bortnyk.
Yeah, it's really great to see him smiling, because we saw him earlier here in the exhibition center. He was a bit tired. Here's Vladislav Artemyev ready to sign. Also, it's a great opportunity for us to see the signature of the players. Some of them are a bit more creative. Look at that. That was quite a long one. A long signature there by Vladislav. So But the final event, the play-in stage, of course, is going to be really stacked because most of these players who made it to the main event, they are essentially elite grandmasters, 2700 ELO level players, and of course Alexander Grisho, who just made it, who snatched the last ticket to the main event. Three-time World Blitz champion. Okay, that was a simple signature right there.
Wow.
But
his A is just the same as mine. I didn't know that I'm signing A the same way as Alexander Grishuk. I wish I had his rating too. It doesn't translate to my chess skills.
Everybody's so happy and tired at the same time. So what a road it has been for everyone, or every single player who decided to go to Paris to try to play in the second event, the second year in a row when chess is part of the esports World Cup. And I hope that the next year there will be also more fans, more chess professionals to see it live. But right now, of course, all eyes will be on the main event, which is starting really soon in Paris.
Exactly, and of course the fifth qualifying player is Grandmaster Parham Maksudlu, who already received his key earlier. He had to leave earlier than the rest of the players. That's why he's not there for this beautiful photo opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, these are your qualifying players from the Last Chance Qualifier, as well as Parham Maksudlu. The five of them will be fighting in the play-ins next week at the Esports World Cup, the main event in chess, for a portion of their prize of a $1.5 million prize pool. We have kept repeating this number because it's not common in chess. Huge stakes, high prices. Even if you finish last in the main event, you win $25,000. This could be the biggest paycheck years. And again, there's a final boss at the end of the line. Magnus Carlsen is waiting for his challengers. What an incredible journey this has been, Arturs, the 3 days of the Last Chance Qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure to be here, to follow the action from the best seats in the house. The very first day when also David Howell was here in the studio doing the commentary with you, Anna. Then I had the opportunity to do the commentary for the last 2 days, and it was an amazing experience because, again, for chess being part of the esports family, this is a brand new thing. The Esports World Cup is the greatest tournament in the esports circuit. So I'm wishing to every single participant who is going to go to Paris very shortly, best of luck. And for all the chess fans who are going to be watching this, just enjoy the show because this is going to be fun and great ride.
It's going to be an incredible fight. This was just the warm-up, the Last Chance Qualifier. Over 120 players entered in this field, from professional chess grandmasters to amateurs. Anyone and everyone has been welcome to join the qualifying events, the qualification. And at the end of the day, we have 5 very strong grandmasters who made it through. But you are right, Arturs. Next week, all eyes on the main event in chess. It will matter so much for the club championship points for the teams. It will matter so much for the individual prizes. And it will matter so much for pride. And will Magnus Carlsen manage to win again? Or is it going to be a new Esports World Cup champion who will lift the trophy and crush everyone else's keys? So many questions for next week. $1.5 million at stake. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, both on YouTube, on Twitch, or in person in Paris. Arturs, this has been incredible to cover the event with you and with David earlier on day one. Huge shout out to everyone working on this broadcast, the production team, everyone at the Esports World Cup in Paris. We have been absolutely having the best seat to witness history being made, and next week it just continues with the stakes even higher. Make sure to stay tuned and come back next week for the main event in chess at the Esports World Cup. We'll be there to cover the action. Thank you for joining, and see you next week.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.